Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our Tuesday edition of The Closing Argument. The closing argument is your window to the world. We bring you stories that are of interest to you. Some you agree with, some you disagree with. Some we agree together, some we disagreed on. One thing is factual. The issues we discuss will be substantive based. It will be issues that will be citing our sources, even though the opinions of our panelists may differ. What our panelists say here are the opinions of their own and do not necessarily reflect the policy of the closing argument. You can trust that whatever we discuss here will be coming from Liberia. It will be part of the headlines. Most likely it has been verified and will be brought to you directly. Today we have a great guest. If everything works out, Ms. Fanta will be here to discuss the CMC. You know, a few weeks ago, she was appointed spokesperson, official spokesperson of the CMC. She will be here. I am your host, Jerome Gayman, and I'm tuning in from the great state, the sunshine state of Florida. Great place to live, great place to raise a family. Before we go any further, let me check on the weather in the Republic of Liberia in few spots. It looks like it's very cloudy today in Monrovia itself. In my hometown of Buchanan, Grand Bassa County, the weather is 77 degrees and a heavy thunderstorm, they say. And we go up to the Republic of Maryland, Harper, 77 degrees and shower. Let's come down to Nimba County, go to the great city of Ganta, 76 degrees and partly cloudy. Let's go to Mangibi, Kakata, 77 degrees, mostly cloudy also. Let's go all the way to Greenville, 81 degrees and also thunderstorm. Tomorrow we're going to go into Foya to see what's happening in our hometown of Foya. If you are from Foya, tomorrow we will bring you the updates on the weather and the conditions of the roads in that part of the world. As we wait for our guests and our panelists, let's go over some of the headlines that are trending in the Republic of Liberia. President Joseph Yuma Boakai announces permanent ban on harmful cultural practices, unveils $8.3 billion toward gender equality at the UN. $8.3 billion the president promised in the remaining of his term, the first term. From New York City, as published by Leonard Dudu, the Liberia investigator. President Joseph Yuma Boakai has pledged a permanent ban on harmful cultural practices in Liberia, including female genital mutilation, FGM, and announced an ambitious $8.3 billion national agenda to promote gender equality, youth empowerment, and inclusive development. That's President Joseph Yuma Boykai. Speaking Wednesday at the 30th anniversary of the Fourth World Conference on Women, also known as the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, Boykai vowed to transform temporary moratorium into permanent national law, declaring zero tolerance for gender-based violence. What was once 3 years moratorium will now become national law, Boykai says. We pledge zero tolerance for gender-based violence, backed by public education campaigns, awareness program, and dedicated budget allocation. A historic shift. The announcement marks a landmark victory for women's rights advocates who have long demanded permanent protections. While previous government imposed temporary bans, enforcement was inconsistent, leaving women and girls at risk. Boykai has abolished that so far. That's why in the pronouncement. The question would be, a country with a $700 million budget in the next 4 years, we are talking about $8.3 billion. That's $2 billion per year per annum. How is that possible? Let me welcome Honorable Pewee, Sylvester Pewee. How you doing there, Chief?
I'm good.
Hopefully your math is as good, if not better than mine. So we're going to discuss $8 billion in 2 years, $8.3 billion in 2 years, when the budget itself is less than $1 billion a year. Bao, I guess that's his name. If I'm mispronouncing his name, he has to be the new guy in charge at the LGA. Brewerville drug bust worth over $146,000 drugs. The president said he was going to put a robust team together to go after these folks. So far, you got to give him credit. The high impact of illicit drugs on the Liberian society require collective effort of the joint security, the intelligence gathering for community dwellers and civil society. Recently, following careful intelligence in the Brewerville community, a joint security operation was conducted by the LDA and the Liberian National Police, which led to the discovery of a huge quantity of drugs in a building. The current head of the interim team at the Liberian Drug Enforcement Agency, Fitzgerald Biago, has disclosed that the recent drug bust in Brewerville on the outskirts of Monrovia is worth $146,000. During the operation, Biago said 2 suspects, Umar Mohammed, a Nigerian aged 38 known as Digoti, a drug trafficker within the West African region, was arrested, along with Abdullah Kamara, a civilian aged 18. So far, you have to give the president and the team at the LGEA credit. They are doing something. Former President, we have vowed to rebuild CDC headquarters in record time. That's the headline here. Nagbe County, September 22nd, 2025. Former President George Biden, we are returned to Liberia on Monday to a rousing welcome at Rawals International Airport, pledging to rebuild the Congress for Democratic Change CDC headquarters and restore the party's political strength. In his first public report, remarks since his return, we are all urged supporters to remain peaceful warning against violence and confrontation. We don't need to fight. We need to be safe, and we need peace in this country. That's the only way we can move forward, he told journalists at the airport. We are emphasized that his immediate priority to rebuild the CDC headquarters, which was demolished on August 23rd following a court order eviction. That is President Weah on his return yesterday to the Republic of Liberia. While the president is at the UN and banning FGM, there's a report out of Lofa County. FGM resurfaces in Lofa County despite national moratorium. 2 chiefs suspended. Monrovia published September 22nd, female genital mutilation, FGM, have resurfaced in Lofa County, sparking public outrage and government action despite a national moratorium meant to halt the practice. In February 2024, Liberia, alongside the United Nations partners and traditional leaders, ceremoniously closed Sandy Society Bush School in Vezila, Lofa County. The move was celebrated as a landmark victory for efforts to eliminate the scourge. But in early August 2025, video circulated on social media showing more than 500 graduating from the Sandy Bush School in Konya, Zozo district. The footage showed girls seated and singing while older women in traditional attire dance around them. The viral video clip captioned, "In Konya, Lofa County, it's reported that the Sandy School graduated 502 girls yesterday, drew swift condemnation for civil society groups, particularly women-led organizations who accuse local leaders of sabotaging national and international commitment to the scourge." Responding to the backlash, the Ministry of Internal Affairs on August 7th suspended Paramount Chief Tamu Loma, Chiefdom, and Clan Chief Big Boy Koloko. These are trending news in the Republic of Liberia. An editorial that said the state of studenthood in the Republic of Liberia. What behind the increasing disruptive student unrest we have seen experiencing at the University of Liberia? He asked to be looked at the root causes, especially, to quote him, students who are extremely traumatized and abnormal because of the harsh reality they confronted daily. The editorial suggested that we take a look at the broader context, which includes students, staff, and administrators, as well as extended actors and authorities, all of whom contribute to the chaos. Dialogue, due process, and accountability for all parties should be part of the discussion. The plight of studenthood in the Republic of Liberia, I like that story. Facel stranded in Algeria after immigration denies entry. Algeria. FC Facel has been denied entry by Algerian immigration authority ahead of their CAF Championship League preliminary second leg clash with MC Alger, scheduled for Saturday, September the 27th. The Liberian side, known as Soccer Mercenaries, landed at Algiers International Airport at 10:40 a.m. local time, 9:40 GMT. Initially, the delegation cleared immigration after being informed that their passport would be returned to them at a Holiday Inn hotel where the team was expected to lodge. However, shortly after, immigration officials recalled the delegation to the control area, citing a lack of valid visas for entry. The players and officials are now being held at the airport's control lodge. Wow. Another story trending in the Republic of Liberia: torture claims shake capital arson trial as independent medical report supports allegation of torture. Shocking revelations from an independent medical report have thrown the capital arson trial into deeper controversy, with findings strongly suggesting that three defendants, Eric Susey, Thomas Edrich, and Jerry Poker, were subjected to torture while in state custody. Those are the trending stories. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's discuss as we wait for our guest. Honorable Pewee, welcome to the show. Hopefully, keep your eyes on the road. I see you got a beautiful lady in the back. You are a great father. You're doing the fatherly duty. Pick the kids up, drop them to soccer practice. You just drive all over the place. Then you go and pick them back up and then bring them home and get them ready for school the next day.
It's part of what we call the American dream.
That's it. That's the young folks. They call it they say the new age kids, eh? They're lucky. How many times did your father pick you up, drop you to the YMCA, go pick you back up?
Never.
If I want you carry lunch, you carry the water, you carry not. They don't want to drink. You drink juice. Bring me Gatorade. Bring me this.
Sometimes you have to go and park there and wait outside.
Of course.
Like my daughter go to all those things, dance and all those things. You got to do those. I never had a luxury to benefit from none.
You see, that's why you are doing better than your father, and your children will do better than you, and that's how it's supposed to be. That's what they call the forward march.
Absolutely, yeah. But I listened to part of your training issue. I hate to discuss, and I'll be very frank and proud of that to say, I hate to discuss our tradition on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
The tradition is the market, is our identity also. And
correct.
For us to sit here and want to pretend that we somehow support to erase the traditions and the legacy of our culture, I think that would be a very catastrophic error, and some of us wouldn't even indulge into that. So I don't know how this is training about the tradition. This being thousands of years, ever since our people started existing. Let me say hundreds of years, if you will. So even before Liberia was established, those traditional folks, and you can remember when the settlers went back home, they met the traditional people on the ground. I think one of the chiefs that even interacted with them was Chief Saposo, was just one of them. But this is meant to say that the tradition of the country is still very paramount, and I will hope that civil society groups, journalists, media institutions should be a little meticulous and circumspect as to how they intend to go about their journalistic reportage in the traditional activities of the country. And I see people talking about suspending, arresting. The tradition will always be the tradition. That's our identity. If we remove that, we're not queer people. We do have our own line of tradition. We practice some level of civilization that is granted, acceptable, but we have to uphold the tenets of our traditional practice. And what is very much paramount, I think for me, it is a sine qua non to proper cultural living, if you will. Those major traditions we have in our country and other things to respect and attempt to respect it and adhere to it. Now, how can we move as we move into society? How can we structure ourselves in respecting the dignity of said culture? Now we can have a mature and an advanced debate about this now, about the sanity of the tradition. Is it impactful negatively? What's the negative impact that we have on the tradition? Is there a way we can mitigate that? But to come out all rightly, and I'm listening to you according to the news, having description of these things now. The media should, I believe, should push the good side of the tradition, and the good side of it is when the girls are from currently in Lofa. I am from Lofa. The time they are currently practicing the Sunday issues currently ongoing, right? So folks, and now they have a lot of good side about that was never portrayed, but people try to demonize it and speak in a more counterproductive way towards that. I don't think it's likely for me, and I take it very seriously because myself, as a traditionalist, and a member of one of proud member of some of those society, traditional society, I do respect it because they got a lot of good meanings, a lot of good teaching, if you will. But folks try to look at the other side of it and paint it as it is all terrible. No, it is not. So I thought to just share this with us, Jerome. It is important that we look at that aspect. I know we are anticipating the president's speech today. I think I'm informed that the president is expected to speak anytime this afternoon, Eastern time, and he's going to be the tech team speaker. I don't know if that's stay going to hold, but this president, today Trump took almost an hour, and so
that's the big dog.
That's it. We do have a
you said, now. No, but you said it yesterday. You said, it is what it is. But
yeah.
But let me.
As I predicted it, right? I told you. I said he will, and no one will dare cut him off. No one will dare. There was signal going on at that level. The first thing the man was attacking the UN today.
He trust the whole thing. He said. Yeah, you guys are outdated. He said, I'm coming to the building and my wife and I got stuck. The escalator stopped right in the middle. Can you imagine? Of all people, the escalator broke down in the middle of his travel, and he took advantage of that mishap and went to the CC. Why I told you about 500,000. I could do 500 million. You'll spend 5 billion. Look at the play.
Yeah. He started talking it for years back.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. But I like it. He's a very good propagandist.
Of course.
They make it sit on small moment and they say green in it. That the elevator stuck and he knew that. Because he said you're going to get a marble where they spend close to 4 billion. You're going to spend 5 billion. But beyond that, I know there's some very rough interruption in global order. That I know. Particularly, but to say here for the fact, when he's on the script today, he spoke some things that were very, very much important to global order also. Things like the United Nations can only put out powerful press releases, but they do no other thing. They will come and condemn, nothing they can do, and that is true. That is absolutely true, right? But other thing he said today that he told the Europeans that they are going into hell.
Yeah,
I think that was practically unfair in terms of.
I have to disagree with you on that. Like he says, the people are so bent on being politically correct that terrorists went into the newsroom and killed everybody, and they never even had the strength to say that these people were terrorists. He talked about
yeah. He said some things that I really agree with to the last poll.
No, he says if you are an immigrant and you move into a country, it is incumbent upon you to assimilate. Okay, you cannot tell me you ran away from XYZ and you came to my country because your system is not good. Then you want me to apply your system in my good system that you came to. He said that's not how it works. And anybody who wants to accommodate you, and he was quoting the parliamentarian from Great Britain that agreed, that were arguing that there was a report out of East London that certain neighborhoods were practicing Sharia law. And she said if the community is willing to subject themselves to that law, then it should be accepted. And the folks are saying, no, there's only one law here, and that is the law of this great country. So those are the things that they are talking about. Immigration, you were here, you saw how our border was being inundated. Can you talking 30, 40,000 people a day just bum rushing the border?
No, I mean, around maybe 50,000.
Yeah, more than that. You know,
Yeah.
and some of them you don't know where they're coming from, who they are. They're just coming in, and we don't know how many are dying on the way coming.
And I'm told everything stopped.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like you said, you don't see that caravan. The video or capture.
So nobody coming, but nobody coming. You can't treat nobody coming in. I'm told nobody coming.
Zero as of yesterday, as of September 1.
Yeah, and I really hail him for that. On a serious note, that I hail him for that.
And he was speaking to everybody. He said, "This is how you're supposed to run your country. You, whatever resources you have in your nation, it should be for your citizens, and you should gradually invite folks when they come. They have to abide by your law and things that you have in common, your shared culture. That's why what you share is that some of these folks, they don't share our belief system. They don't share our culture, and how can they coexist with us? You come to our country and you want to tell us how to change the law to suit you. So these are things that we are talking about, and those of us who are in the public space, we should be able to learn from what these folks are doing to procure and defend the little resource. They say little resources they have. Just imagine what we should be doing to make sure that whatever we have, resource-wise, that we extract accordingly, that it benefits the Liberians. As it stands, when you look at a report from B Mountain, what they extracted out of Liberia and what they gave us, it's a pity. This is why the senator for Nima County, when he was speaking yesterday, you could see the goosebump on my hands, because this man is saying Metal still has, they want an additional 30 years. He said we have an exact reserve for the next 25, 30 years. After that, they will have left like they did Bombay Hills. So while they are here, they should be held accountable. They should give us the fair share. So he was onto something. Mm-hmm. And people were cheering. Those are the folks we want. How much can one person get in bribe? You have a home, you got your family taken care of, you got money in the bank, you got a good salary coming. So what is there that you cannot say, listen, I do not want to be the only light bulb in this town where all the flies gravitate towards. For us to cut down on the bagging. I don't have to tell you, you were a minister in Liberia. You saw the amount of folks that come to your door for help. The only way we can curtail that is the former president of the United States said, we are fighting terrorists there because we don't want to fight them here. So if we don't want you beggars to Pewee's door, the way to do that is to strengthen our education system. So folks don't come to pay their school fees. We should strengthen our economic system. So folks don't come to you when someone dies or they're getting married. Can you imagine you guys are over the people asking you to sponsor their wedding? If you don't have money to get married, why you want me to sponsor your wedding?
Oh yeah.
So I feel for some of you that were in government. Even the great Mark Jabata said, I have to apologize to the CDC for when you're not in government, you say, okay, look at me, I'm losing my hair. He said, I can't go home anymore when I park my car and I walk. because I'm afraid if folks going to attack me to give them something I don't have. Myean, welcome to the show. I guess it's in the back. But those are the trending issue in the Republic of Liberia, Honorable Pewee. It is something, how this immigration issue, how is it possible that the entire football team got to Algeria only to be told that they did not have valid? How is that possible, Chief?
They didn't have a visa?
Yeah, they said the entire team didn't have
But
visa.
listen, but I don't know. If it is the team first time traveling, there are protocols, CAF regulations, and CAF protocol, and how are we utilizing those effectively in terms of the changes. Also, I believe clearly, if because Liberian passport, I think require visa to enter in Algeria.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, who did the preparation for those players for the team, for instance? Because it is a kind of it's a schedule within CAF own regulations that team would travel and they should be given unhindered. But meanwhile, given unhindered access, you will have to do the needful. So the Liberian Football Association needed to process all of the team, send the name over to the Football Association of Algeria. Then they will give them the basic traveling audience, if you will, the traveling guidelines. Okay, yeah, Liberian passport requires visa. How do we get the visa for our players? Are we going to, okay, we want you to please inform the Algerian immigration, and that's how it should be. That since Liberian passport requires visa in entering Algeria, we want you to allow us to get visa on arrival. That would have been a special arrangement made through via the Liberian Football Association to our Algerian counterpart. That's the way to handle this kind of a thing to avoid further embarrassment. But I believe sincerely that the LFA did not do that. I don't know why they have to be now embarrassed at the stage on arrival that there was no preparation to get visa on arrival when the country is clear. No one goes to Algeria without having a visa. It's clear we've done those things before. You have to have with a Liberian passport, you need visa. If there's no visa going to Algeria, did you put into place other preparatory measures that will allow you receive visa on arrival? I mean, so it's unfortunate, but again, we always we and you see, and the reason is that these are not serious football club because if the club were having serious money paying or employee effectively, maybe there would have been someone, the team manager would have been there to manage all those things and liaise with the LFT to have them to further avoid this kind of environment. But why is it now? What's the condition? Did they allow them in the country?
Let me read this passage again. It says here, Algeria FC Fasel has been denied entry by Algerian immigration authorities ahead of their CAF Champions League preliminary second leg clash with MC Alger, scheduled for Saturday the 27th. It says that the Liberian side, known as the Soccer Mercenaries, landed at Algiers International Airport at 10 a.m. Initially, the delegation cleared immigration after being informed that their passport would be returned to them at a Holiday Inn hotel where the team was supposed to be staying. However, shortly after, the immigration officer recalled the delegation to the control area, citing lack of valid visa for entry. The players and officials are now being held at the airport passport control laws not to leave the entire team. So, but Chief, when you leave in Liberia and you go into another country that requires visa, don't the folks at the immigration in Liberia supposed to check your passport to see if you have visa to go to that country?
Exactly what I said. That should have been the case. And secondly, I don't know the arrangement because even on the flight, the airline should require you to exhibit traveling document to that country because it's part of the international aviation rule. like say you're in Liberia, you're trying to catch a flight to come to the US. Two things the airline going to do is the airline are going to require you to choose in. The airline going to ask you what's the destination. Okay, my destination is New York. Okay, Mr. Pewee, can you show me what travel document you got to enter the U.S. because there's conditions to enter the U.S.
Sure.
So do you have a visa? Do you have a green card, or do you have a U.S. passport? These are the three conditions you use to enter the U.S. So you have to exhibit one of the above. So if you cannot do that, the airline won't allow to even check you in. No, it's not going to check you. I've seen that. Brussels won't check you. United won't check you. Delta won't check you. They have to see one of the three documents that I just called, out of visa, passport, or the green card, to be a permanent resident. So if you don't have either, they won't allow you to board the flight. So I don't know what led to the team going. Now, sometimes they can be special arrangement given, wherein the team to the NFA of our country and the NFA of that country, there will be some arrangement to send information over to them. Then they will communicate with the immigration, and they will announce that there's a football game expected to be played. We can say this, but this is a listing of delegation coming from Liberia. They are about 30 persons. But all these people will get visa on arrival. That list will be with the immigration immediately on arrival. They will process and issue them visa. That can be part of an arranged situation. But if he didn't arrange that, then why didn't? Then I thought he should have had a visa to make a move. But again, it's part of the wahala.
But it says here under the CAR protocols, host club are responsible for facilitating visa for visiting teams. In this case, MCI. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a MCI.
No, I was gonna.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. No, and.
Let me welcome Myean Tomalin. Myean, how you doing there, sir? Okay, Myean is basically, yes, AC Ajo was expected to coordinate with the Algerian Football Federation to secure entry permit for FC Fosel. According to airport officials, the federation attempted to pay for the visa in Argentina instead of euros led to the rejection of the payment. Fosel officials said they were informed they would have to pay for their visa directly with assurances of reimbursement later. Oh. So the team said they were supposed to, according to the protocol, the hosting team in Algiers was supposed to make sure that these guys came in. But then they informed the Liberian Football Association that you pay for your guys and then they will be reimbursed. So it looks like between that communication, something went wrong, and the entire team is now sitting like when we used to travel. Liberian used to travel to the U.S. through Morocco. If you don't have a U.S. passport, you will sit in that terminal for the entire 7-8 hours while they take the U.S. Citizens to the hotel and all that. And it's just a terrible, terrible sight. So I'm looking at these young folks sitting in the terminal in limbo. It's just a terrible mishap. But I think the manager of the team should have made sure that everything was set and ready to go before you put an entire delegation on the flight to a country only to be embarrassed as is. But, like you say, you guys are in the diplomatic field. Somebody should have made sure that all the T's were crossed, I's were dotted before.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. And that's the problem. right? Someone should have liaised with the other club and liaise with that country forward association and see how best it moves. Because of club football team traveling, national team traveling, individual clubs traveling, they shouldn't have this kind of a difficulty because CAF or FIFA regulation is meant to, provide the kind of a ambience work during air travel and other things. But it just sometimes we can just be a little sluggish in terms of how we intend to engage our activities, and that's the issue there. Someone didn't really play their role effectively, and again, it's just like if you are well paid in an institution, you'll be serious to take your job serious. But these clubs are struggling; they don't even have the money to take care of their players. So yeah, they don't have the money to take care of their players. Unfortunately, you see these things happen. So we have to reach to the position that we create, and the line is that again it's a challenge. It's a serious challenge again, and I want to hold the club responsible. Most of the clubs, even the national team struggle. Then the national team that is then ruled by the government of Liberia is responsible for the national team that do struggle seriously. Imagine it. Then you're talking about clubs that don't have nothing. That's a serious situation.
Wow.
But yeah. But when it comes to the issue about the embarrassment, I hope I know it will be mitigated. I hope they solve so they can go. They alone can. It will be a kind of a setback for the team. As soon as they get on the field and psychologically they get confused.
Oh yes.
And then the performance base will be an issue for them because they're going through the stress about this. Even if they finally get things going, and then they found them in their hotel before you get to your practice ground and all those things.
Let me welcome Chief Tomalin George. I know you came in just in time because you are a sports fan, and this story.
I'm a sports fan.
I'm a Barrow fan.
What happened? I know Liberia was scheduled to play Algeria. What happened?
FC Fasel.
FC Fasel will DC.
Fasel.
The game was played.
No. They according to the news here, the guys arrived in Algiers this morning, and they are basically being held for violation of visa entry visa protocol. They don't have visa, so they're holding them at the airport.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, that's some major stuff. Honorable Pewee and I were just talking about it. They have been denied entry by Algerian Immigration Authority ahead of their CAF Championship League second leg clash with MC Alger for Saturday. Yeah, they're being kept at the airport, and they were supposed to be at the Holiday Inn. So the immigration said they are not allowed in the country because they do not have it. They do not have legitimate visa. We have a delay there. Chief, you hearing the delay?
Yeah.
Well, Pewee, how's the weather in the area today? It's storming here in Florida like crazy.
Beautiful, very beautiful today. Yesterday is good. Cool. They kind of sound good if you got your palm wine and just drink some palm wine. Yeah, but the weather is cool. Very good.
Okay.
Very beautiful.
You know, Florida had the same weather as Liberia.
Yeah, Yeah. But it's started on this morning.
I have the LFA president on the phone, Mr. Mustafa Raji. He's on the phone right now.
Great.
You want to ask him what happened?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Raji. No.
I'm okay. Good evening and good evening to listeners. Pleasure being on the show.
Yes, thank you for coming on. This is Sylvester Pewee. Mr. Raji, there's this concern about one of our club in the country, FC Fassia, that they've been denied entry into Algeria, wherein they were to lock home with one of their Algerian counterparts on this. I think this CAF Premier something or so. You will get the right information. How true is the information that they were denied?
Well, the team is currently in Algeria. I think it was miscommunication or so. I mean, there are different kind of protocols in every country, and based on arrival notices and other things like that. And from what we gathered, because we contacted through our secretariat, immediately contacted the Algerian Federation to ascertain the facts. There were also people on the delegation list without proper indication to specify that were journalists. You know, every country have their own laws, and from the communications we received, it indicated that the club did not spell out on the delegation list that there were two individuals that were journalists, and at some point, I mean, they have different kind of protocols how they handle those issues. However, we are happy that the issue was resolved, and I think all of them have entered into the country, and we just want to focus and wish them the best of luck while they are there to come out and with flying colors.
Understand that aspect, but the LFA been operating in your administration ever since you came as president of the LFA. We've been having Liberian club moving into all just for games, and I want to believe the LFA do have a protocol that do arrange all of these things. How come FC Fassia did not liaise with you to do the appropriate thing than to go and get embarrassed for you say was miscommunication? Because you've been going to Algeria for other football clubs been going to Algeria before. Is that
okay, so there are a few things you need to understand. The Football Association has jurisdiction over the national team when it's going and discuss with its counterparts. When it's a member club that is going, we as the Football Association try as much as possible to provide the best support we can provide. The first thing is, that's the reason why we designate the head of delegation. The LFA do that so you show that once they arrive and the club is facing difficulties, they immediately communicate to the delegation. Unfortunately, I don't know why, FC Fassia did not go along with the head of delegation. All right, that's the first step we made. The other part, and I again said, other countries have different kind of protocols because when you are traveling, you have to send a delegation list in advance. I believe the club did so, but apparently had some missing information. According to the information received from the Algerian FHU MC Algiers, that the club FC Fassia, our club, did not indicate on its roster to spell out the issue of carrying two journalists. So it caused and resulted into some delays. And that's the reason why I stated that apparently there was some issue of miscommunication. However, I mean, we got involved as the federation because it's our member club to ensure that we could resolve the issue on time to enable the players to enter into Algeria.
So I mean, thank you.
Yeah, the team is currently in Algeria, and we're hoping that they remain focused and all goes well.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. LFA has resolved it. So that's the bottom line.
Before you leave, Mr. Raji, before giving a kind of discussion, what's the state of affairs of Liberian football, Mr. Raji, under your leadership? What is it that we can know about football? Is it growing? Is it being competitive? And are you giving more support to individual clubs? Because before we were hearing that the Lone Star, Seleke Kromah, Orange and Lone Star was trying to set the league up to be more competitive. There was certain money FIFA pump in, and I stand to be corrected here that you should have to build individual clubs. What is the state of affairs about football in Liberia?
The best elected president, this man.
Well, thank you for your question. The state of football is okay. I think you can see that we are moving in the right direction. You saw on Saturday, FC Fasel played MC Orjo's the end of 0-0, our league champions. You also saw that our knockout champion Blackman Warriors also played the end of 0-0. When you come to what you talk about sponsorship, we as the LFA through the FIFA for funds on an annual basis provide around $6,000 to each of the clubs in the first, second, and women's upper division. In total for the two clubs, each of them receive annually $6,000 out of the $1,250,000 we receive from FIFA as operational costs. It's our own way of supporting and enhancing our clubs, and I believe with the contribution we've continue to put into clubs development has pushed the league to a level where it has brought in more competition. The winners, the champion team of the first division, FC Fasel, walked away with $20,000, something far higher than ever provided by any administration. The women's division also walked away with $20,000 cash awards for the women's cup. We've also now increased to even make it much more attractive that the men's during the next season will be walking away with $30,000 US, and the women's division champion will also be walking away with $25,000 US. We want to do more because we believe the more we invest, we start to motivate through the clubs to motivate the players and push to see the best happen. On the other part, like I said, things are going in the right direction. On the 29th, we'll be dedicating 3 new pitches, 2 mini pitches for schools football, community football, and grassroots football. One at the Barbaway Community School, and the other in the EBK Barracks. And then a standard size football pitch in Garguah City, Nimba County, with floodlights and irrigation system. It will be first of its kind in that part of Liberia. In Nimba County, will be benefiting the first artificial pitch standard size that can be used for international matches. And in addition to that, another one is currently ongoing in Sanikoli, the Tomalin Stadium. And that's how we, as the LFA, reinvest the monies for football into football development. Our under-17 national team will be traveling to Mali to play and participate in the WAFU under-17 qualifiers. And the under-17 girls will also participate in the qualifiers, all funded by the Football Association through the FIFA for funding that we receive from FIFA and also from CAF. So all is on course. We are now reviewing from the club licensing perspective, the domestic transfer of our teams, the rules and regulations to open up the new league season, as well as in preparation for the national team match against Namibia come on October 9th.
Chairman, this is Jerome Gayman, the host here. When the chief is not here, I really want people to listen to you. Those of us who are into management, did you just hear what this man said? He gave you the financial breakdown. This is transparency.
Yes.
This is accountability. This is what we are talking about. Whether it is a political organization, church, this is it. This is verifiable information that our women and our men in soccer, the winners got equal amount, $30,000. And they're getting $6,000 operational costs and all of that. This is what we are talking about. I've never met you before, don't know you, but I like what I'm hearing. And those of you in Liberia that are talking about best practice, this is what we call best practice. You don't have to yell and scream. The information that we didn't ask him for it. He provided it. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you. This is brand new, and it tells us that we are actually moving in the right direction. Thank you very much. For me, I think I'm quite impressed. Tomalin.
Yes, I want to say this. It's not because it's on the phone, but honestly, fellow Liberians, this man is one of our best elected president in recent memory. I'm telling you the truth. Under his leadership, he has transformed our soccer stuff. Like he said, FIFA provides $1 million and change every year to the LFA, right? And that money, they give each of the club $6,000. And then when the league ends, they give them the winner money. And I'm glad he started transparent. He was in a few minutes. So I want to say, Mr. Raji, we thank you, and you always make yourself available when we have these questions, which is very good. And we want to wish your administration the best. Keep on. Our platform is open to you, LFA, anytime. Want to talk to Liberian people? You want to send message out? Feel free to come on our platform. We'd love to hear more, because I'm telling you, what Liberians heard a few minutes ago, I'm sure many Liberians never knew all of this, but we made it possible to review all of this to us today. We want to say thank you. And
Georgie, can I have one last question?
as long as you continue to be. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Raji, let me, yeah, okay, thank you. Mr. Raji, let me say this again for the record. And I think I didn't want to be the one blowing the horn here, but it's good that. But I think you try to distinguish yourself to be the president of accountability and the president that tried to move the brand football to the next level. That is an extraordinary performance you exhibited. But let me say this to you, Mr. Raji, moving forward. Are you contemplating, first and foremost, when's the next FA elections?
Well, the next elections in April 18, 2026.
So it's going to be next year. Are you with the kind of level you took Liberian football and the kind of accolade you won in terms of strengthening the capacity of individual clubs? Are you going to contest the April election next year?
Well, thank you very much. Just permit me a few minutes. We want to serve, and we came to serve Liberian football for the benefit of all Liberians in and out. And our dream and vision is to develop football all over the country and decentralize. The example that was shown today, you have a second division team in Sino County. You have also a second division team in Garguah County. We want to see women's football play. It was only one league running perpetually with 8 teams. Today we have around 64 women teams in Liberia.
Wow.
Playing in Monserrado County, playing in Lofa County, playing Nima, Garguah, River G, Maryland, Grand Coup County. I want to see myself as a president that will ensure that will guarantee and create opportunities for all girls all around Liberia. So we're looking at how we can spread around the 15 counties. When we took over, there wasn't anything called a grassroots league, a U12 league. And that's the foundation of our football. We established a grassroots league, the first grassroots league, and the second one won by Tibet Football Academy, and we've now moved into 9 counties. Now, in terms of creating the pathway, we've also developed what we call the U19 League. The U19 League is the pathway to our Football Academy program, now named the Henry Yuma Brown Football Academy, embedded with the Talent Development Scheme. Today, we have the cream de la cream, all of the best players that will be representing Liberia in Mali in October. So this is the way we want to go, because we are now looking at the business of football going commercial and not to be fully dependent on national government. Yes, we have FIFA, but maybe in the future, FIFA will pull out its support. So now we'll be looking at independence so that we'll be able to market our own players out there and place them in bigger clubs in Europe to reinvest the money into football development in our country that we gain from the academy. The next step is very soon, we'll be launching our own soccer ball brand, because we buy balls from these bigger brands, Adidas, Puma, and we're not getting no free balls. So we prefer to compete in the market where we can now bring our own balls, manufacture it, and it's going to go with a local name, okay, attached to a local Liberian brand, and we'll be able to push and compete in the Liberian market. Fundings from those projects will be reinvested in our football development program. And the last and biggest one is that we assure our people that we're going to come and build the LFA hotel, affordable accommodation for our national teams, because each and every time we have to pay a lot of money to private hotels. So we want to own our own hotel as the Football Association. And when the team is not using the hotel, we can also use it as a business to ensure that we have revolving fund to support our clubs, to support our national teams, and to support activities of football. And yes, I'm definitely going to be running on April 18, 2026, because I believe we've not completed our dreams, we've not fulfilled our vision, and together I believe we as Liberians can grow football together by ensuring that we provide the development of our facilities around the country. We want to identify talents, we want to develop the talents, and want those talents to transition over the period into our national teams. I just want to leave you and many others out there with a few things that, in terms of financial aspect, that will benefit. On an annual basis, we get up to $1,250,000 from FIFA as our operational criteria that we must meet to get this funding. So on an annual basis, we also share these amounts with our clubs, with the running of the competitions, with the payment of salaries, etc. In addition to that, we get $3 million over a period of 4 years for projects. And today, some of the projects we'll be dedicating is like the one in Gompa that we dedicate on the 29th of September, the others at the EBK Bible Way, and many more to come. So yes, indeed, I haven't given up in terms of serving my people. We want to serve football, and our way of serving football is to ensure that we be given the chance and on April 18, 2026, to continue with our vision, becoming after us for a better future of our football.
Wow, wow, wow.
Well, Chief, we don't want you to leave yet. Just stay there a little bit, because what I'm looking at here, for me, all my children play AAU ball in the United States, and that's the setup he's talking about, AAU. That is the amateur soccer or sport in all areas. They got soccer, basketball, volleyball, tennis, you name it. That is the AAU setup, where they up all the way up to college level. Mr. Rashid, this is awesome. You know, look, these are the things that I like to hear, and I don't want you to go. Mr. Nagbe, here we have the LFA chief here. He's talking something that is new to Liberia, because every time you hear news from the place, we just heard, the sports minister said that he completely failed our people and all that, and you hear this kind of setup. I mean, it brings tears to my eyes, because this is how it's supposed to be done.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it's good to have you on, Mr. President. Raji, nice talking to you. First time speaking with you. But I have to say I'm very impressed by what I'm hearing.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Raji. We look forward to inviting you for another time where you appear and share your vision with Liberian people. We are impressed. I'm personally impressed that all the good things we hear from LFA, imagine we haven't heard these things. We are hearing it tonight, and it's impressive. But I'm really impressed. And everybody who's talking about Liberian football, I'm sure we'll listen to you. We want to hear more from you. So we extended you an invitation to appear in a closing argument at your earliest convenience to share your vision with the Liberian people. I'm very impressed, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. My pleasure, and I'll always be available. I mean, it's our responsibility to serve football, and be willing to come and share with you our ideas and see how we can together build and make Liberian football stronger and better again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, that was the president of LFA. Listen, let me show you something real quick while you're talking there.
So we're ready for what the guest? The guest is coming, and so the guest is the spokeswoman from the opposition Citizen Movement for Change, and Madam Fanta Kamara. I know she was on a few minutes ago. I'm sure she'll be coming. Okay, so Mr. I thought people say he wanted to preside today because of the CMC appearance.
Pewee, you take over. But I just before you take over, I just wanted to show you this. You see this? This is what that man is talking about.
Who can hear you?
This is what Rashid is talking about.
Oh, really?
This is youth development my son play at the highest level.
Wow.
When he scored his 1,000th point, and they took him all the way through college. This is it. He knows what he's talking about. This is young people development. If you do it the right way, and I was lucky to sit on the board. What they call the NFL, the junior league, just like this. So I have been through all of this, and I'm saying this, and I'm saying to myself, when I'm hearing this man talk, before the Pewee come on. Tomalin, why these
No,
people
yeah,
don't
yeah,
come on and tell
continue. You continue. Go ahead.
why the good news? We don't hear it. Why they don't tell the good news?
Well, I mean, I'm sure tonight.
And that's one.
I'm sure tonight. I mean, at least you understand that we're not here to just beat on people. You know, we had a vision for him, and we pray that he will. I'm sure he'll come back on a more official time where he will break it. And people, thank you for the questions that we were able to get a lot of from the elevator bus. But with all much ado, let me welcome. The last time she appeared, she was an advocate and activist. But today she's appearing as a politician. I know she refused to agree with me, but that's how I see her as a politician. Now we want to welcome Madam Fanta Kamara of the Citizen Movement for Change. Now she's here today as a politician. For me, I don't see her as or advocate. Madam Kamara, welcome to the That
is very interesting. I see you want to start fighting like already, so let me roll up my sleeves.
Oh yeah,
let me roll up my sleeves. Hello everyone, how are you? Pleasure to be back.
Good. I mean, that's we don't want to.
We're not coming for you, so no sleeves.
It's all yours. We have to back.
I got my glove on too.
Welcome, Fanta. The last time you were here, we had a great time. It's great seeing you again. With us, obviously, Chief Tomalin George is here, Pewee is here, and Victor Nagbe is here. So it looks like you were coming to us this time on a different. We were all advocates at the time. Now you are coming to us in a different capacity. Tell us who you are and this new Fanta. Who is this new Fanta?
Yeah, there is no new Fanta. It's still the same old Fanta. Look, advocacy is at my core, and I really don't consider myself a politician. I consider myself a servant leader. And I think when you really understand what that means, I know the business people are very familiar with this term because it's a term that is ingrained in us, especially if you're at very high levels of leadership in corporate America. It's ingrained in you. In fact, it's a training that is very consistent to ensure that you are at the core of everything that you do. So very centric to your strategies. I've absolutely been associated with that for as long as I've been a leader, and my advocacy absolutely plays into that. So, which is why I consider myself a servant leader instead of frankly anything else. I think the term politician is one that has really been that really has a lot of negative connotations for very viable reasons or for very good reasons, and therefore I do not wish to associate with that term. I would say there are some great politicians. I prefer a different terminology.
Yeah. And what would that terminology be?
Absolutely.
Serving
leader. I would prefer, my preference term for this leadership position and this engagement is a servant leader. I happen to be operating in a political framework with a political movement, but it doesn't remove the fact that that is the term that I lead with. That is my brand, and I choose to.
In a political clothing.
No, in a political framework, who's ensuring that the policies that will be drafted in this framework is going to be in servitude to the people, especially to the Liberian people.
So I'll give him because I don't know, and I'll start from here. So let me. Okay. Let's do that, and that way you are the. You're the presiding. I'll listen to you. But again, let me say for the second time, welcome to you. I just for the record, I just want to know: are you activist or politician? Are you staying in that activism mode, or you currently a politician? which capacity before we keep this whole thing going?
I think you were breaking up. You were breaking up there for a moment. Could you please repeat yourself?
I was saying before we get this moving, are you speaking in your capacity today as an activist or politician?
Well, as I just said, right? I am a servant leader, so I am speaking in the capacity of Fanta Kamara as a spokesperson for the Citizen Movement for Change, the CMC. So it doesn't remove the fact that my advocacy, my servitude, me being a servant leader is different from that. Is one and the same.
Okay, so can one deduce that the reason of your advocacy recently was just meant for you to come in the cloud of politics? Now, just yesterday, just got government, past president, past government, past leadership, and now today you're here as the spokesperson of a political party. What just the reason behind you doing that? Yesterday you lambasted politicians.
Yes.
And
so hang on, let me answer your question. I can clearly tell that you've sharpened like your nails and you've been following them.
No.
Let me answer your question. That's fine.
Yesterday you came on this show. You said you're advocating and lambasting politicians. Today you are the spokesperson of one of the political parties that you lambasted.
You're going to continue to do yourself because I'm not.
Go ahead.
I'm not hard on hearing. I've understood your question and gave me the chance to respond to it.
Okay.
As I've said, and I've said numerous times, even when I previously appeared, I have always been an activist. I have always been a servant leader. That is never going to change. So when you say or try to frame that my very motivation for being an advocate or for engaging in advocacy was to be in the political spotlight, then you clearly did not pay attention to my previous responses when I mentioned that I had been engaged and approached by the Unity Party, by the CDC and other entities, and I turned them down. So if it was really about, if this move was really politically motivated or just to be in the political spotlight, that would have been years ago. You clearly didn't hear my answer, like when I said, or you clearly didn't pay attention to my relation of events of how we engaged with the previous government regarding Zone Lion and speaking with Ellen Johnson at the time, who offered me to be her campaign manager, and I turned it down. So you clearly didn't hear that part either. So to simplify, right, my response to you is that wherever that question is coming from is a fishing expedition that, trust me, is going to return your line completely empty. You're not going to catch any fish here. Next
let's for the record on income and on expedition.
Don't monopolize this.
You want to make an input? I'm just asking my question, and let me go
question too.
But I understand this the kind of a partisan kind of a politics you're going to discuss. But you have when I had to discuss partisan politics, we had to discuss national politics. So if
I don't hear you asking anything that has to do with
nothing. No. Listen. You're the spokesperson of the spokesperson. I don't think you are the spokesperson of the CMC. So I will allow you. I will appeal to you to give me some time and ask my question. Period. And the reason why I was trying to ask, I didn't come on no fishing expedition. No, nothing whatsoever. We absolutely clean. You came out the last time, you accused some of us, even Mr. Tito and the rest of the folks, but you talk about the Zone Lion issue, but we found we actually see a question about the ownership about the institution you are even talking about. You couldn't even disclose that ownership. You are now waiting to come clean in terms of the advocacy, and you accuse Madam Bro, you accuse Madam Salih, past people. Now, my question to you currently, are you still prepared as the person that bear the business you were advocating for the last time?
So, Pewee, like, once again, I will say to you, this is an expedition that you have embarked on, and I assure you, it will fail and fail
This is a
miserably.
yes or no question.
Let me respond. Let me respond. Please.
You are a politician. Are you going to do full disclosure?
Let me respond. Let me respond, because your expedition is going to fail and fail miserably, as I just said to you.
You said this. You said repeatedly.
Back to sender. The devil is the liar. I will tell you that. Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. Just
Go ahead.
Calm down. Let me answer your question. I clearly disclosed that due to confidentiality reasons, right, due to the Whistleblower Act, the Liberia Whistleblower Act, my partner had asked me not to disclose his name. So, in respect of
there's nothing in the Whistleblower Act that protects.
We're not going to do this because you're not doing more than me.
Who is the person? Who is the owner of the
do
business?
this more than me. Let me let you know that you're going to fail. This is not your arena. I was a debater, so you're going to fail at this. Let me just let you know. So back off and let me.
Who is the owner of the business? Who is the owner of the business?
Due to the Whistleblower Act, I will respect his ask not to disclose his name, and you're just going to have to deal with that. It is not rocket science. If you want to put on an investigative hat, it's going to take you 2 seconds to uncover who that person was. But because you are on an expedition, you are trying to make a point here, and sorry, it is going to fail, and it's failing miserably. When you say I accuse Madame Bro and I accuse like Ellen Johnson, Sirleaf, clearly once again, like you have not been listening because you have a motive, you have an agenda to pin Fanta Kamara in a certain light, and you're going to fail because these were accusations. The claims that we made, the grievances that were asserted, the World Bank sent a team down to invest evidence to find Zoom Lion of corruption, and that was the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf presidency. And Mayor Brawl was the mayor of the city of Monrovia at the time. Which part of that means that there are names that do not come up as the responsible and accountable parties? Which part of that, Pewee? Let me address it for you.
Okay, Pewee. Let me bring Nagbe. Mr. Nagbe, your turn.
Because you have a bone. You have a bone, and that bone like it's not going to work. Please be careful.
I will end on the last round to say here, Fanta. I think it's unfortunate that you come in a state of activism and now quickly pace it from that direction. And now, as a politician, you want to be dishonest to the Liberian people. First and foremost,
I'm going to stop you right there. You are not going to try to punish my character.
With a person, you already do full disclosure. The president, it's not going to work, Pewee. It's not going to work. I'm not going to give you space to tarnish my character. It's not going to work, Pewee. This is not about the Liberian people. Assassinate my character. It's not going to work for you, Pewee. Come at me with policy issues. Let's discuss that. Don't come at me and start my character. I'm not going to give you this space.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Understand that the bone you're chewing on is going to choke you, Pewee.
Miss Kamara, let me welcome you back, and I'd like to remind all of us here, this is not your first time coming in ever since your appointment. Everyone is making it sound like this is your first time. The last time you came here, Sylvester threw the very identical questions he's throwing now, and I guess you continue to throw those questions, whatever the motivation is. I don't know. But
I would think it would be you where you ask your own question and forget about Sylvester's question. That would be appropriate. Ask your own question and forget about Sylvester's question. You see, my question seems to be disintegrating your whole process here, and it pinning down your own spokesperson. Your spokesperson is conflicted. Your spokesperson is conflicted.
You're not going to win. You're not going to win. I guarantee you. The Liberian people know who I am. They know who I am. My character is lazy journalist.
Let me reframe.
So yes, please. Yes, ask the question.
Thank you. Sylvester Pewee. Liberia is a democracy. Anybody's free to choose whatever they want to do. And you have
Exactly, but that's the reason I'm saying you have a conflicted spokesperson. You don't want to agree with that.
No, Pewee, you have an agenda, and your agenda is very corrupt. You're trying to like look for partners. Sorry, partnership declined. I'm not going to join you. Sorry.
Kamara, let me welcome you. You care to talk to us what you got, what the CMC has been doing lately. I know there are lots of trips that have been taken outside of Monrovia and around Monrovia as well. I know there are a lot of projects that are ongoing. You want to update us and the audience as well?
Before you go, Madam Kamara, is our audio okay? A lot of folks are saying our audio is breaking.
I think Sylvester's audio is horrible. I think he's the only one. I don't know the audience will tell us, but I think first of all, you shouldn't be driving on the show. That is
very unprofessional. Go for play.
Can you?
As a matter of fact, I'm not driving. I'm not driving, right? You guys are in a
what I'm saying, our audience is saying that we are breaking up. Everybody is breaking up. This is what I'm saying.
I think it came from people's sound.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. Am I okay now?
No, it's still the same. I think because of the
but now we go ahead.
The location, I think.
Yeah, I would still be just by coming up.
Tomalin, let me go to you.
Okay, it's good again to have you on the show, Madam Kamara, the chief spokesperson, the CMC spokesperson. First of all, let me ask you, since you joined the CMC, can you share with us what you have been doing since you joined? What have been your role and what's difference you have brought to the CMC?
Yeah, absolutely. And right before I jump into that, for those who are curious as to why I even joined, I think the decision was pretty straightforward for me. In my lifetime of service and as an advocate, it's not enough to sit on the sideline and just continue to talk. It is very, very critical that you roll up your sleeves and you get your hands dirty, not very carelessly. You have to be very meticulous. You have to be very, very intentional about either aligning with the movement that drives the type of transformation, the type of things that you truly believe are required to transform our country, Liberia, into a nation that we can all be proud of. Or you go and create like your own. And for me, as I mentioned, I have been approached in the past by other political entities, and I turned them down because I truly did not feel that what I was advocating for aligned with their model, aligned with their movement, and therefore I declined. When the CMC came around, it was a very easy decision for me because as a person who has spent their lifetime in service, what I saw wasn't just someone trying to talk me into joining a movement. I was able to, for myself, right, see exactly the actions that were being taken to change the lives of the people of Liberia. This was the biggest motivating factor for me to align with this movement. So for those who are curious or interested, there is your answer. Since I've joined, I have been absolutely very, very much committed to ensuring that issues that matters to the Liberian people, when we speak about it as a movement, we're speaking about it to represent their voice. We're giving voices to the voiceless, and not just represented from a political lens that truly cares about serving their own agenda. At CMC, the difference that I've found and I have continued to amplify is that we highlight the issues and to a point where we give voice to the voiceless and speak to them in a way that represents the people and the interest of the people, not just speak about it just for the sake of speaking about it. And it makes no difference, like with this storage terminal charge fees, right, that have been reduced by like nearly 80%. That's something else that I also wanted to speak about. Around it has really been centered around one person. I really wanted to change that narrative and truly highlight the impact to the Liberian people, because at the core, they were used as the motivating factor, the justification for why that decision was taken. And I really want us to break this down, as you know me, qualitatively and quantitatively. Let's truly understand the impact to the people. And with this mandate, if it's truly going to benefit the people, we should be seeing that benefit by now. Or let's see a plan for what the intention is to actually benefit the people. If they're going to reduce, for example, the storage fee by like 30 cents, that 30 cents should be reflected at the pump for the Liberian people. That relief should be created. This is not about an individual. It's about the impact to the people, the impact to the energy industry, and it being on the verge of literal collapse. So let's speak about that. And that's what I have been able to do since coming to the CMC, is taking the issues that the people truly care about and highlighting the impact to them without driving a political agenda.
Okay, my next question. The CMC is we having a program this weekend in Pennsylvania, and the political leader of the CMC, I know he'll be leaving for the States on Friday. Will you be in attendance to that program on Friday? I mean, this weekend?
If God spares my life, probably. But I do intend to be there if it holds.
Okay, I'll rest my case for now. Maybe let me give Nagbe the opportunity to ask questions.
Hey, Ms. Kamara, it's good to know you. Welcome you again. I was going to ask the same question as to whether you'll be in attendance. So it's good to hear that you might be. We look forward to seeing you. We will be hosting that trip. So it'll be an honor to host you. We look forward to seeing you and the political leader and others who might be joining us. I was asking you about, updates, and I think Mr. George is asking you to talk about the LPRC thing. How far are things now? I know in the last meeting you guys gave each other quotas on the recruitment, all of that. How is the CMC doing?
I'll tell you that the CMC is doing very well. We continue to be the the movement that is creating the most buzz and, of course, attracting a lot of haters along with that, because it is something that is very new for them. The way in which we are moving, they have not seen it before. We not only have we deployed a substantial amount of digital mechanisms to engage the people, but we're also doing work and not waiting for election. Hence our motto, right, of for the people, by the people, we talk and do. So unlike the normal politicians, we're not just talking. There's a lot of work that is being done across the country, and even in some places, like where we try to do work due to, I will call it iteration, right? Like the bridge that we're trying to do in Dopoh has been stalled. Like, why punish the people of Liberia because of your insecurity as a leader? Or rather, a poor excuse for a leader, which is what most of these people are. So I continue to say this. They truly really need to vacate and allow people who are truly serious about changing the lives of the Liberian people to lead, right? Because it comes down to our welfare. We're in 2025, and Liberia is still ranking as top 2 for hungriest country in the world. What type of world are we living in? Our human rights is still in the dump, right? Like abuses on women in terms of GBV is on the rise. 35% for Liberia compared to the global rate of 13%. So when you see Joseph Boakai standing like on the UN stage today talking about he's going to invest $8 billion, first of all, are you unaware of what your revenue, your annual revenue is? Isn't it like around like $800 million? Where is your $8 billion coming from to invest into GBV, gender-based violence? In 2024 alone, we saw nearly 3,000 gender-based violence cases, rape against women and girls. Then you have the audacity to stand on the world stage and talk about investing $8 billion. I had to play that clip a few times to truly hear if that's what he actually said.
He said over a period of time.
Over a period of 5 years. So that's thank you for the clarification. So that's $1.6 billion a year times 5 years. That's $8 billion. If your annual revenue is $800 million, where are you taking $1.6 billion from to allocate like towards GBV? Unless once again you're lying to the people. But it's a fallacy.
I don't think the president spoke that he depended on the Liberian revenue. I'm sure he depended on assistance from other international
but
sources.
he didn't articulate that. He didn't spell it out.
Yeah, but because the time in which he spoke.
No, let's entertain it. No. Let's entertain it. You're right.
You saw your cutoff.
No, you're absolutely right, Tomalin. You're absolutely right, and I appreciate that additional clarification. Let me ask you: if you continue to show your hand to your neighbor, constantly begging and knocking on their door to feed you, who do you think controls you? Why do you think that today? Liberia loses $966 million per the GFI to illicit financial flows, primarily from the extractive industry? Why would you continue to be a beggar when you can put policies in place to ensure those funds stay within the country and actually go towards entities that truly need them? Why would you do that?
So on a CMC-led government, what would be the difference you guys would do? Talk
and do. That's going to be the difference. We're going to talk and do, and we're exemplifying that right now, right? We're exemplifying that. Look, gender-based violence, it's not something that we should speak of and just give lip service to it. It's a serious issue in our country. There are girls, very, very young girls, at the age of 5, right? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like recently, because they have been so emboldened. Right? A minister had to resign from his job due to rape. That's how emboldened they are. So when I speak of this, I don't just speak of this to give it lip service. And the CMC difference is not going to be lip service. The CMC difference is going to be actual policies and actual works.
If I may, can I push a question around that?
That are actually going to discourage these type of acts. If we say we're going to put funding towards it, that funding is going to go towards it. We're not just going to pick a number from the sky and expect it to drop on our laps, or take our pen and go around the church like collecting tithes. That's ridiculous.
Talking about rape. The youth minister was accused of rape, misuse of funds, takes leave of absence. Your take on the president, the administration, and the police chief in handling a minister? I'm saying this because I'm looking at 2 cases here. There's a young man that raped a baby in Nimba County, and he was arrested, rightfully so, immediately. And then here we have the deputy minister raping a child, 14-year-old, still a child. This is the first guy in Nimba County that raped. Here is the deputy minister who raped a child and had the audacity to take a leave of absence, and up to now he has not been arrested. Your take on this case?
I'm not sure where that background noise is coming from, but this is a really important issue.
Guys, let me all mute. There you go. Go ahead.
It's Pewee and his radio, of course.
You get obsessed with Pewee, Nina. Very obsessed.
Of course, Pewee, of course.
I know you guys like each other. It's all right. Just debate. That's all right.
You get obsessed, and listen, I don't hate you. I don't hate you. I don't have no issue with you. But what I have the issue is you are deeply conflicted. You became activists and you want to get into politics and other things. That's the problem.
Well, I have a question
Kamara, let me give a quick announcement. Okay, I know everybody is being concerned about the president address to the United Nations. I just got information. He'll be speaking. He has 7 persons ahead of him, so he'll be speaking in the next couple of minutes. He'll be speaking for 15 minutes. So as soon as he's speaking, we'll break the program to carry live. So we just want to inform you.
Yeah. In your mind, there is conflict.
We'll be here. We'll wait after his speech. Yeah, go ahead.
In your mind, there is conflict. In my mind, there is absolutely no conflict, no lie. If you do it right, if you're a leader for the people, between advocacy and actually drafting policies. So if you have that confusion, I suggest you spend more time on research. In any case, this is such an important issue that is facing our country, as I mentioned. Liberia ranks very high, like 35% compared to the world rate of like 13%. Doesn't make it right. But the fact that we still have people in our society that are so emboldened to rape a baby, to rape a 14-year-old, you should be castrated. It's not enough. It's not enough to slap some flimsy metal on these people's hands and throw them behind some walls that they're not going to stay behind due to a collusion that we know is very rampant. I think Sierra Leone passed this law, or maybe like it was another African country. If you rape a baby, you should be castrated in a public square to serve as a deterrent. If we're serious, if we're truly serious about deterring people from committing such crimes, such heinous crimes, the punishment should be just as severe. Should be severe. If you're caught distributing drugs to underage youth, you should have a lifetime prison sentence. The crime should match the punishment. You are literally creating trauma in the lives of our youth. Just for what? To be thrown behind bars for a very limited period? Why they are stuck with that trauma for life? That's going to impact them in every single way? The audacity. This minister, if this president is serious about anything, he should put this minister in a public square if every evidence is available that he indeed engaged in the rape of this 14-year-old. He should be castrated on Broad Street in broad daylight.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Let me introduce Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody is rough out here today. So tell all our Bassa brothers, if you do it, we'll take you on Broad Street. That's what we do. You know, not just on Broad Street, but broad daylight.
Still bad, but is there any way they can do that?
Yeah, everybody's saying now, it's the weather. Yeah. It is the weather. Like in Florida, the thunderstorm has been crazy. They told us to get off our cell phone.
Is the audio bad on the radio or from the screen?
These people, I think these are not radio people. These are people who are listening. But Dr. Peabody, welcome.
Thank you. Good to see everybody. Happy Tuesday. Good to see everybody.
Good. Is it possible? Are we on all channels? Because some folks are saying they can't find us on YouTube, TikTok, all the other areas. Are we in every chat room?
Let me see.
On every platform?
I can go back and check and see.
Okay. So, Victor, let's go to you have any question for Fanta before I
No, I mean I don't want Jim and Barrow and others to say we're dominating the show, the CMC people. So I'll leave it to Dr. Peabody and Mr. Tomalin George to pose their questions. I'll take a pass.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, Fanta, to be honest with you, I'm Vice President for Administration USA, CMC USA. That's why I am relaxed. I will turn it over to the two neutral folks here. That's Dr. Peabody and Tomalin, and they will go for it. Before they think that there's some collusion or some incestual relationship where we manufacture our own question, we ask our own question, we know the answer, we ask the question. So, Dr. Peabody and Tomalin, I will be a spectator. I won't answer the book.
So while Peabody is getting ready for this question, let me just pose this. Madam Kamara, since you're the guest, you are talking about policies, I was saying, but we don't know. We have not yet heard any policy, seen a policy document from the CMC. But we were just talking. I'm saying that this is what you guys are going to do. You're going to do this. I don't know when you guys have any kind of policy meeting to put together a document to say, well, this is what the PNC envision for Liberia. I mean, if that in the mix.
Yeah, great question. As we mentioned the last time, our policy document, vis-a-vis our manifesto, is being informed by the citizens. So it is still being compiled because we are taking the concerns of the citizens very, very seriously. We want to ensure that we're not just putting a few hats in a room and not truly reflecting the voice of the people. So very, very soon, it's going to be posted on our site for complete visibility and to garner additional feedback. But it is absolutely being drafted, and pretty soon you'll see it.
Buddy, welcome.
We are on YouTube, so folks, just go there and click. I was trying to get the YouTube link to send it off. But good to see you, Miss Kamara. Am I right? Miss Fanta Kamara. Am I right?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Peabody, for getting my name correct. It's Kamara. Thank you.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Hello, Dr. Peabody, you're coming. Tomalin, I'm still getting indication that our audio is really bad. So I don't know what can be done.
Let me talk to my
because if we do, it means that we got to go out and come back.
That's what I think we might have to do.
Well, I'm listening to you on the phone. I don't see a bad audio. I don't hear a bad.
I'm not hearing it.
Right now, there's a comment in the comment section right now. It says,
Feedback from what?
From where? Because I think only time I'm hearing that audio was when Pew was on.
Somebody say
the
audio is bad, actually. The audio is bad, so I don't know.
Yeah,
it's like
so we probably have to generate a new link or something. I don't know.
Let me check something again.
Or maybe Jim McBurrow and others are trying to hack us today because Ms. Kamara is on. I don't know.
Hey.
Sylvester Pewee, come from behind the curtains. Get all the information you want to bring it on the show.
Pewee has a bone. Pewee has a bone. He's not letting go of that bone.
All right, guys, can you? Yeah, everybody said, can you hear us now, guys? Okay. Oh yeah. If everybody out there can log in one at a time and come back, I can log out, come back. Everybody can log out, come back. Just
all right.
time. And let's see. I will go up first, and then I'll come back. Then one person will go and come back. Don't leave, but still keep the live on.
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you, Chief. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so what happened?
No, I think someone was playing something for in the back. Siddiqui was the one who was playing something for in the back.
Okay.
That's the thing. Yeah, he was on the show. I seen him playing.
But Pewee is back. At least he's office, so that's good. Okay, guys, let's go ahead.
Myean, put a picture. Let me see.
Okay, so let me put it up quickly. So we already did the post, so maybe we'll bring the address live also on our page. We have already did the setup. We will bring the live. Okay, so here's it. Here's it. You seen it?
Get up and see. Yeah, the president just arrived, and he's getting ready for his speech. The wife is sitting by him. The deputy speaker behind him is the foreign minister and the minister of finance and the UN ambassador for Liberia, Louis Brown. So,
I told us yesterday that the finance minister was making a trip to hit New York this morning, right? Yeah. And obviously, he was on that.
So President Baga will be speaking in the next few minutes. We're waiting for him. I just want to get on, but let's continue with the show. Who was the Gayman? Take over now.
Hopefully, Mr. Nagbe can come back. The Fanta, people are looking forward to policy.
It's a much clearer now. So.
Okay. We are talking about policy. We are talking about things that the folks are looking forward to. Whatever it is that we are going to do, it has to be something that they can hold us to. So I know you are a spokesperson, but also a policy person. How are we doing in that department? Is there a timeline, anything that the folks can look up to? Because everywhere you go, you're going to run into.
No, I can tell you that definitely before the end of the year, you are going to see the first draft of our manifesto, even if it is incomplete. But because of our approach to ensure that it is citizens informed, which is why we've been going back and forth like a lot to make sure those voices are adequately reflected. So you are absolutely seeing like a draft before the end of the year.
If I may,
go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. It was part of what I was coming, Madam Madam Spokeswoman. I was going back to the policy issue of but you just stated about probably in a year time, so moving forward, you guys.
No, not in a year time. At the end of the year.
At the end of the year, that would be almost in a year time because you.
No, what do you mean? It's just like 2 months out.
September, October, 4 months.
No, you didn't get what I had. I said that would be almost after a year because the party was established early this year, right? So that would be that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
What are you driving at, Pewee?
At the end of the year, you're going to be coming over a manifesto. But for now, you're talking about we're going to be talk and do, and you're talking when the question came about what the president said about the $8 billion, and I know that is and what the president meant basically was not for the government alone.
How do you know what he meant, though?
Yeah, because I'm a policy person.
No. How do you
know the president's speech? I listened to it.
Pewee.
If I
may, 1 minute, Pewee. 1 minute. This is what we call in the social context. You are trying to divine thought. That is what is not there. You say it is there.
If I may, Jerome. If I may. Thank you. Did you listen, Jerome? Did you listen to the president's speech yesterday? Did you listen to it in its entirety? Okay, then if you listen to
I listened to it until you were cut off.
Now, and the president, the whole thing was meant for international, and most of the support that came to that particular sector over the years, it's been driven by international partners. Most of the support being driven by international partners. So the government alone cannot draft their policy. The government cannot. The government does not have the capacity to do, but the president structured it in a way and project it what we call a combined support base coming from the partners and that of the government. I don't support the government, you know that for the record. But let me take you back. You were saying you're going to be talking do before your manifesto can come out. Do you, as a spokesperson, any approach as to how you intend to deal with those kind of issues in the country, and what policy are we going to be informed by in terms of particularly dealing with women and children and all of things? There's a bill currently, I want to ask your thought on this, in the House, seeking to give women additional seat in the House of Representatives and that of the Senate. Do you, particularly in the House of Representatives, do you as a party support said bill?
Which one would you like for me to answer first, Pewee?
And you go ahead, madam. Anything you, I will consider anyone.
We have an accountability to the people to ensure they are informed with factual content and not be presumptuous or provide assumptions. And if we are going to do that, we should fully disclose that they are assumptions so we don't confuse them. When I listened to the speech, it wasn't any different from what you listened to. This was, there was nowhere in his language did he mention we are projecting, we're forecasting, we will like for our international partners to earmark $8 billion for Liberia. It was very, very definitive. And please play the speech for the Liberian people to listen to it. And I know it's also available out there on the internet. He said Liberia is going to commit $8 billion to gender-based violence over the next 5 years. And I break that down to $1.6 billion annually. My question is, if you claim to have an insight that the Liberian people obviously do not, if our annual budget is around $800 million revenue that is collected annually in Liberia and that we operate from, where are we going to take $1.6 billion from to meet that gender-based violence obligation? Unless, as we have seen with other promises, or so-called commitment, unless it's a fallacy. And you're once again giving lip service to policies or giving lip service to an issue that you truly are not serious about solving. Because for a pure example, it would have been great for him to use this as an example. One of my ministers were caught recently for rape, right? Engaged in rape of a 14-year-old. And to show you, the international community, that we are so serious about deterring such heinous crimes, this is what we did to him. Instead, he never mentioned that, because what has been the ramification of his minister for engaging in this crime has been a slap on the wrist, nothing severe. So how serious are you about establishing deterrence or mechanisms to deter people within your government who are so emboldened to engage in rape of babies and kids? So the fact that you will lend, that you're going to give $8 billion over 5 years, it's like you have no idea what the heck you're talking about. You're just giving lip service. Let me answer your second question before you come in. Your second question was around a bill that is currently in the legislature.
No. Before that question, I didn't expect you, but anyway, you didn't get that point. I was not really going to the president comment. I was saying, what will you do differently as per his approach now? What would the CMC do differently in terms of that line?
Well, CMC cannot operate off of his approach, right? Yes,
what will you do different as a government?
I can tell you this. Mm-hmm. The CMC policy regarding gender-based violence is going to be very, very, very matter of fact. It would not be left to the interpretation of whomever. It would not be selective. It will be very much matter of fact that even if it was any member of the CMC found to be engaged in such heinous crimes, they will face the full breadth of the law. We will take very strong stance to make sure that people are deterred from engaging in such acts. There would be no space for ambiguity. There will be no space for ambiguity, because we are going to be very much to the line. When we say we're going to do this, is exactly what we're going to do. Not only, look, I can tell you right now, and when the full policy comes up, which I will ask for you to allow to happen so you can understand and appreciate it in its totality, you will get a richer volume of what I'm about to share. Not only to GBV causes. No, we're actually going to make sure that if we say we're donating $100 million, $50 million, $10, $1, that $1 is going to go directly to those causes in the forms of creating safe houses, in the forms of rehabilitation programs, in the forms of ensuring that those women are empowered, in the forms of creating economic empowerment. I can tell you that for a fact, because this is an issue that me personally, I very much care about. And I know every single member of this movement cares about it. And the policies we're drafting are going to reflect that. So the CMC difference is going to be very, very, very explicit. None of this heavy-jibby, gibberish lip service activities that the so-called quote-unquote rescue a false excuse for a government and leadership have put out there to fool the people. You think that people are stupid? The people are sick and tired of being sick and tired of the lies. And they're going to absolutely be able to test it out before we even take office. And you're going to see
Ms.
that.
Kamara, before I go to Seleke here, let me read what the president says. He said the flagship program include Liberia Women Empowerment Project, which support 36,000 women entrepreneurs nationwide and benefits more than 260,000 people. The Realize Project, which provides tools and resources to 3,600 vulnerable households for sustainable livelihood. I don't know where these numbers are coming from, where these numbers can be verified. I mean, you are talking about 36,000 women entrepreneurs nationwide in Liberia. I don't know, maybe I'm reading the president's lips wrongly, but these numbers, it's mind-boggling.
Yeah, maybe Pewee can enlighten us on where those numbers are coming from, because I'll tell you this, they're definitely being pulled from the sky.
Listen, the focus should not be on what the government is doing.
Well, no, because this is government.
Now, back to the accountability aspect, I would love, there are other folks saying in this place, you now the chief.
If anyone is conflicting, it's very much you, Pewee. Like you need to come to.
But I'm not saying anything that you're attacking me.
You need to come to Jesus. We need to pray for you, Pewee.
Okay. I agree. Give me. I agree that we need to call a come to Jesus. But this come to Jesus thing, what I want us to do now is going to be the combination. I need to call on Prophet Muhammad.
We don't come to Muhammad. We come to Allah. We come to God.
I need to invite come to Muhammad for you. Because Muhammad will not be happy that you are conflicted this way. Muhammad will be very disappointed that you conflicted. You want to be this guy. You want to be this guy. Activate. So we need to go back to call for Muhammad. But let me push you back to this. And I'm told from there's a surah in the Quran that Muhammad speak against dishonesty. There's a surah.
First of all, let me stop you.
No. You didn't say anything when you come to Jesus, right?
We worship God. We worship God.
Guys,
so right there, you're wrong.
In the Quran.
Do your research. Go ahead.
There's a surah in the Quran that spoke heavily about this honesty also. I want to believe. Coming to Jesus taught me to be very honest and righteous. And I've learned that to the best of my knowledge from my Sunday school days and all those things. But I was particular. No, I'm not going to religiosity, right? I'm not going to that. But what I want you to understand, the fact that you said come to Jesus for me, I'm already the reality here. If we have a conflicted activist or politician trying to come and meander her way through, then you say come to Jesus. Jesus himself in the church.
And he said he's not attacking you. And he said he's not attacking me. Like, I don't understand.
I'm not attacking. But the point now, you see, now, I'm not making the book. We'll go more into that. I'm making the book.
Let me ask the question. Yeah, go ahead.
You're confused.
My question
is going to get you nowhere because you know what? Nobody owns my narrative but me.
No, the narrative you own it.
What? It is not up to you. It's not up to you.
Let me go back to the question.
If they were left with you, like this world will be full of corruption. You are very conflicted.
Let me go back. Let me go back to the question. If I were conflicted, I wouldn't be.
You're not attacking me, but you're attacking me. Okay.
If I were conflicted, I wouldn't be advocating for a particular company, and the man that did certain thing, I won't make me that I don't want to do this.
Oh,
wow.
I had to you.
Spoke of accountability and prudence, and I do agree with you in that. Will you tell us basically, if you can, because this is a political party now, and CMC started, they've been doing a lot of things, giving pickups here, giving this year, giving that year, giving all this to fund lavishly the CMC activity across Liberia. Now you're talking about accountability.
So you're either going to ask a question, let me answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so then give me a chance to answer the question.
I will answer none.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sylvester Pewee. Thank you. Firstly, I will say, for you and everyone else who's pushing you to purport this propaganda against me, shall feel back to the sender. The devil is okay. Let me answer. Let me clarify this for the last time, and I will not speak on it again. Let me clarify this. Do you know who Jacinda Ardern is? The former Prime Minister of New Zealand? Would you consider her a servant leader? She was a politician, or she was in politics? Example. No, hold on 1 second. You're not going to interrupt me. You're not going to interrupt me. You're not going to interrupt me because this is what we do. Okay.
She's coming to she's giving you the basis. She's giving you the basis.
Calm yourself down, Pewee. It's okay. I know you get really excited like when you see me, but please calm yourself down. Let me answer your questions. Thank you. Okay? The fact that you're conflicted with me being an advocate and fighting for injustice to justice, fighting for fairness, fighting for Liberian people, fighting for accountability and truth and honestness in the way we engage with the public. The fact that you're conflicted with that and thinking that my transition to the political arena, I have addressed this, but to clarify this, I will repeat myself. I have been approached by other parties and I declined. I never had the inclination to be in politics because I do not consider myself a politician. However, I understood at the core that it was very critical to not just sit on the sidelines and be bench warmer to policies and issues that were deeply affecting our nations. And it was either I create my own political movement or I identify with a movement that over the decade that I have been approached by a United Party and others, and I declined. After a decade, I realized I have to freaking roll my sleeves up and I have to get my hands dirty. Because clearly the people such as you have elected as leaders are fake news, are poor excuse for leaders. Leave and take the freaking leadership. So that's where I am where I am. Do you understand it now? Or do we need to go back there? It does not remove the fact that I am still very much advocating for the very things I advocated for. It would never change that. So we can move away from this confliction that you have with me being an advocate and being in a scene that is framed by policies. Understand that, Pewee. I'm not conflicted. You are. So deal with your confusion. Don't put me into it.
Just a second, Jerome. Just a second. This is what the people hear.
So we can move away from this confliction.
The sound is really bad, and they're still writing that in the comments.
Yeah, it's the weather.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I mean, the sound that was.
The sound is good for them.
Right.
We're talking about folks out there.
Jerome, maybe we should put some power in the sound.
Seleke, go ahead.
This guy.
And I want to make sure that I answer like this question. So if I didn't,
we'll come back to that. Seleke, go ahead.
I don't want to do this back and forth.
Seleke, go ahead.
No. He asked about funding as he is coming. I'm gonna let him know that this weekend the Airbnb that will be in, that's from my part and Miss Dopoh. We start finding most of the stuff. The myth out there is just a myth.
I didn't talk about Airbnb.
Like I'm happy to answer that question. We are putting,
You
want to give me No, you
have a question. You don't have to interact with me. It's okay. You can shut your camera off. It's okay. Look, right now, the movement is being self-funded. Everyone is chipping in out of their pockets.
Okay.
Everyone. So we are putting formal mechanisms in place to where partisans will be donating on a monthly, right? And we'll have fundraisers. There will be other mechanisms to raise funds to ensure everything.
When the last time you donated?
Me?
When the last time you donated?
Go to Kibna.
Yes.
I dare you to put a food right now and put someone in Kibna. Thousands. Over $10,000. You need to see. You got to
Kidman, are you there?
Seleke, let's go. You ANC man.
Unless we have documentation like to prove. I will show you my send wave. I will show it to you, Pewee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seleke, let's go.
Can you tell me why the president taking with $1.6 billion for? Since you saw him.
He's not my president. He's our president.
Okay, no, he's not my president. He's fake
He's
news.
your president.
He's fake news. He's not my president. He's fake news.
He's your president.
Let's move on.
Let's go.
You are propaganda, man. Pewee.
How can I go when the people keep going back? But
let's go. Go ahead.
I think in the comment section, Mr. Gayman, the people not getting us. The audience is very bad.
I don't know, but
yeah, we're seeing a lot of comments over there.
I think guys are saying that
and we're in the middle of the show now. I don't know how we can do that.
Well, I think we just got to manage on that tomorrow. See what happens. But.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, but, you know, I've been one of the, individual asking, where are you since you got appointed? As a spokesperson for the CMC. But unfortunately, I think your role should be something like at least maybe on a weekly basis you'll be able to update like first media engagement that since you took office, because obviously I'm on the social.
How do you know?
Gayman, you're not a guest. So no, you're not a guest.
Media engagement, and I'm saying no. That's not true.
He asked this question.
you are not a guest, Mr. Gayman. You can do this. So, I agree with some of the things you said, especially when you talk about, this government being fake news. One of the key things that Liberians are currently, facing difficulties with this issue of jobs. And recently, one of our Liberian brothers in Canada has been doing an amazing job in Liberia called Leo. So Leo came here himself as a guest speaker at the university at the local Liberian inauguration. So Leo, he did express how his organization intended to, partner with the Canadian government to see how they can get some help to fight this just thing. And they went to the Canadian government and the people asked them for data. Surprisingly, they called back to Liberia to get some data. There was no data people are affected with this just thing. Nothing. So now they had to go back to the government in Canada to ask if we could support some students to go on the ground and get actual data of Liberians that are victims of the thing. But they go on the media, they make it look that they're very serious. If you can even get us real data about how many Liberians are victims, of this thing, how can you even fight this thing? So their actually is they're even more than fake news. So I agree with you. But since you talk on this role, I really want to know, because the first time I met you I think it was on Spoon, and then after on this platform, you are on the case of Zone Lion, and all of that. And a week later, I saw the appointment. I don't know if that was influenced through the lobbyistic power of Mr. Nagbe and Gayman here on the show. But it's good.
Your ANC people, you're the conspiracy theory.
Give me a chance, like give me my question. So I want to know. I want you to give us some update about the CMC. I think we asked some of the questions about the fund. Whether you guys try to keep this out, but this is a narrative in the public that the CMC is being funded by Musa Assembly. So how do you guys intend to dismiss that all of you who are members of the CMC, you've been donating, to the different rally or the different events that are happening, all across the country, both Liberia and the diaspora? How do you intend to dismiss that narrative? And where do you intend to go? Because your fellow partisans, it seems that they are not focusing on the government. Only you now I see you're talking about the government, the president, some of the unrealistic comments they are making on the internet. But some of your partisans, they focus too much energy and time on the fellow opposition, political parties or leaders. So what do you have to say about all those things, and especially this funding business? Who is funding the CMC?
I think I just clearly answered that, but I'm happy to repeat myself. The CMC is self-funded right now, and we are putting formal mechanisms in place to ensure that we are raising funds and every partisan are able to, to contribute more formally. So that's going to be in the form of digitization, which you'll be able to do directly from the website. And look, you can say, like, for those who don't have access to the website, right? You can donate, of course, in your own little way, where the office is, or if there's an event and you want to bring water, where you're not able to do digitally. Absolutely, we welcome that, because this is the people movement. This is the citizens movement for change. So the citizens are funding this movement. This is not just being funded by Musa Hassan Ability, like even Joe, right now he's one of the ideas is because he is an active representative, and if you see what he's been able to do in his district so far, I will very much argue, and I will challenge a similar. I would challenge for those who have been in the legislature for much longer than he has. He has targeted 66 plus projects, and to this date has spent close to $6 million. He was Can I finish? He was put in, yeah, absolutely. He was put into office, and now he spent almost $6 million developing his district and across the country. So I very much would like to see the progress of other of his peers and other members of this government, right? I will tell you right now, don't waste your time. You're not going to find a similar number. Look, because we believe so much in this movement, because the people believe so much in this movement, they're funding it. What I really like to refer to it as, because it's very much that much more than a political entity. Because the citizens believe in this movement so much, they're self-funding in any single way that they can. And we've seen that with every single event activity that we do across the county, outside of the country. We have seen that. I mean, Mr. Nagbe just clearly mentioned for an upcoming event, part of his contribution, and I'm sure there's been much more. So let's really burst this claim that every funding or every activity that you see happening with the CMC has been funded directly by the political leader. He is contributing a great deal, and we very much appreciate that. Every single member are contributing as well. So let's just answer that. And then no-brainer, right? It's an absolute no-brainer.
I have a question.
Okay.
So
Last question, please. My last question. Okay, so here is another question I want to ask you, Mrs. Kamara. And not only me, that personally for me, I've been trying to see the possibility of this. Mr. Ability, the political leader of the CMC, is a current lawmaker, and his term is going to be expiring in 2029. 6 years mandate. And we've seen a lot of lawmakers like Sir Joseph, which, he's a senator. His term is going to be in 2035. He get 9 years tenure. Unlike Chairman Ability or the political leader for CMC, he only gets 6 years. So do you believe that after the 6 years, looking at the political histories in Liberia, like every new political party that is established, you cannot establish a new party, you go to election your first year and you win an election. Very, very hard. Even President Weah, former President Weah, was the most populated superstar at the time. He had no, record to defend in government. He could not win on his first try. Mr. Cummins, the late Bronskin, and the rest. Even Mr. Salih, the former president. Do you think Chairman Ability can take the race 2029 and abandon his re-election for district number 7 and say, I'm representing CMC in a presidential election comes 2029? Do you really believe he can do that? Because a lot of people are asking this question that, the CMC will not run 2029, the likely partner with other political parties. Do you really believe Chairman Musa Hassan Ability will lead his re-election, which is more like a free round for him to be re-elected? And he will leave that and go for the presidency?
Yeah, that's a very easy question, Seleke. I was really expecting like some very tough questions from you. Being early, I was pulling up my sleeve. Look, it's a no-brainer, right? It's a no-brainer. Like if David can beat Goliath, absolutely. Honorable Musa Hassan Ability can absolutely become president of Liberia.
No, I'm not saying he
There's
can be
no
president.
question about that.
I'm not questioning.
Absolutely. Look, the Liberian people are sick and tired of fake news, false promises, fallacies, right? Therefore, they want a change. They want to see someone who can talk and do. The citizens' movement for change, being led by the Honorable Musa Hassan Ability, provided not just to his constituents, but across the country. Travel the country. Don't take our word for it. Pick up the phone and call people in other parts of the country where he has rendered services. The evidence is there. The one thing about taking money and giving it to somebody to put in a pocket and taking money and actually putting it into a building, whether it's rehabilitating a school, whether it's donating benches for school children to sit on, whether it's building roads, whether it's building bridges, whether it's building maternity centers for women so it can reduce their level of fatalities. Those are construction infrastructure projects. They're there. We don't have to convince anyone that the CMC is working. The evidence is there. I guarantee you that is the difference. No fake promises and false news. The people are sick and tired of that. They're done with it.
All right.
Excellent.
All right,
Dr. Peabody, your turn.
let me comment. My question here is, I see Chairman Ability. He's doing some great job. Saying he work, he want to do it. Now, can you guys tell us that without Chairman, any funds on your own that will really say, hey, we want to help Chairman Ability. This is what he's been doing. We want to raise 20, 30,000. What have you guys raised since you were organizing the diaspora?
So I just answered this question. I don't like. Maybe it's maybe I'm speaking Mandingo like Fula or Va or something. But it's
no, but you're talking about your personal contribution to Kehleboe Gongloe.
But I just said that.
Talking about as a team that the entire party, CMC, will not just be on him. He doesn't produce.
But wait, I just answered that question. I answered it from Pewee. I answered it from CMC. Is not only being funded by the Honorable Musa Hassan Biliji. Is he making investments? Is his contribution being highlighted more? Absolutely. You know why? Because he is a sitting representative. So whatever he does is going to be reported on. Do you know what I'm doing like in Kehleboe? Do you know what Mr. Nagbe has contributed? Do you know what others of the party have contributed? Ask them like to cover me. But understand, wait, hold on, understand that there is active work happening in other parts of the country with real dollars that are being contributed out of people's pockets. I want you to understand that because we believe in this movement.
We know every fund have come from Mr. Ability. So I think that is,
I just said to you that's not true, and you're still repeating that. When you don't have an information and you ask someone to clarify, and the person clarify, and you're still repeating the same false information.
You can't show me any evidence why you have raised certain amount in the diaspora. Show me what you have raised in the diaspora.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the diaspora chair to give me exactly what they have raised, and I will share that figure with you. Is that okay?
We are under no obligation to show any of Dr. Peabody or Pewee. We will make our report public when it is reporting time. We're not going to be showing everybody our report every day. Nobody does that. Nobody does that. Which party has always shown you their report, Dr. Peabody?
Okay. Yeah, I said the purpose of my question here is that most people, when the money is coming in from somebody, and that's when you see the effort. They want to work because there's some kind of instant gratification that is coming on, and that's when you see the effort they are working. But when nothing in political party, most people.
So how many times do I answer the question that people are funding without the question to say that?
Well, you don't have like fundraiser.
So are you saying I'm incapable of spending $10,000 on an infrastructure project for the welfare of my people?
Why you want to make that? Why you want to make that personal? I'm saying what I'm saying here is
right because and I'm saying to you that the movement is self-funding, and you keep saying right, irrespective of what I just clarified. I said the movement is self-funding at the movement. You keep saying, well, all we have seen is being from Musa. All we have seen is, and I'm saying to you, it's not true. So to give you evidence of that, I have funded stuff. Mr. Nagbe has funded stuff. Other people have funded stuff. Yet you keep saying what we have seen is from Musa Hassan. And I'm saying to you that is incorrect. Correct that.
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen you
Well, because
have any fundraiser.
like you don't have to.
I would love to come to your fundraiser and to Nate become his ability is a good man, but I'm not saying any kind of information out there saying there's a fundraiser.
No, the Peabody, I have sent you an invite to this weekend the program. Yeah,
I'll try to make it. I will definitely try to make
yeah,
it.
exactly. That's the point we're making, and I appreciate what you're saying. I think you're saying it from a good place, but it appears also to me that you have some preconception about your answer to that point. And we're telling you, and I invited you. You come over to Philadelphia over the weekend, give us some of your money.
I would definitely try.
I sent it an invitation to Tomalin. I sent an invitation to Pewee.
Mr. Brothers is a good man. I would definitely
Thank you very much, Dr.
Don't make it about him. Make it about the movement. Make it because you believe in the movement. Let's not personalize it. Right?
I have a question. Okay. Madam Kamara, it's good to have you. Let me ask you
something like really quickly, because I just remembered a question like from Liberty regarding like the drug data or like a comment, and I really want to address that. It is so important in leadership because you're constantly being put in the position to make decisions, right? Especially if you have an epidemic, concrete data about the impact to the nation. It is despicable. The fact that you will constantly think you can be in this conventional method of begging, right? Oh, y'all please give me money. Canada, y'all please give me money so I can solve my drug problem. Canada, ask you a simple question. How many people are impacted with your drug problem? You can't even answer like that question. What kind of government are you? What kind of leader are you?
Okay.
You should ask yourself. Literally, go beat your head like on the wall. The fact that you can't answer, you don't have simple data to respond.
Okay, my question is, it's good that since you're the officials, I mean, you're the spokesperson for the CMC. Recently, your global chair was involved in some issue on the Spoon Network, and many people have been asking for apology, and she has to apologize as a spokesperson and also in your capacity as someone who is an advocate and activist. I want to hear your response to what happened. Can you give your response to the public? Listen to you.
Look, we shouldn't mince words about this.
Okay.
We are imperfect. We can all err, including myself, including the leadership. And therefore, when there is a moment where someone feels they have been wrong, I think it takes nothing off your back to apologize. The party has very much, the movement has very much taken a stand on this, and I support that stand. We did a press release to be corrected, and I'm sure that it was. So we don't need to drag this out, make it a long discussion. Any act that is reprehensible should be corrected. That's it.
Okay, also, can you please clarify? There are reports that the party asked her to leave the Spoon Network or she will resign. Can you clarify that?
I have not seen any communication to that effect. Therefore, I cannot confirm that. I have not been a part of any discussions to that effect or seen any communication to anything formal to that effect. So no.
Since the incident, she has not been on the Spoon Network. Is that the party involvement or what?
Absolutely not. The party was not involved in her being a part of the Spoon Network before she became a member of the party. So I don't see a point where they would also now force her to leave. It's propaganda. It's fake news. I'm sure that she can address that better. But no, I have not seen anything to that effect.
Issue of
Okay, guys. Myean and Samson, you guys can open the phone lines. Let Madam Kamara take some questions, some phone calls, questions, please. In the meantime,
let me ask one question. In the meantime, on the issue of corruption and persecuting people on corruption, how do you guys plan to engage that if the CMC is to become the next party, like the ruling party?
The CMC will become the ruling party and the next president is coming from, the movement, is to be very, you go step in the dirty water again, go fall in the mud and start rubbing yourself like in the same old dirty mud. You have to show that your website cannot get dirty. Look, like, I'm not saying that you're not going to stumble, but when it comes to corruption, and it's been illustrated right today, you see the transparency and good governance in the legislative, right, pushing to audit the legislative, right, and it shows you that he is going to be a leader who is not going to mince words when it comes to corruption, when it comes to bad governance, because the people lose so much in the end due to illicit financial flows, due to people who come from zinc shop and all of a sudden they're building mansions when they get into government. That's not the purpose of government. That's not why the people elected you. They elected you to represent their voices, their grievances, and transform their lives, transform their communities. Instead, what did they do? They get there and you see their guts start to grow. Yeah, they become Pinocchios, lying constantly. He has been advocating since getting into the legislature. Traceability, absolutely, for how he earns his income. You see his businesses. How do they earn their income? They're making what? 7,000, 10,000? Why are they able to afford multiple mansions across the country? When Nigerian is sick, they're on the next flight out of the country. When the Liberian is sick, they have to go stay in Lanto JFK. We don't even have beds to have him like in traffic. Where there is an accident, I had to stop my car, put whoever the victims were from that accident in my car and rush them to JFK. And JFK tell me, oh no, we're not get bed. Oh, you have to take them to ELWA. What? Where are we? And this is all because of corruption. And I will tell you, by the way, when I saw Boston, I went to JFK that day. I brought my seat once again. I'm in a security guard. You have to take this picture. And they took them because we disturbed their operation. It had to be done. Look, where there is a lack of sensibility, you have to show not prison one. We don't want to be sensible, we'll be sensible. We want to be insensitive and understand simple things that have to be done to improve the lives of the people. We will introduce Christianness to you. All of this is, we can correct that. Every Liberian should live comfortably. I said the last time on Straight Talk, every Liberian should be in the middle class. You know what that means? Being able to send your kids to school without begging for a handout, being able to earn a decent income. Instead, what is happening today? Left and right, Liberians are losing their jobs.
But,
and
yeah, go ahead.
Just very quickly, the impact that people don't understand with this reduction in the fuel terminal storages, 70%. Primex is not the largest storage, it's not the largest private storage owner in Liberia. Connex is, right? So you're drafting policies trying to target one man while destroying the lives of the Liberian people. Do you know how many people jobs will be impacted? 1,500, 1,500 Liberian jobs will be impacted. All from corruption, because you're trying to target like one man. What is this? Are we in kindergarten? You need to grow the French up, grow up, and do better for the Liberian people. So CMC was.
Okay, so are you aware that it takes, I mean, since I think the only time it happened was 1997, when President Taylor won alone with all a coalition or alliance of parties. But are you aware that it takes a coalition of political parties to win election in Liberia? You know, the CMC on its own cannot win. So to like personally blast other parties, do you know you need them in the future? And the CNC because right now in opposition, so the CNC can only align with the ANC or the CDC or the Liberty Party. I don't know where it's still is there are conflict right there. But the CDC, the ANC, the line with other parties. So are you aware that these parties you need in the future? I mean, you know that you have to meet these people.
Tomalin, don't be fake news. I beg you. I never named any other political party.
No, but you see,
My
you see other parties approach you, but then
like,
you know align with them. So
let's forget about that. Look, Donald Trump won for the Republican Party as the most popular candidate. So it's not impossible. Let me just say that, number one. That is a fact. That happened in our time, in our day and age. We were all on the line that this man is crazy with his orange hair and his orange face. He's a fan of Donald Trump. But I can respect his strategy and how he put the American people first. We can question it for his second term now. But that first run, the way he prioritized the interests of the blue collars, the blue collar worker in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, in Tennessee. It's the same strategy, and even better, that is going to be deployed in Cape Mount, in Grand Cru, in Grand Bassa, in Babalu, in Bumi. I want to let you know that it is not impossible. Number one. Number two, we will maintain an open door for whoever else wants to join us. We keep an open mind. We will never shut that door. Right now, we understand Liberia will be better off without the Unity Party. That is clear. And we must get them. So whatever the case is going to be, that.
I just wanted to add, and thank you very much, Ms. Kamara. I think you spoke well. But I'd like to remind, people who will be thinking along the lines of my friend Tommy here. As far as we're concerned, this is the primary season for all the opposition political parties. If we will meet on the other side of the election, yeah, we will. But for now, this is whatever it takes. We're going to go for it and put our best foot forward. That's right now. We're not worrying about coalition right now. I think that's like putting the horse before the cart. Right now, we're trying to go through the primary and get to the second round. And then we will look at, there or whoever can help us to go over, the hump. But for now, that's what we're working at.
Yeah.
We're focused on delivering for the Liberian people, and we're confident they're going to see the work that we're doing and come on board.
Absolutely.
Let me ask you this, Fanta. Do you believe that the government is currently targeting chairmanability?
I mean, anyone who doesn't see that, I think probably needs an extra pair of prescription glasses. But once again, we're not going to make this about him. I mean, they're completely wasting their time. This man is a millionaire. If you think that, you're absolutely lying, right? Because you're only going to affect the Liberian people. If you squeeze him to shut his businesses down, who do you think he has employed? He's employed Liberians. What do you think is going to happen to them? So then, once again, you're a fool for thinking that it is challenging your political apparatus, right? You're hurting the Liberian people and not understanding that by putting forth such a crazy, nonsensical policies. Let me ask this question: in all of the drafting of such policies, are the welfare of the Liberian people ever considered? What strategies are in place? What tenants in those contracts? How thousands of jobs will be safeguarded? What tenants? Have you seen those agreements? I'm curious to see them. If you say you're doing this for the Liberian people, how come the 30 cents is not reflected at the pump? what do you think is going to happen to them? It's an entire industry. You're putting the entire industry at risk for one person. What do you think is going to happen? We are going to suffer. Our people are going to suffer when you can't put your generator on because when the average person cannot turn their generator on because the fuel the cost of gas have gone up. Have no one to blame for your JMB fake news rescue government. It's short-sighted. It is very, very short-sighted, and they should be ashamed, really.
You got any question?
No, no question. Just wishing Miss Kamara all the best. Wish you guys all the best. Again, Jerome Gayman is a cool man. Wish him all the best. I hope we can all partner together to hold this government accountable. To do what is right for the Liberian people.
Absolutely.
We're looking forward to collaborating on key issues in the country, to speaking together with the CDC and all other opposition political parties. So I hear Mr. Nagbe inviting everybody to the rally, but you can't invite me. I don't know why. But it's fun.
Well,
you guys
I mean,
best.
I have invited a number of your colleagues on this side. I know you're all the way in Kigali. I can send you an invite. I mean, I don't mind, but that was my thought. That look, he's way out there. Yeah, he's not gonna make it over here. So, so some of the ANC list, let me invite them. I might probably.
So who the sponsor of this?
I should probably invite your Sylvester. Why don't you ever let people finish?
This is not a church room. We're not political theater, right?
Yeah, I don't know. That's your swag, whatever it is. Why don't
so back to the question, out of you, because you the deputy spokesperson now. I think that you elevate. Okay, so I want to ask Madam. I want to ask Madam this weekend for you, because now the government is doing this, and now we see the government is doing this. They're spending in a more extravagant way, doing extravagant things. There have been a lot of things pulling up recent time. We've been seeing officials of the CMCC USA moving to other states and doing some transatlantic. I don't know if I would refer to that as trans, but it's crossing the border also into Canada and other areas. And do you care to tell us the cost behind that trade, because that trade, Mr. Nagbe was part of one of them recently into Canada. Do you care to tell how much?
I can talk about the trip that's coming over the weekend.
And I spoke to almost who know everything. That was the spokesperson.
I'm blaming the trip. Why did you? No, I don't know everything.
Okay,
but that's my trip. I can talk
Okay, my point then, back to that, including that, because the recent time just in Canada. Beyond that, the public, everybody is concerned about this event coming up, because we all may be trooping to the Claren Hotel near the Philadelphia International Airport. Folks are concerned as to what's the program.
What do you mean everybody is concerned? People are concerned that there's a drug epidemic, Pewee. That's what people are concerned. The Liberian people are concerned about how do we get rid of this drug epidemic? How do we ensure that our youth are not dying? Pewee, that's the biggest concern right now.
And
how do we ensure young girls are not being raped by this government? That's what we care about right now. How do we ensure that pregnant women are not delivering on the car road? That's what we care about right now, Pewee. We don't care about anything else. Don't deprioritize the priority of the Liberian people.
Madam Kamara, you can rest assured that I would be asking directly those hard questions to the president in the town hall meeting come this weekend also. Right? I will be directing some of these questions to the president directly, and we'll discuss the CMC matter. Leave that to me. Honestly, I will direct those questions to the president or government apparatus come this weekend. But the public is also concerned about because listen, you
can I see a concern from the public? Can I see a comment that somebody sent you?
I'm conveying the sentiments.
So no, but it's a public It's a public discussion, right? It's a public concern, so it's been published somewhere. Can I see?
Because you are going to how much?
Can I see? Don't worry about Clarence Hotel or like the Ritz Carlton. Don't worry about
it.
Don't worry about it.
The
Don't worry
whole
about it.
Hotel.
You are lagging that.
Don't worry about it. Can I see that evidence from the public? Because you're representing this as the public interest. I want to see that evidence. Where is it coming from? Which region? Which region in the county is concerned about how much CMC is spending at the Clarence Hotel this weekend? I want to see that. Which region? Is it from the Southwest region or the Southeast? Is it the Northern region? Okay, let's come on like let's even go deeper. Is it the people in West Point who care about that? Is it Pewee?
Madam,
Pewee,
I will say ask my question to you. The question here, madam, Madam Kamara, the question therefore
you're not going to
the question therefore
is
how much are you paying to lock down the entire Clarence Hotel, and how much are you paying on those lavish trips that your official in the U.S. and other areas been turning up?
We'll invite you to the lavish trip. We'll invite you to the Hamptons. We'll invite you to Mexico.
It is not a caricature of a.
Don't worry, people invite you next to Kampala.
Listen, you're trying to make this look like a team.
I'm not trying to make this nothing.
You have to answer the people. There is not no theatric. You're trying to sound more theatrical now in thinking of a trend, right? Let's get back to the reality. How much are you spending?
Asking questions to the government is because this is Liberian people money, and there needs to be accountability for it. If people are self-funding, let me answer your question. If people are self-funding, Pewee.
What is the definition of self-funding? What is the definition of self-funding?
Subhanallah. Pewee, did you not like? I'm not answering that. Go ask the English. I'm not answering.
What is the definition of self-funding? Listen, you hide behind it. You're trying to use the self-funding thing.
Kamara,
what do you mean? That is nothing.
Miss Kamara, don't let Pewee start speaking vile over here.
Yeah, let me see you in my dingo Pewee. Yeah,
listen.
Yeah,
the point. Listen. Let me say, I do it, don't. And let me honestly, but beyond that, the concept here, therefore, we're not going to play NM high and seek to have beyond the issue of trying to speak Manigo now. No, if you are to bring that up now,
I just said to you,
I will listen. Speaking Manigo now, I'm removing.
We got a phone call. Somebody on the line. Phone call.
No.
Okay,
go ahead.
We got a call on the line. Caller. Yeah, live. Go ahead.
Okay, well, good afternoon, or good evening, whatever time it is. It's so beginning to end, and I just woke up. But 2 questions for Fanta. So the president pledged 5.3, and pardon me if I'm off my math a little bit. Social progress, just to name a few. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that is reasonable, is doable, given all we know of the budget, the situation in Liberia, blah, blah, blah? So that's one question. Second question there, towards the end, I think I heard you saying that Liberian people have concluded that UP is not the option or is not good for them. It's fair to say that every other party, including CDC, who was in power before, is good for them other than UP, or could we say other parties too are not good for them? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that, my sister. Regarding, the lip service, just is like the papa went to sleep. I know he have a bit of amnesia now, or what he like did dreaming. He went to sleep and he just woke up with all these numbers. 8 billion. My man, you made 800. You made 800 million like a year. Why are you taking a 5 billion fund to give it to youth unless you're giving them false hope? And that's terrible. For you this year, and maybe we'll find like $10, we'll find $100 to give to youth activities. Don't build the hope of the people only to let them down. It's worse. Because now you have them hoping on you. And that's what you have always done to the Liberian people. It's fake news, and it's for nothing lip service. Where let's really look at this intellectually. But just forget the intellectual component. Let's just look at this on the most simple level. How are you going to raise $5 billion to donate or allocate to youth activities when you only bring in 800 million a year? Where is that money coming from? We have said time and time again, there is to lessen spending. But you read it, 8 million spent on trips just alone this year. Don't you think that 8 million could have been reallocated to create actual impact in the communities within Liberia? You think members of the Sahel states couldn't travel for such meetings? But these are leaders who have prioritized the interests of their people and said, no, we don't care to do show boasting for the world, for the UN, for the World Bank. We're going to save that money and build hospitals and build schools and create youth programs for her. Where will you take this money from? From your chicken coop? Where is it coming from? From your cow doo-doo? Where's the 8 billion coming from? Where's the 5 billion coming from? You just say it because it sounds nice. You think when Xi Jinping said 5 billion, they don't actually have 5 billion? They're not depending to go big, EU to go big, the World Bank to go big, the IMF to go big, the Germans. They're not depending like on that. When Russia said like they would donate 10 billion or allocate 10 billion towards youth activities, you think they're depending on big like the West, the US, like for that 10 billion? Where is your justification for being a deliberate beggar? Where is your justification for constantly misrepresenting the people of Liberia as poor people when we have billions of dollars under our soil? Will you allow the extractive industry? You want to say, I'm going to allocate 5 billion just to go big the US, to go big the EU. I dare you, go to Donald Trump and see if they give you 5 billion for whatever it is that you're lying you're going to do about it. It's complete fallacy. Complete fallacy. And look, I have said this before. I said,
I'm not gonna get it. And then just unlike these questions to talk about these things, but when it comes to
you spew propaganda. You spew propaganda. So let's
when they ask you direct question, how are you getting money to
propaganda? You are propaganda. I know what your agenda is, and it's not gonna win.
You need to come here with just.
You're not going to win. You're not going to win the fight.
And then you don't have to hit.
Okay, just a quick program note. The president will be here. Your man took all the time today and message will schedule up. Everybody got 15 minutes. You want 55 minutes, so maybe that's why people are present.
Did you call the mic off?
Money on the.
This is the president's sleep time. Your man talk for 155 minutes.
On a serious note, what unfolded today, it have never happened at the United Nations.
Oh, I really know.
the establishment of the United
Wow.
Nations. It's never happened. There was a kind of a change in global norm and global order. Now, what unfolded, listen, and I predicted would have happened today when I said yesterday that, but the winning moved to even shut its mark off. I predicted minutes. It's never happened before. 57 minutes. It's never happened before. Right?
No,
What does that mean?
no.
It never happened before. Yeah, the UN it never happened before. Never happened.
What does it mean? What's the value to the Liberian?
has spoken for 4 hours.
No, the issue Fidesz for 4 hours.
What is the value to the Liberian people? What's the value for the Liberian people, Pewee? What does it mean?
No,
speaking for 10 hours, speaking for 50 hours, when it results
are you understanding what I'm talking about?
Impact
or you
to
lost
the
a little
people of Liberia. Of course, I'm understanding that. Of course,
but you're talking about Liberian people. You're talking about what unfolded today. What President Trump said he took the time. Then you talking about Liberian people again? It's like you lost a little bit. You lost between the gap. I see that you lost. Listen, you got a passion to speak to what you spoke of just now about the ask simple question about your it's pathetic.
Can I please get Nepal on this show? I think
if we cannot do these things, then I'm advocating for your MCC contract for your special interest.
You're not gonna tell me what to do. You're not gonna tell me what to do. Your inability. Let me just say this: your inability. I'm really sad for you. The fact that you cannot understand, and it has been exemplified. It has been shown, right? The leader of New Zealand, the Prime Minister of New Zealand, was a servant leader. Why is it so impossible for you to understand that there are actual leaders who advocate for things that impact the people, the well-being and welfare of the people, and they ascend to political leadership? Why is that hard for you?
I listen.
You were one of the persons. You were one of the person who said at the time that we were advocating to kick Zoomlion out for the Liberianization policy. You were sitting in the finance ministry, allowing a Ghanaian company to come and print our passports. What did you say about it, Pewee? Or were you too much of a politician to speak up instead of printing our passports? What did you say about it, Pewee? I would have never allowed that to happen. I would have lent my voice, even if it meant losing my job. See, the difference between you and I is that you serve a maker that is not God, because you depend on other people for your deliverance. I don't. My voice is very loud. I will never restrict to what I do. You cannot say the same thing, Pewee, because you know what?
But Mr. Kamara, come here, Mr. Kamara.
I don't want you to interrupt this.
I own my voice. I own my voice, Pewee. You don't own your voice. Your voice is owned by someone else. You report to someone else. I don't report to anyone. Let me let you know that.
Do you know what you
no, Pewee, from the very beginning.
You say a lot of things about him. Do you know him
like
that? Do you know him like that?
I mentioned that Pewee was at the foreign ministry. He did not lend his voice to push him back against a Ghanaian company from coming in to print our passports. He mentioned that. Pewee mentioned that.
I think I can speak. I think we listen and Gayman listen very quiet. I hope Gayman. I'm not Gayman. I work with the Liberian government, and I'm proud to have executed that tax of the Liberian government. Yes, what I can say to you on aspect my record.
You didn't
work with the Liberian government. One, even before I resigned from government, there was nothing whatsoever that anyone can link me to that I was part of a decision-making policy that affected the Liberian people. All those nothing. But let me get back to this. You spoke about, and now I see you now. 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 Deeply saturated I see you now
that.
deeply saturated with it. Now listen, let's go back to the history you came out with.
Deeply saturated. What do you call deeply saturated?
And
deeply saturated.
When you were giving the time, you said a lot of things in it.
You
tell me this place, advocates of the government, but what do you want to do? You are protecting your husband that brought a fake company back in the country. You protecting your husband. You don't want to say you want to protect him. Western Borough Act.
Sylvester,
And then Western Borough Act in the country are protecting him.
Is it not a fact? Is it not a fact that a company
and then Western Borough Act in the country are protecting him. Let me learn. You came out in this place, you said you're trying to use the whistleblower out of our country to protect certain individuals. But you didn't tell the people that your husband is trying to protect that brought fake business in the country.
You are such a liar. I'm not going to call you a liar.
You didn't do that, right? Then you say yourself in the prime minister, I didn't advocate.
I'm going to call you a liar, people.
Right? You attack Zoom liar because you want to promote your husband company. You attack Zoom liar. You attack Zoom liar because you promote your husband company.
You guys can't make it. It can be a
You have not been able to
work with the foreign minister with a record.
Yeah.
I want you to answer this. Sylvester asked if former government official during which time the company that she represented was also working with the government library. Is it not the fact that she demonstrated competence and performed the contract for which she was contracted? You call her a fake company?
Listen, you see, and apparently I think I will have to conduct a certain tutorial for you to understand what we
now look at that. Okay,
you come back next time with the appropriate question. This individual, what we're saying now, this individual that's protecting the husband that was involved in a fraudulent business activity in Liberia. Do you know that?
What
do you know that she's using the Western Borough Act to protect the needs?
Explain that.
You try to attack Zoom line because you try to get space to a very surreptitious company that was being operated by someone that was fictitiously using all of background documentation to do things.
You have no sense. You have no sense.
Mr. Nagbe?
You are senseless. It's Founder Kamara who is saying it. It's Founder Kamara who is saying it. You are senseless.
Yeah, I understand. But no, you understand that? You have people that contact.
Bring your evidence.
With
Bring your evidence. Bring your evidence. Bring your evidence. I challenge you. I challenge you. Dare you. Dare you. Bring your if you call yourself man, Pewee, bring your evidence. Put it in the public. Publicize it. I dare you. It's a public dare to you.
We challenge you to call the name. If you are too advocate, if you not man, if you not,
don't do it. Not man. I'm challenging you. I'm challenging you. Release the evidence. Release the evidence. You are fake news. You are fake news, Pewee. Release your evidence to the public. If you made
my record said we are
excuse for a man. I dare you release your evidence to the public.
I gotta say this to Tomalin and Peabody. I'm shocked that you guys sit down here and you allow this badgering, this line of questioning coming from Sylvester Pewee. She is a guest on the show, and you guys are giving her no.
And you said you asked for a guest question on the show. When it happened, time when Senator Nagbe came, you asked the question. Nobody asked you about question.
You invited
Nobody. They asked how.
You invited her on as a guest. I think she deserves a certain level of protection, and you're not getting any. From the time she said on the show, so
what's your question?
No, my question was for Sylvester. He accused her of representing a fake company, and I'm asking him, when she was working for the government under the contract that she was contracted for, did she not perform? I wanted him to speak to that.
He showed his evidence. This is a public arena.
Mr. Nagbe, let me say Tomalin.
Show your evidence. You know,
if you brought, listen, I think I would defend it.
I
would defend it, and you like business practices. You want to accuse someone that wasn't clean, that you can't listen to you want to say that. And one of the things, I'm not a person I respect about it, but meanwhile, I respect you. You got to respect my person. That's okay, guys. It's part of it.
You don't deserve
that's why I'm clean. That's not that I have.
Release your evidence to the public.
I didn't get everybody wrong to do that. But press run the passport in the country.
When is the president coming on?
So when I hit this,
let's take course, and we will preempt when the president comes on.
I don't want to defend myself and defend well.
You yourself said you are at the foreign ministry and
the president comes on, we'll preempt the show, guys. Let's get to the phone.
I kicked Zoom line out. What did you do? What is your record? You're not me. You won't challenge my record.
Guys. Can we just put a stop to this?
So to put your question 07776.
Try it, Pewee. Try it. I'm the wrong person. Try it. I will stand right in front of your face and go toe to toe. If I can do it with your so-called president, Pewee Team man for me. You're not man. Try it.
I'm not the president. I'm Pewee. I'm not the president. I'm Pewee.
Let's go, Myean.
I'm the president. I'm not the president.
I dare you. I dare you. Put on Broad Street.
Okay, guys, let's get to the call. Let's go, Myean.
If you want to come with equity, your hands should be clean. But you got to see your hands.
What's he hurting you?
Nothing.
What did he have to you?
Nothing.
As soon as I jump on the show, the question you ask, what did he have to you?
Pewee, let's take some evidence.
And moving forward, there's nothing moving forward. Whenever you're on the show, on any appear, but I don't want to start the record.
You shouldn't appear. You shouldn't appear.
I think I won't appear because it would be wrong. But for today, I will start the record straight to tell the people that you are conflicted. If you are conflicted, don't
release your evidence, Pewee. Release your evidence on Broad Street. Everybody see it. So they can laugh at you. They know how much of a liar you are.
Let's go, guys. The telephone number for WhatsApp in Liberia or the WhatsApp. Liberia is 231-776-9986.
You will feel miserably. Trust me.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh boy.
So 077764996.
We got a call here. We got a caller. Your name? Where you calling from?
Nobody wants to corrupt or just put it under control. Let me give it full introduction. I think you guys have taken the show. That's all.
We can't hear though.
And it's disappointing that somebody my friend and you everybody there enjoying the after school fights. I see Mr. Nagbe try to come in, but nobody will listen. I think if both parties cannot listen, that's what we have to do for them. That's how we expect the other people for them to calm down. It's okay to the viewers to be sitting down watching all of this. This was not the intention of the show, and we can disagree, get crossfire, but to a certain extent, we can both watchers of both parties. That's what they're doing. So I expect so much from this show. I love this show.
Thank you. Guys, let us mute. Seleke, can you mute, please?
Sneakers media. He saw a video of the he said someone mute.
Oh, okay. Okay, guys, the telephone number there is 231-776-649986. In the diaspora, 856-676-5136. Myean, you go ahead so the folks can call. If anybody wants to ask questions to our guest.
Yeah, someone got music playing. I think that's from Mr. Nagbe. He's now observing that he's stepping the show tonight.
Well, oh man, I think you're not normal man. You real crew man. You're not fighting baby. Every day you get on, you want to fight somebody.
But you're fighting the wrong person because they va gola madingo pele fula girl give it right back to you, Pewee. I'm the wrong person. Don't try it.
No, I'm not fighting you. I'm not fighting you. I'm just trying to.
I'm from Bassa community, Pewee.
Let's
move on, man. Let's move on. I've said that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a great show going, and listen, you can't say the show is dull. It's not. TLC is not dull. TCA, excuse me, is not dull. We're not coming here to make it.
Once in a while. So
that's right. Listen.
So let's not take it so like. Let me get to.
I just like to commend Ms. Kamara for remaining poised under this barrage coming from Sylvester Pewee. You know, I mean, from the time she sat on set here, he has never let up. I think you probably need to take a break, brother. Go get a cold bottle of water or something. You know, come back. We come here to, you know, have fun and share information. And I think she's doing well. She may not have all the answers to every question you may ask, but you got to give it to her. She's doing the best she can. And actually, she's doing an excellent job. Now, you wanted to know the cost of the program. And I said, you should talk to me. You said, no, you don't want to talk to me. You want to talk to Ms. Kamara. And now she tells you, and yet you reject what she's telling you. Now, what else is it that you want to hear? Except that you came here with preconception. Like I said earlier, you have the answers already, ready, baked, and sitting down. And that's what you want to hear. But I can tell you, we are doing the best we can to fund the CMC. You heard Marvin Cole the other day in Bond County. How much of the responsibility he took of Bond County? That week alone, he brought over 7,000 people recruited. So, you know, we have our internal, you know, analytics. We're doing the best we can. We can't come here and say all of that. We can only tell you as much as it is possible. And during the campaign reporting period, we will make our records public. You can go ahead and review our records. But go ahead, I know you want to say something.
Yeah, fair enough. And listen, the target is not, you see, when we come in these kind of changes, it's paramount that if you were to come out and hit and call for accountability for the national government, and you now political, what you've tried to fail to realize here that is that if you are a political institution, you come to the public spotlight. You should be scrutinized for a different reason if you were to come into national politics, right? And I didn't, and you see, what is difficult here to comprehend, and I think this is leading to some comprehension disability in terms of our initial discussion. The position here I was trying to put when I was discussing initially, when I was attacked, I didn't hear you say anything about what I said. I didn't say nothing, right?
Can they
when I was attacked on my road to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Nagbe, you didn't say anything. But here's what I said. In terms of great conversation and interactions, we have those kind of conversations so that people politically, we disagree to agree agreeably, right? We have to. I would disagree, you would disagree. But eventually, we have to guess what? The intent is not to target. But if you come into politics and hit other politicians, and then you've been asked a simple question. I don't think Mary Brown will say the status of whatsoever agreement will protect certain information she shouldn't give. Mary Brown will never say that. Master that will vehemently disagree with her. I don't see Madam Salive will say the Information Protective Service will have to protect certain things she did when she was president. Now, most of those things will have to be declassified, so we go into the nooks of those discussions and try to do a personal analysis of them. Now, my role back at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I was the assistant, I was a policy technical and technicians. I would never decision making. I didn't trigger a decision from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I didn't. I was the public diplomacy assistant minister. My role, I didn't sign for one thing. I didn't trigger administrative action. Now, Bob Press wrote the play at the time, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to print Liberian passport. It was not, that contract was not given to Bob Press by the Weah administration even. It is not an assistant minister. So in terms of, and it's good that we all policy people like you.
When I get that,
Let me end you come in. Assistant minister, you know the rest of the story. You've been around more than me. Assistant minister cannot derive policy decision at any ministry. You know that, right? And I served as an assistant minister, but beyond that, the contract that was issued to Bob Press was never given under the stewardship of the Weah administration of the foreign minister, two foreign ministers. The two foreign ministers. It was given, that contract, to Bob Press to print the Liberian passport from Austria was given by the Madam Salif Leah administration. But beyond that, as Sylvester Pewee did not play any role whatsoever in terms of anything that would trigger some administrative process to give contract. Here's what I would say. Before I left Liberia, I did resign government. And when I resigned government, I left Liberia. But the role I played in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was holistically technical. Nothing whatsoever did I sign for dime Liberian that I'm saying dime US. Dime Liberian that came in this, that was so if you attack my person to say, oh, I was saying, listen, if you know me, as somebody asks you a question, if you know me, you would be asking those kind of question. If you know the type of person I am, you wouldn't be asking the kind of question. But the reason why I'm asking the hard question, it is because if we all attack past president, you see, we bring this gender-based thing too much to the extent that we are into politics. If the other side is attacking the male counterpart, you don't see people coming to say things. And if you went through, they want to be honest here. I was the one attacked. I didn't go by attacking using invective and other things. I knew the attack mechanism on a technical basis. I gave a technical knockup. And we'll get a technical knockup now. There was no position to stand. Then you start to hit me and use invective. I wouldn't use invective.
So let me hold it. Let me hold
it. For program note. The president will be speaking. I think I'm getting 8:40.
Man, if you ask me when the president standing, you just call.
We need to keep the light, right? And number two, look, the United Nations, I'm concerned about their behavior because by this time, Liberia is after 12 midnight. Our president is asleep he sleep at this time, at his bedtime, and they keep
it not country now. So
keeping on late like this is unfair to us. I'm a nationalist.
Can I just respond to this because like this is very like
important. Let me just say this because
George.
Let me just say this.
If your country is rated as what number are you like? Let's say on the 200 country you will be rated at what?
No, we shall. The president has spoken.
No, I just answered my question. You are like 178. So we're doing 50 minutes. You will be there today.
Mr. Gayman, he was scheduled to speak at 4 o'clock. What time today?
Of course.
He's still up late. I'm concerned about that. I'm not happy about that.
So guess what? Tell Boakai I'm not going to speak to the United Nations and let Liberia cut funding for the UN.
Your man is one of the program today.
Go ahead, Fanta.
Yeah.
Hey, I want you to tell Ryan State bring your thing out again.
No, this is important. This is very important.
Something here. Listen.
When I came,
Fanta, 1 minute. I wanted people to understand that we got people here who are passionate about Liberia and they want the best for Liberia. It has nothing to do with what you're thinking. Fanta wants the best for the country. Pewee wants the best for the country. And nobody is here backing wrong. So when you see people who are passionate about their beliefs and their stands, it is normal. If you put Pewee and somebody in a boxing ring, you talk about defending Liberia, he would die defending Liberia. Simply with Fanta, she's doing the best she can to make sure that change comes to the country. So for those of you who are out here thinking that this shouldn't happen, we should do this most of the time. Let our women, you remember when I said I let our quality women to come out here and dukes it out with a guy? You got one going now. So ain't nobody turning the way.
Fanta got some cool blood in her.
No, she's a cool. I can tell she got pele, all mixed. when you get out my mix to you, you don't know what's going on. That's why it is. But Fanta want to appreciate what you bring to the table.
You don't credit people.
You got all blood, but let me quickly say.
If you credit money from Fanta, you pay on the 15. She come for you.
That problem.
This is
Victor, go ahead.
Let me remind Sylvester.
Why Sylvester? We're talking something, everything of Sylvester now today.
No, I want to remind my panelists here. Maybe it has not occurred to you that the level of scrutiny to which you subject the CMC financing, you do not do that to any other party. The ENC comes on here, you don't ask them that. The CDC comes on here, you don't ask that.
Yeah, but
you don't ask that. But the
Victor,
moment the CMC puts forth here,
Victor,
your number one question is, yes, it's
Victor,
the financing. And I just wanted to remind you of that.
But
Go and place them on the tip, and you will come back tomorrow and tell me if I'm lying.
Victor, we agreed that CMC was coming here to not do business as usual. The folks don't want to call news conference. They don't want to call press conference. They don't want to be scrutinized. That's not what we're about. And you know that. We want to be an open book. Let it come. You encourage that. That's what it's supposed to be.
But that's not what this is about, right? That's not what this is about. From the time I stepped onto this platform today, Pewee's first question to me, and I really would implore you guys and the audience to roll this tape back to the beginning of this discussion. Pewee's first question was regarding, I'm hiding like my partner, and this is about like first how am I going to say that I was an advocate, now I'm a politician. Like, did I get into advocacy? Then 2 weeks later, or like a week later, then I become like a politician. Was this always planned? Like, was this my intention? And I clarified it. And then Pewee went back. We're talking about, because it's about credibility and how like I hit my partner and I didn't release my partner. And how can I say that I'm accountable, that I'm credible? And I addressed that. I addressed that very clearly. And this is not the first time this conversation has come up. Last time I was on your show, I implore you to go back and watch that. We discussed this matter. I have been on several other platforms since then, and I have clarified this matter. I have discussed this matter lengthily. The fact that Pewee decides to hone in on this matter, it means that he's driving at a certain agenda, an agenda that is very, very personal, that has nothing to do with getting clarity or accountability for the Liberian people. If you ask me a question and I respond to you, especially regarding my partnership of a previous company that I work for, and you question why I don't want to release their name, and I give you an acceptable answer, it's just not acceptable to you because you have something in your heart that is a reason, then that's the reason why you're not accepting my answer. And clearly you saw that. I would really want you guys to watch this. If you rewatch this, he's making comment like, oh, because of your foreign husband you brought, now why you hiding your foreign husband for? So now you according to you and whoever you're getting your fake news from have given you information that you're holding on. That's why whatever I give you is insufficient. And first of all, that's a blatant lie. That's a blatant lie. I was never married to that person. So the fact that he's driving this narrative, is an effing lie, because you're trying to target my character, and I will put the finger right back in your eye. You cannot do this dance with me because I know who I am. I'm not confused about who I am. My decision to finally get my hands dirty and serve in a leadership capacity, be it wrapped in a political framework, was not by mistake. It was intentional. So you cannot tell me that I had an agenda when you're driving one. That's why you so want to hold, oh, you came here and attack Zoom Lion. Are you freaking blind? Did you not read for yourself that the World Bank banned Zoom Lion because they were found for collusion in the Liberian government? Did you not read that? Now you're coming around saying, oh, you came here and you're accusing Zoom Lion, you're making it personal. It's not personal, sweetie. It's not personal. Why are you making it personal? Why are you attacking me? As if to say, you know, someone gets something All of that clothes, they're hiding it.
I
Oh,
intend
him.
not to go to this, Jerome, and I don't think this. I intend for us not to. You said you suspended yourself as you don't manage the show. So I intend for us to not drag this out. I got some call. I just intend to let this continue.
You need to shut the hell up.
Shut
the hell up. Shut the hell up. Your mention of the foreign affairs, you mentioned it. I didn't mention it.
Miss Kamara, we can't do that. We can't do that. I mean,
okay. He needs not to interrupt me. He needs not to interrupt me. I sat here and listened to him talk. So you please exercise the same level of respect I gave to him.
Jerome.
You're not going to interrupt me.
We would not. Listen, but you had a lot of time.
You're not going to interrupt me. I allow you to talk.
If
Do
you
not
want
be
us to let this move on, then let this move on. Do not be disrespectful. What I will not take
do not be disrespectful.
is for anyone to come and impugn on my character and I let him go upon it. There's nobody turning off my
okay.
Right? So if you want to take on the show, you take on the show.
I'm coming to you next. Go ahead, land, Miss Kamara.
Check yourself, please. Don't talk over me. I listen to you quietly. So exercise the same level of respect. Thank you. Chew on your boom. Hopefully it doesn't choke you. Look. He has attacked
you get
my
pressure
character.
Before you go home.
You have attacked my character time and time again. And every single time I try in the best possible way to explain to you in the most simplistic way so you can understand. But you're driving an agenda, and that agenda is going to choke you. Look, I don't need anyone to protect me. I'm not here I don't want anyone to apply no gender preference. I'm not here for protection. I didn't mention anything that was untrue. That's why everything I speak about, I tell you, is reference. Pewee mentioned of the foreign ministry. I didn't go searching for nothing about Pewee. Pewee mentioned that at the time he worked for the foreign ministry. I think it was my second probably my second appearance. Please go back and watch that tape. He mentioned it. He worked for the foreign ministry. In fact, they gave the contract, or whoever at the time gave the contract to print the passports to a Ghanaian company. So when I say today, you sat there, you allowed that to happen. Whether you felt like you had the power or you weren't signing or you were signing. You want to talk about, how I could not with my husband to bring in fake company, to bring in. First of all of that is false because the records are there. The records are there. Unlike you, Pewee, I saw something that was wrong in the system. I stood up as young as I was. I stood up to an entire government and took this fight for 2 years and petitioned the World Bank to come down and found overwhelming evidence and ban a company to protect the Liberianization policy. What did you do, Pewee? Did you fight as hard as I did for the Liberianization policy and got the company banned? Did you ban that blue press or butt press, whatever you are referring to them as? Did you advocate to ban them? You did not. You were in your cushy, comfortable job and you did not want to speak out or to advocate for what you should have been advocating for. And this is the mistake that we made time and time again in this country. A lot of people are so comfortable in their jobs that they see wrong contracts and agreements happening. They don't stand up and speak up for the sake of the Liberian people. When people like us do, they want to ask, what's your motive? Why are you speaking out? That your company competing. And you got it wrong, my friend.
I'm sorry, right? Please.
Very, very wrong.
1 second. The guys in Liberia, please check. They say there's a fire on 9th Street. Yeah, please check it out, man. Confirm it.
Yeah. You got to check that quick and inform us. Let me just.
There's a fire on 9th Street. We don't want to be square. We confirm and let us know, man.
I respect.
I think we need to end this show now.
Yeah, quick the Peabody.
We're in the show.
One word for the president.
I've spoken to someone that I do respect very, 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 very clearly. But let me say this for the record. I'm not the kind of a training that was instilled in me and my siblings, and that's the same kind of a training I instilled in my kids is to never use event or come on public platform and insult people. That I would never do. So to tell me shut the hell up, I will accept that. I will accept that for the basic of this platform and the kind of a training that I inherited from my parents moving forward. That's one of the reasons. But the reason why I'm discussing the politics here is that's politics. That's not
about politics, Pewee. Nobody can
politics in
politics.
Now,
you know what?
if it is,
I take back saying shut the hell up. I take it back, right? I take it back. It's not about politics. I take back for full accountability. I take back saying shut the hell up.
No, you cannot take back. You already said it to me. You can't take back that. You can't take back that.
It is not for you.
I would have been moved. I would have been moved to say the same.
It's not for you.
But I was trained.
It's for the people.
It's
for the people.
Doctrine.
Yeah.
My Christian doctrine trained me.
You are definitely not trained.
My Christian doctrine trained me.
You are definitely not
to do these things.
You are not trained.
Right? So, but here's what I would say for the conclusion of that.
You are not trained. You are not trained. I'm not gonna say it like I'm not gonna. I don't have to be here like for this. I don't have to like sit here and listen to
this is the pathway.
Speak about things that have no
pathway of the CMC moving forward.
This is not the CMC. This is Fanta
CMC
Kamara.
got a
This is
very difficult tax ahead.
It's not the CMC.
If the pathway of the CMC bringing forward is to bring people that can control their emotion, people that are toxic.
People that are toxic.
CMC going nowhere.
So he can sit there.
People that cannot go nowhere and are toxic.
To use words against me.
I'm a Christian.
No, you're not
I'm a Christian and trained to not insult.
You're not trained, please.
So we will end on that note, Jerome, and focus on this other side of the politics. But let me say this for the record.
Please, you are not trained.
If we're going to stick to the debate or the topic, to come and say, now, if you build on my repetition as Stacey went to foreign mission, I did go back to the foreign mission and check the record. But again, beyond all those records, you say that. But we still ask just simple question about those things.
I'm not going to be subjected.
You want to attack other companies, other government officials, but you want to protect.
So there's nothing else to discuss, or rather remove myself. I don't wish to say here like
we are trained.
That's not anything.
Let's get to.
So let's move on.
Let's get to Ms. Fanta. What is it you expect to hear from the president tonight?
Can we take a break? Myean, can you guys break something on? Let's take a break and come back. The Myean's there. I think that would be appropriate because everybody.
So the president will be speaking in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So
but let's take a break. Put something on. Play a music, something. Let's take a break.
Play something legal.
Let's just relax so we can everybody calm down. Play something like everybody calm down, bro.
Play a music for local people called respect.
Something that they will not sanction us.
Okay, let me see if I can play something. For Liberia or out of Liberia?
Man,
are you guys getting the story in Liberia that somebody's house is burning?
Myean.
Yes.
Are you following the story about somebody's house burning on 9th
Street? Must with the wrong person. Shut up.
The progressive Pewee.
CMC got a long way to go.
Yeah, no problem. Don't put it on CMC. Don't put it on CMC. Trust me. CMC will fly. Why you
got a long way to go?
CMC will fly.
Are rumors going around that President Wheelhouse is burning?
Yeah, I said somebody else said Dr. Wheelhouse on fire, obviously.
Is that true?
We are the president, the former president?
Yes.
There's rumors going around that house is burning.
So maybe before the president comes on, we can play the national anthem.
No, we're talking about the man house burning. He said somebody said the man house burning.
Can you make some calls?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm making some calls now.
Okay, Myean, can you guys check?
Is it check where?
They say a house on 9th Street is on fire. Some folks are saying it's the president's house, the former president's house.
Who gave you the audacity to chastise someone and put lies on them? Who gave you that audacity? Now how you can do journalism? Now already fake news journalism.
So something is around there. Something making a way. Something not far from that area.
Okay, good. So you were calling. Excellent.
Let's take a break. Let's just relax and take a deep breath.
Yes, and if you've been here more than
again, I just spoke to the former president. He just confirmed. He confirmed the houses. He said the master bedroom is on fire, but he said the neighbors came and helped to put the fire off, and he's president on the scene. So it is true that. Yeah, I just spoke to him just now. He said it's okay, but the neighbors came to help put the fire on the house the fire off. And the master bedroom is on fire, but the fire truck team they couldn't put it off, and Man, who play music, man?
So,
So yeah. So
did they say what was the cause of the fire?
He said there was a rehab, and then the house, they got the information the house was burning. So, and they went there. So he said the neighbors came and helped. They helped him, and the fire people came to try, but it was so much, but they're able to at least right now get on some control. But he said he's there right now as I speak to him. I just spoke to him.
But I know it's still very early to determine the cause of fire. But he said what the origin of it was from the master bedroom.
Yeah, he said it started in the master bedroom,
inside the house, not outside
in the house, a 9th Street house. Yeah.
So it may likely be electrical shock or so. Not. There's no.
I mean, the good thing is that he's okay. I mean, he said he was coughing. He said from the fire, when he was coughing on the phone, he said because of the fire.
He lives in the house.
No, I don't know. I said on the.
Yeah, he moved. That house been finished a while ago.
But we just pray that all is well. And
why would the president house? I mean, master bedroom burn. I'm sure they did a lot of electrical work in that house.
They investigated, found out what happened, but.
Yeah, if it came from in the master bedroom, it would be electrical shock. If it
but it's confirmed. He confirmed it just now. I spoke to him.
Then that would be electrical shock. If it came from outside, then you would suspect arson, right? But if it came from in the master bedroom, we don't need a fire experts to come and tell us what is that. If it is that claim now from the master bedroom. But anyway, we're with our president, the president of our country. To listen to him represent us. Trust me, tonight I would think it should not be political time. We should support the president while he stand behind the.
Yeah, but Pewee.
Yeah.
The debacle yesterday says it reflects negatively on the new Minister of State for Presidential Affairs. That's his job to prepare the president for these kinds of events. This never happened on a Grisby.
One would say that again.
No, hang on, sir. Wasn't the foreign minister when he joined? I mean, I think the minister of state is in Liberia.
He didn't travel with the president?
No, Minister of State will not travel. Minister of State will be in charge of. He's in charge, yeah. He in charge. But basically, when the government is coming to the United Nations, it is this time around, it is holistically the responsibility of the Minister of Foreign Affairs to prepare the president. Now, probably because all of the briefing notes will have to be prepared by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Because the occasion, the president now, if the president's speech writer want to be part of that, but the briefing note will be prepared by the foreign minister and taken about or the person that is responsible for the region. Let's say we have the Assistant Minister of American Affairs will basically will play most of the role, but if it is General Assembly, out of the Assistant Minister for International Organization. Now, and this program yesterday that the president was speaking at was basically about the 80th anniversary, about women and all of things. So the Assistant Minister for International Organization, because it's part of the organs, of the UN, will have prepared that. But again, a particular briefing will inform the president, and the speech will be prepared because they will always give you. Now you don't go speak. Yes, that's not an area you're going to speak extemporaneously. It will have to be from a prepared text. Now, if it is from a prepared text, they're giving you being allotted time, and that they were a little bit disappointed that the handlers will have prepared the speech of the president in keeping with the program and the time allotted to the Liberian people. So let's say it's 50 minutes or 10 minutes of this minute. You can do a 2-page speech to the president, and the president can work within that and deliver a maybe in 15 minutes, in 10 minutes, the president can be done with that. Say thank you, where he'll receive the hand of applause. So basically, that's the portion of that. So we cannot, first and foremost, say the Minister of State or all those things. This is not emotion. This is policy issue. So we have to give the time, with the technician, the time to go through these things and analyze them accordingly.
What
and analyze it correctly.
Yeah.
So we are great technicians, and we're gonna be great technicians.
What technician can praise that? So we are great technicians. What better technicians?
Great technicians. Up. So you're not sleep for 2 weeks from business. You're not sleeping.
Finally, you and Pewee, we're gonna work together on the opposite.
Pewee know he's gonna join. Pewee know he's
You
gonna
honestly-
join.
You
Don't
and
try
Pewee gonna be in the opposition line
Don't try me, but he
trying
knows
to get rid of this president.
That one, I've got to put more ass in our so you can get more time to drink. And,
Hey, I can't have me now. You name my
and
boy.
lubricate.
Can't have me.
Guys, again, let us. I want to. Our thoughts with the former president. As I said again, is it true that it's confirmed? He's confirmed that the house is on fire. It's on fire, and they're able to get it. Neighbors to come and help him to put it up.
Has the fire been contained?
According to him, he said that. But I asked him. I said, "Should we announce that for protocol?" He said, "No. We got it under control." So
Okay, so it's contained.
So he said the neighbors came and helped. The fire people came, but they couldn't put the fire out. But he's okay. He was just coughing because he said we got the fire. But he said it happened in the master bedroom. So we're going to keep the former president and his family in our thoughts and prayers, and pray that all is well. The issue of a fire is something that
I think that looked like something intentional.
Well, we wait at.
No, but Peabody, if it's from the master bedroom, not intentional.
But you never know.
We don't know.
We don't know.
We can't speculate right now.
That's a huge compound, right?
Yeah,
but compound, very huge. So if it comes from the master of everything, my point, if it came from outside, then you would suspect some fireplace. But from the master bedroom,
we don't know yet, but I suspect fireplace.
Because listen, they call the Molotov cocktail. They can throw
it.
They
can throw it anywhere.
If there's a breakage now, then I mean it's possible.
Yeah, but my concern is that the fire department they couldn't do anything, and the regular people had to put the fire out. What is that?
That's a problem.
And they less than 5 minute drive from there.
Yeah, he said the neighbors were able to they brought a lot of help, they were able to help. And he was speaking to me on the scene. He said on the scene where he was speaking from. So
Ms. Fanta, let's talk about the fire situation in Liberia. For some reason, my suspicion though is changing our utility system from 110 to 220 in a country where basically all the houses are zinc round, mad building structures, to go from 110, which is what a minor stuff, to 100% double to 220, which is in this country would be like we're not talking about residential now, we're talking about commercial brand power. Isn't that reason for us to be concerned that much energy is coming into our building? And the wiring they are using there is not like from the United States where they have gauge protection, all that stuff. There's fire everywhere. In the speaker's house, St. Joseph's house. I mean, all the homes are burning.
Well, if it has been determined that the cause, the source of these outbreaks, these fires are electrical, then certainly that is something that needs to be reviewed. It needs to be properly regulated to minimize such outbursts if, in fact, it is a source. So without understanding, I think fully if that is the source or what the number, what does the data say, right, about house fires that we have seen and what percentage of that has been attributed to electrical. And I think we can understand how to better regulate the industry, and the feeds. But until then, I think until we have that data, it's kind of difficult to prioritize that discussion.
The reason I'm asking is because I think at the beginning of the show, either Seleke or somebody mentioned that the young man in Canada wanted to do some stuff for Liberia, and the people they requested data, and the Republic of Liberia does not collect data on basically anything. So here we are. For someone like you who will want to rely on the data, it looks like all I can say is, they said leave your own way.
Can I come in?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so again, want to thank God that nothing happened to the former president. Glad that people were able to intervene. But this is normal, and sometimes when it happens in a country like that, once the individual, the victim, they are a politician, we kind of try to make it like there's a fire play. Because few days ago too, the NSA director, I think Prince Johnson or something like that, his house also got on fire.
Can we switch? The president's about to speak.
Okay, let's preempt.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I don't know.
Yeah,
so I think Myean will
Tomalin
direct
has
all
it.
this video. But Prince Johnson, the NSA director, has got on fire a few days ago. And I remember some supporters of the UP or the government, they were on Facebook, even posting some videos from the CDC headquarters when they are, breaking down the people property, and then some of the comment the citizens are making. So they were just insinuating.
While we wait for the video, can we listen to the audio so we can based on the speech?
Excellencies,
Hey, Pewee.
That is important. Our president.
Not to show the video.
to address the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly on behalf of the people of Liberia. 8 decades after its founding, in which Liberia was involved, our country is proud that the United Nations remains the most critical multilateral platform for international cooperation and collective action. The UN continues to employ the best framework of humanity for peace, justice, security, dignity, and shared prosperity. Madam President, please accept the congratulations from the delegation of Liberia on your assumption of the esteemed office of President of the 80th session of the General Assembly. We trust in your leadership to guide the affairs of this august body. We also extend our commendation to your predecessor for his stewardship
the esteemed office of
on the
President
79th
of the 80th session.
Oh, but after you came I come on. Should I put it on?
Yeah, they play with the thing, play with it now. Time to put it on, you can't even get it voice. Every second you will come in.
For his leadership. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, please accept the General Assembly members in electing Liberia to serve on the non-permanent seat of the United Nations Security Council for the 2026-2027 term. This marks Liberia's first full term on the UN Security Council, 80 years after the country signed the charter in Herbst Theater Auditorium in San Francisco. Why the nameplate during this 2-year term will read Liberia, the seat, however, belongs to Africa. We are committed to ensuring that Liberia's contribution to the Security Council discussions and the decisions are shaped by hard-earned experiences in conflict resolution, as well as our successes in peace building, democratic reform, political transition, and governance. Additionally, the collective experience of the continent will be taken into consideration. Liberia looks forward to advocating for Africa's fair representation on the UN Security Council, which can only be achieved through permanent representation as a key part of the UN Security Council reform agenda. Excellencies, when the UN was founded in 1945, nations came together in the belief that peace could only be secured through cooperation. After 2 world wars, it became a widely held conviction that nations are stronger when united than when divided. 80 years later, that conviction is being tested like never before. From wars and displacement to terrorism, threats to technological advances, climate change, and widening inequalities, today our world faces challenges that no country can solve alone. At the same time, and paradoxically, when the world needs to strengthen multilateralism, its credibility and efficacy are being questioned. As one of the 4 African countries to sign the Charter of the United Nations, Liberia feels morally obligated to call for renewal rather than reversal of multilateralism. Reversal of multilateralism is not an option for a just and peaceful world. We call for greater inclusion, effectiveness, and respect for international law, recognizing that the credibility of the United Nations depends on our ability to act together in the service of humanity, rather than a path in the pursuit of narrow interests. Madam President, wars in Europe, Middle East, and Africa remind us that peace is often fragile and must be constantly defended. Therefore, as in 1945, Liberia once again reaffirms its commitment to the dialogue, diplomacy, and the peaceful resolution of disputes. In this spirit, Liberia supports all credible mediation efforts aimed at resolving conflict between Russia and Ukraine, as well as Israel-Palestinian conflict. Liberia stands on a common African position for the realization of the two-state solution, where Israel and Palestinians can live side by side in peace and security in accordance with international law and the relevant UN resolutions. We call on the international community to act together decisively to protect civilians, hold perpetrators of atrocities accountable, and strengthen mediation efforts. Rising from the ruins of civil war, Liberia knows all too well that human cause of conflict and importance of peace. Since 2003, Liberia has experienced 3 peaceful and orderly democratic transitions, each marked by a smooth transfer of power, making our nation safer, more stable, and more secure. After over 30 years of unrest, instability, and destruction, Liberians have also worked hard to achieve this through multilateral cooperation with support from ECOWAS, the African Union, and the United Nations. Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for Liberia, climate change is not a distant threat, but a present reality. Rising seas are eroding our coast, wildstorms and heavy rain devastate communities, threaten lives and livelihoods, and exacerbate food insecurity. Yet, we are acting. We are carrying our coastal defense project, developing climate information systems for early warning systems, finalizing our carbon market policies, and advancing the blue economy safety. But our efforts alone are not enough. We urge implementation of the Paris Agreement, full capitalization of the loss and damage fund, and greater global investment in adaptation and mitigation. Above all, we call for climate justice. Those who contribute the least to these crises should not be forced to suffer the most. Madam President, Excellencies, too many development nations spend more on debt servicing than on health or education. The current international financial architecture is unresponsive to this reality, making it not only outdated, but also unjust and defiant of the objectives of shared prosperity and development, the pursuit of which the United Nations was created. Liberia, therefore, joins the Global South in calling for urgent reform to the international financial architecture to ensure fair representation, a new approach to debt servicing and financing that supports sustainable development. Shared prosperity requires a system that truly leaves no nation behind. Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at home, inclusive development remains our top priority. To this end, our government has launched the Arrest Agenda for Inclusive Development, which focuses on agriculture and food security, roads and infrastructure, rule of law and good governance, education and skill development, sanitation and health, tourism, technology, and innovation. The Arrest Agenda aligns with our National Vision 2030, which aims to transform Liberia into a lower middle income country and lay the foundation for a capable state by 2030. Through this agenda, we are committed to improving the livelihoods, reducing inequality, and ensuring that every Liberian benefits from the dividends of peace and development. We are taking tangible steps to improve governance by implementing accountability and anti-terrorism corruption measures, such as asset declaration. We are strengthening institutional capacity to promote integrity, transparency, and improve public service delivery. Liberia has endured some of the darkest chapters of human suffering, having experienced one of the most brutal conflicts in recent history. Over the past 2 decades, we have remained firmly on the path of recovery, working to heal our nation and rebuild from the painful legacy of war. My government has taken deliberate, meaningful steps toward national reconciliation. These include honoring the memory of the victims, supporting initiative for memorialization, and upholding the commitment to justice and the rule of law. While we recognize that these efforts are complex and challenging, they are essential steps towards achieving lasting peace and genuine national healing. May I now take the opportunity to renew my government's request for the international support and assistance in establishing a war and economic crimes court, which would further the Liberian people's aspiration for national healing and reconciliation through justice. Madam President, for the United Nations to remain relevant and practical, it must adapt. Liberia therefore supports the path for the future and global digital compact. We also call on the UN that more responsive and reflective of today's world, using outdated 1945 solutions to tackle 2025 challenges is neither reasonable nor realistic. Regarding sustainable development goals, we agree that our collective progress is too slow. However, reaching the SDG targets remains a vital effort as ever. We therefore urge that the timely achievement of the SDGs be treated as a global emergency. Consequently, Liberia will submit its next voluntary national review in 2026, committing to accelerate the implementation of the global goals in line with the African Union's Agenda 2063 and ECOWAS Vision 2050. Finally, Excellencies, the theme of this session, Better Together, aptly captures both the spirit and the urgency of our time. The challenges before us are immense, so too must be the collective capacity to overcome them. Liberia pledges to remain a bridge to peace, a development partner, and a defender of human rights. Over the next 80 years, we will continue to honor the promise of 1945 by renewing our commitment to a world where peace is just, development is inclusive, and dignity is universal. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Liberia.
Yeah, that's it. I have to use my audio from here to listen, so it's not enough. But I think from my end, everyone, all the CMC people lost.
But I took three things from there. It talked about the Liberia position on the Israel and the Palestinian. Liberia support the two-state solution.
Yeah.
And he also said the UN should focus on shared prosperity. Should be shared prosperity of the whatever the UN doing. And then the last thing about the War and Economic Crimes Court, he asked for support. But other than that, I don't know. But the public there to discuss what happened. But I think, for me, I think that the UN next time they should try to adjust the schedule. Don't put the president so late, man. Not good.
Tony, it's not. We are not alone in this. Other presidents are speaking also.
I think.
Go ahead, Peabody. Go ahead.
I think the speech was relatively short. I think it was less than 15 minutes, so he did well in terms of time. Guess what? I think it didn't have much in it to really talk about how far Liberia have come and what they've done so far. It didn't have much. Like he talked about the two-state solution. I think Liberia need to take their own position when it comes to that. You know, you can't hide behind the other people and say we join the other people in, you know, in what they.
Let me just say that being our position ever since. It is part of our foreign policy. It's been our position ever since.
Yeah, but can he finish his thought before you interject? Please go ahead, Peabody.
Turbo had
you are just used to interrupting. I really want to hear what Peabody have to say. Can you please finish your thought, like Mr. Peabody?
Listen. We have to be respectful. Peabody is giving me the time to talk. You are not Peabody, please.
I don't have to be Peabody, but I'm a member right now. I'm a host.
So Peabody, you're giving information. I'm a guest. Do you want the information, Peabody?
I'm a guest, so you're interrupting him. Stop interrupting him.
Look, let's do this. Okay, yes, the best kind of study of the day. I don't know. I hope it integrates.
No. It's not. I'm not taking it. Listen, this is not a laughable thing. If you said things in the play, people, it's not that you are trying to struggle. You said that, bro, I'm not taking position. We have taken position on this matter. Our position being more than 76 decades.
Let me end. Let me land.
Now you can land.
Thank you.
Okay. So I don't know, but I didn't hear much in terms of how we are working to reduce poverty. I didn't hear much about how we're working to create jobs. I didn't hear much about how we are working, you know, stuff like the electricity and all of that. I didn't hear much about it. They've done a great job, especially on the rural electricity project, electrification project, and all of that. You know, but I think, you know, again, I know Liberia have always maintained this position, but it's very vague and it needed to be clear. You know, two-state solution. If you read it, Martina, why did you abstain today? If you read it, Martina, the two-state solution, why did you guys abstain from voting today? No.
Today, Liberia is still on voting.
Yes, they will report that Liberia abstained from voting for declaring Palestine the Palestine recognizing the Palestinian state.
I don't think so. That Peabody.
There was a report that I read. It may not be true.
That may be that report may not be factual.
140.
Other than that, I gave him a prop in the presentation. I think he was very eloquent enough, like President Donald Trump said. He speaks very well. I think Tom was great too. So that's my analysis.
Well,
can I let me say this from my own observation. Peabody, I think he spoke of the commitment to create jobs in the country. Probably you slip on that. He spoke of that, and he also did mention one thing. I kept the first and foremost, and let me give it to him for this one. He's 80 years, so he turned 81 in less than 2 months.
Come on now, let us not bring
no, we do that. Will you give me the time, please? He's 80 years, so he turned 81 in less than 2 months. He read his speech with no glasses and all of thinking. He was very to the point. He was very unflappable in terms of his deliberation. And one of the points he mentioned that beyond the war crime thing, he said to the president of the General Assembly that Liberia is a country that went through deficit in civil crisis, so we know the solution for peace. And he went on to say, and I thought the person that did this did a very wonderful job. I would have done the same. Say that the country is not only peaceful, the country is stable, and the country is moving towards the trajectory of hope. That is a fact. The country is moving to that, and we all should collectively embrace that. He also stated the issue of climate change, and that is a very serious thing about the issue of climate change. He mentioned the issue of climate change, something that we also have to elevate, and the role that Liberia have played in the committee. He reminded us of the establishment of the United Nations. You know, United Nations was founded in 1945 to maintain global peace. And we signed that chapter. He reminded the General Assembly also that we signed the chapter, and that was a significant roadmap and significant milestone that any leader would do. So I thought to just end here where others were coming, I thought the president's representation of the country was adequate. The president representation of the country was excellent. The president representation of the country was one that every Liberian should be proud of. I thought he did a very great job tonight in representing. He spoke for almost 14 minutes thereabout. So it was a good job done by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Liberia.
Let me chime in here. For people to say he's 80 years old, so he should get an extra pass. That's unacceptable. And secondly, for us to give someone a prop because they read without an error, I mean, this is to me, it is so petty that if our president shows up and read a handwritten note,
what? No, the issue of not reading, the issue of the representation.
Uninterrupted, then all of a sudden he has done excellent. Who doesn't know that the United Nations was founded in San Francisco, 1945, and that Liberia was the signatory to that? We all know that there's nothing new here to say it would galvanize the country, it would do this. Nothing. This is what they have all regurgitated for forever. You go out here and say, we were founded in 1847, we are 187 years old. We were signatory to the United Nations and this and that, and we stand with peace. You saw what Trump did over there today. Trump shows up and show out and told the folks, listen, this United Nations, it looks like we have passed our time. It's time for us to rejuvenate most of the things that you are prosecuting.
So you giving Trump a big pass, then you say,
listen. He said some of the things, some he consider hoax, Some he taught pseudoscience, and he went on and why he said that. And today when he left, he was on the front pages of every paper. Because for once, I agree with President Trump when he said this carbon footprint is questionable and it's a hoax. And I have said it from day one when President Weah was in power. Why should Liberia, our people in the Sapo National Park and all over in Cape Mount, we have been hunting for our deer and our falling tonker and all of these things for ages, for thousands of years. All of a sudden now, we have been barred from hunting because we want to preserve some carbon footprint. People in China, in Saudi Arabia, in the UAE, in Japan, and in Great Britain are polluting the whole world. And they want us, our rainforest, to absorb their carbon nonsense they're doing over there. And they say we should preserve our forest. We shouldn't hunt. We shouldn't do this because they are emitting. So they will sponsor us. They will pay for us to stay out of our natural environment because we want to save carbon footprint. Nonsense. And I agree with Trump. Let the people in Basel go do their subsistence hunting. Go hunt your falling tonker and enjoy yourself. Don't allow them to tell you will say that they will bring you cans of sardines so you can eat like the day Firestone. We are stuck on Pusawa. We sit on the side of the river and they bring Pusawa and deliver it to us, and the people can't even farm for themselves anymore. We should stop this nonsense. Thank you.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Mr. Gayman. I think we have to really move away from pedestaling mediocrity. When someone walks, we're clapping for them. Oh my gosh, he walked. When he talks, we're like, oh my gosh, he talked. This is wonderful. Where is the value, once again, I will ask, to the Liberian people? How does it affect the bottom line of the Liberian people? I will tell you, it does not. Look, if you don't have the stamina, you should really not be a leader, because a leader, like leadership, requires an active person, right? So we should not be giving props to someone just because they're 80 years old and they still have the ability to stay up past their bedtime. If your bedtime is crucial to you, then you need to retire and just go sleep, essentially. Look, there are certain points, or there are a few points that he mentioned, and I was writing down here. The first, he talked about the human cost of the conflict. You know, the effects of the conflict is still so real. It's still so real, especially for a lot of people who felt they have not seen the relief that the trauma that they're dealing with on a daily basis was caused, right? Or the trauma that was caused by the conflict. They have not seen the relief of that. Yet we redirect investments into other areas and not prioritize rehabilitation to relieve our people of that trauma, because it's very, very real. And we're seeing the evidence of that in the drug epidemic. Most of those people who still have those trauma and people who are frustrated with lack of jobs, the youth, they have no avenue, and therefore they have turned to drugs due to frustration. And you can't speak about you come from a conflict and you are doing everything to maintain peace, or you're moving towards peace and you're putting all of those mechanisms in place. You have to be able to show what those mechanisms looks like. So we need to see that. And the fact that we know is not there, that's why we are in the situation that we are today, like the drug epidemic, among so many others. We have rape cases on the rise. Once again, you know, how have you prioritized rehabilitations? How have you prioritized entities to ensure that these crimes are not committed and you actually have a healthy society? The fact that we're still seeing these things happening means that has never been a priority. And once again, you're giving lip service just for the sake of giving lip service. The other thing that he mentioned was, you know, the reliance on ECOWAS and the AU. You have to ask yourself, Who has ECOWAS and the AU ever benefited? What are the influences of ECOWAS and the AU? What are the motivations of ECOWAS and the AU? Now, this might be controversial. Of course, I'm open for the fire. ECOWAS and the AU been funded by the Westerners. Their motivation, their masters that they serve is the Westerners, right? 70+% of ECOWAS funding and AU funding comes from Europe and the West. How do you expect them to prioritize African issues when they're funded by those masters? They have to do everything to do the bidding of those masters, which means siphoning off the African resources and keeping the continent poor. The fact that you do not understand, you have trillions of dollars under your soil. Last time he traveled sitting in front of Trump, he was talking about, he was inviting Trump to come to Liberia and come and assess the minerals that are under the Liberian soil. In this day and age, 2025, you're saying you're so incapacitated that you do not have the understanding that technology exists today to do geological surveys. Then why do we have the Ministry of Lands and Mines? If you're going to invite your colonial power to come and voluntarily steal your minerals that you should be using as leverage to create more wealth for your people and your country. How does that make any sense? So we should clap because he says, oh, come, we have so many resources in Liberia. We have so many minerals in Liberia. Come survey our resources. What kind of thought process is that? Who thinks like that? I'll tell you, it's not a leader, it's a beggar. It's someone who has always maintained slave mentality beyond an Uncle Tom. The other issue that he talked about is the War Crime and Economic Court. You stand once again on the public stage. You talk about War Crimes Court. How long have we been talking about this? Upward 19 years? Where are the structures or where are the evidence that you're actually putting structures in place to have a war crime or to enable a War Crimes and Economic Court? I will tell you, I haven't seen it. It's been all talk thus far. He talked about debt financing, and how the partners have to understand that they are a hindrance and what have you. Well, duh, they are a hindrance. That's the one thing that you got correct. The fact that $1 billion leaves your country every year without you putting measures in place to ensure that does not happen, to goes towards actually funding activities and infrastructure projects for your country. You go and you borrow. You are living beyond your means. You know where Liberia debt currently stands as of 2025? I think Front Page Africa reported it to be $2.5+ billion. What the heck are we borrowing $2.5 billion for? When $1 billion is leaving Liberia every year in illicit financial flows. Why can't we close the levers and ensure those funds stays at home and go towards in the infrastructure development that we so desperately need? Why do you think the World Bank and the IMF exist? You think it's to fund Liberia nonsense like endlessly? That's not going to happen. It exists to take advantage of your resources and exploit your resources. When are you going to understand that? It is not rocket science. It's the fact. They want to keep you poor. It is by design. Until you can exert your sovereignty, you're going to remain poor. And it's so sad because you're only suffering the Liberian people. Right? The next thing that I will say here is that the fact that Liberia, and I was really expecting something more definitive from the president to say this is where we stand on the active genocide that is happening in our day and time. To be wish-washy about that or just take the popular stand, it is despicable. What makes you a leader if you don't have a backbone? You see children and women are being sacrificed, are being murdered by the hundreds of thousands. And it's an issue that you're ambiguous about? Liberians are not ambiguous. We're very vocal. I'll tell you where I stand. Israel is committing a genocide. And anyone who stands with Israel, that person is the devil. The fact that we're going to wait and 10 years from now, we're going to be referring to this as the Palestinian Holocaust. We're going to be learning and reading in our history book, oh, the Palestinian Holocaust.
Is that a CNC position?
In 2024. Look,
Is that a sensible position?
the position I'm taking is the Liberian position because the president is incapable of taking a position. We don't support genocide. Liberia does not support genocide. Just how as Liberia does not support the Holocaust, Liberia does not support the Palestinian genocide that is currently taking place. And that's where I will end.
Mr. Nagbe?
Liberia does not also support Hamas going to slaughter peaceful Israelis.
We have absolutely no idea of what you're speaking about because this conflict dates back to the 1940s, right? When British gave away a land that was not theirs to give. When Britain gave away the Palestinian land that was not theirs to give. If they wanted to find a land for the Israelis, they should have found a land in Europe. Look at all the land that is in America here. Look at Colorado. Look at California. Look at Ohio. Why they didn't get them that land? Why ethnically cleanse a people? Because you want to give someone else a land.
So what's happening? You didn't say anything about what's happening in Darfur in South Sudan.
Well, exactly. Like all of those are being influenced right now by external entities. Why continue to subject Africa to never-ending conflicts? The African leaders need to stop being cowards and unite and have a strong voice and say to those Westerners and say to those Western entities, we will no longer play by your rules because it is not helping our people. It is subjecting our people. You're trying to interrupt me again. It is subjecting our people to poverty and never-ending poverty mindset, and we have to move away from that.
The Liberian government would do stand a position of the two-state solution, and that's where many civilized countries, many civilized, almost all of the civilized countries are currently calling for.
You mean barbaric countries that rape little boys and like girls, right? So those are civilized countries.
So the Liberian government's position is that. But let me come out and say, I do agree. I have one person normally watch. I'm very key to looking at international news and following the news. Pay more attention in watching all of the international news and see what is unfolding actually in Gaza and other part of the area in terms of atrocity against children. I have condemned it. But what I will not do, I wouldn't be a coward to only condemn the atrocity against the Palestinian. I will also move to say it was barbaric for those animals to move and committed that October 7th thing against the Israeli people. That is unacceptable. It is completely unacceptable. And these heinous elements are trying to use civilians as human shield to continuously attack the people of Israel. That is also unacceptable. We have to be loud. So listen,
you are a pawn. You are a pawn if you can say, oh, the barbaric Hamas, but you can say the barbaric Israel. You are a pawn.
International politics.
You are a pawn.
We will give the time to move these things forward as we can see them move on. You know, again, that's where sometimes it is difficult to actually come out and say you want to get position into the politics back in the country or so. Either you want to be considered this or you're going to be considered that. But any civilized government would take the road that the president took today.
What is the definition of a civilized government?
The peaceful coexistence of the two-state solution is the way forward.
What's your definition of a civilized government?
The two-state solution is the way forward.
Exactly. A government who commits atrocities.
I agree with you. Honorable Pewee, I agree with you on the two-state solution.
Yes, the two-state solution is the way forward. And that's what the Liberian government is supporting. But yet, let me say this. The reason why we are at this conflict at this moment, it is because of Hamas atrocity.
I would say that's a lie. People. That is an absolute lie. This is back to 1947.
That is unfolding here. Now,
this is back to 1947. Do your research, please. This is a lie.
And for me, when I'm discussing this, I've got to know the sensitive nature of this issue. We have to strike the balance. I see innocent kids. Most of got children around the same age, right? But when I see innocent kids being starved to death, and they're being killed by bombing and other things, I decry that. I decry and condemn those things. But again, we have to, now, those of us that there's some things around conflict and the things that trigger conflict, we have to be very mindful to strike the delicate balance here. October 7th, we saw 1,200 Israelis got slaughtered. They got slaughtered by those cowards. right? So if you have to do that, you don't expect the Israelis not to fold their hand and see their people be slaughtered in that way and manner. They will have to fight back. And that's one of the reasons that the global community is saying that, hey, the way forward is
misinformed, like, is very, very
that.
sad.
So I don't know the
Because
there's not about you, so I'm not coming. Yeah. And yeah, Jerome, the debate here now is I'm going to take this, I'm going to take that side of I'm having a mature discussion here. I'm not talking to what you're saying. I'm speaking to the fact that what the president said. We analyzed our president's speech. I respect that decision. That everybody will have to coexist, but to coexist, you have to respect the rule of law, and you have to respect the dignity of the other. While we condemn these people on what they're doing, we call it from the sensational hostility, we also have to condemn those terrorists from attacking innocent people that trigger this thing we have now today. They didn't see these things attacking this online. It's about, I agree, I'm not informed, but what I know of, it is sufficient to speak to the reality of what's happening over there in that country or in that part of the world. So the entire war is saying that the president of the United States stated it today. They don't want to agree to the core of the agreement in terms of the negotiation. The war would have been over. Drop your arm, free the hostages. You will stop, but you're using your people as human shield because you want to perpetrate your terroristic attitude. That is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. And the Israeli people are going to defend themselves fearlessly. They're not going to give in to terrorists. No.
Your stance is your stance, and I'm not speaking on behalf of CMC. Let me just give that full note here. Your stance is your stance and is one of cowardice. Let me tell you why. If you only do your research, you will realize that in 1917, the Balfour Agreement was established. Do you know who established that agreement? That was established by Britain. Britain established that agreement giving the Palestinian land to Israel for them to create an Israeli state. Now, have you ever asked yourself, you have your house today that you're living in, right? We have seen these stories if you only do a simple research. And it's very important that we educate ourselves because we're watching a Holocaust happen in our day and age, only for us 10 years from now to be reading about it and condemning it in our history books. If you research, you will find that Britain gave away this Palestinian land to the Israelis when it wasn't theirs to give away in the first place. It's like you live in your house, like someone comes to you and that says, look, Pewee, you have to evacuate like your house. You have to leave because we want to put this other family in your house. You don't expect to sit there and vacate your house for this family, right? That makes no sense at all. And even if you do agree to share your house, you say, you know what, these people are refugees. I understand like what it means. They have been prosecuted in Europe and we should condemn that, absolutely. But you know what? Out of the kindness of my heart, for the sake of humanity, I'm gonna share my house with you. They wake up in the morning and you're feeding them and you're giving them your clothes and water on their back. And this is all factual. Please look it up. I implore the audience to look this up, please. They're giving you clothes from their back. They're feeding you. You're supporting these people living in your house. A week later, 2 weeks later, you are laying in your bed and you have a gun to the head, like to your head, saying, you get out of this house right now, or I'm gonna blow your brains out. Many Palestinian families, this is their true experience. I'm not talking about what happened on October 7th. Let me be very clear. I do not support anyone picking up any type of arms foolishly to take the life of a human being. I do not support that. What I want you and the audience to understand is that when you take such a position, you exercise a sense of humanity, allow someone in your home, feed and clothe that person, only for that person to put a gun at your head and say, now this is my house, you get the heck out, right? Your natural instincts are going to kick in to say, wait, I've been paying the mortgage for this house. Or my grandfather built this house and passed it down to me and my family. Where do you expect me and my children to live? I open my doors to you as a refugee. I allow you in my home. Now you're threatening to blow my brains out. And once again, do not take my words from it. Every single thing I'm saying and the evidence is out there for you to see it and be your own judge. This is the story of Palestine and Israel as has filtered into 2025 since 1917. Look up the Balfour Agreement. When we're speaking about something as a people, we should be very, 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 very objective. We should. I'm not finished. Just give me like 2 seconds, please. Right? So when you see this going on years after year after year, even one of the person that's been so vocal about this is the model Bella Hadid. This is someone who in this day and age, right, in this generation is saying, this is what happened to us. This was our experience. We opened our doors to these people, and the next day they were kicking us out of our house. It was either that or our brains will be splattered on our walls. Right? We had no choice but to leave our home, our ancestral home that we had for so many years. So the ones who says, I'm not going to do this, like I have nowhere to go. And they say they're going to fight back. You want to refer to those people as barbaric, but not as people who are exercising their self-defense. As we have laws today protecting people who are exercising self-defense. But when it comes to the Palestinians, for some reason, they're inhuman. They're not humans. They're animals. Why is that? Have you ever asked yourself? Look, today, I implore you, journalists, and everyone on this panel and everyone who's listening. Today, there is an active investigation going on in Israel against Bibi Netanyahu. Do you know for why? Because the Israeli government suspects him of orchestrating October 7. How is it? Anyone who has been to Israel will tell you, you cannot move a mile without a military checkpoint. How is it that a group of illiterate, call them terrorists, call them whatever you want to call them, was able to travel miles into Israeli territory and cause this to happen? Have you asked yourself about this, the narrative that we were given with the Iraqi war that had weapons of mass destruction? Have you not seen the evidence suggesting not that? What about Libya? What about Afghanistan? Shall I continue?
Let me say this for the record.
And don't
let me say this. Let me say this.
Fanta.
Yeah. Let me say this for the record.
1 minute. 1 minute. Fanta, can we talk about?
No, Jerome. Let me give me 3 or 4 minutes. I will share this.
I'm done. Like I've given all the time that I've given. Like I'm not going to keep going back and forth like with people. My purpose here is to educate whoever wants to be educated.
This is about global politics.
That's
and
also
we have to respect global politics. But it sounds comical for anyone to come and say that Netanyahu himself will orchestrate his people being killed.
There is an active investigation going on in Israel right now. Look it up.
I don't want you to
look it up.
Please. Yeah, please stay clear.
No, I'm not going to entertain this. Like, Mr. Gayman, with all due respect, I have given you guys about 2 hours, 33 minutes of my time today. I don't wish to go back and forth about
Benjamin Netanyahu.
I stand by or not.
Process about this.
Thank you for your time. That's all.
You
Look,
cannot.
I have an MBA in international business. You do not know geopolitics more than I do. I'm not speaking from this. I'm not speaking of this from a place of a regular citizens. You do not understand geopolitics more than I do. I have an MBA in international business. Do you not understand that? Do you have an international relations degree? No, you do not. So not only do I understand this on the academic level, I understand this from being in the industry.
Ms. Kamara.
I will not go back and forth with you.
Ms. Kamara.
So, Mr. Gayman, can I conclude?
Yes. Listen, Ms. Kamara.
I'm not.
Listen,
I'm gonna remove myself. I'm no longer engaging like with this person. Like let's not look. Do your research. It's not Fanta Kamara who has Bibi Netanyahu on the stands. It's the Israeli government currently investigating Bibi Netanyahu because of October 7th. The same reason why they created ISIS. The same reason why they created Al Qaeda. Look it up. Do not be naive. Wake up.
Listen, if you say the investigation is ongoing, then it's inconclusive. We can't say that. But let's keep.
No. Let me end here quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not going back and forth.
It is the process about.
I decline to stay. I thank you all so much for your time. Respectfully, I will depart.
Thank you very much. Come back next time.
When we on this show,
go ahead.
We have people come and spread of mis and disinformation It is not right. We have to correct that. There's no investigation going on Bibi Netanyahu that he orchestrated the October 7th thing. It's not true. That's not true. No, but you see, again, we will not always come on and blow our own trumpet. No. To say, oh, it's international MBA, international business. No, for me, I'm a forest ball. I didn't get nothing.
Mr. Pewee,
I get nothing.
I agree with you on that one. Degree means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I get degree. Yeah, I get something on that.
The reason I want to talk real quick.
Yeah,
is,
but you wanted me to. You think I should conclude before you come in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So I don't have.
How many times are you going to conclude you alone, Sylvester? You
sat here. Your spokesperson spoke almost like a monologue, and you didn't comment on that.
No, I was waiting for you.
I will conclude because we're having
because of that. You made me to.
We're having conversation. We're having a dialogue.
Here because I've been here.
We're having dialogue in this place. And you see the problem.
To make that one final conclusion.
You see, yeah. Now I was gonna. You see the problem about. You see. When we want a news thing because we got interest into that to defend it, it's a problem. And Mr. Nagbe, I expect you one of the senior person here, and you tell you being observing the politics. Go back to the story, and you kept quiet on it when you agree. But if you must have to meet.
You can't placate me here when you feel like the other day you call me a progressive puppet here. You don't value
if we were to meet later on.
Come on, Victor,
you don't value my input.
You can't say that
here because you got no respect. That's what you told me.
No, Mr. Nagbe,
you called me here.
No, Mr. Nagbe,
no, hold on. You said here you are fighting to manage my political inconsistency. That was you. That was you. Then you didn't stop there. You called me a progressive puppet. That's what you called me. Sylvester Pewee. That's what you called me.
No, but
not tonight. Now you coming to give me laurels. You know, you come to placate me now because.
Oh, I'm placating you. No, I'm placating. I'm getting laurel. Okay, let me conclude.
You're tendering right now.
Let me
let you go ahead. You know, today is your day. Go ahead.
I do know, Mr. Nagbe, when there was a conversation and you opened it and you didn't disagree here. Now. The story about what is unfolding in Israel, and we've all spoken on this time past, right? And the reason why you see I'm deeply engaged in having a discussion about it with personal analysis is not only that I got a degree in political science with emphasis in international relations, but beyond that's the first one. Now, if you're talking about NBA, international business, you're talking about business. I'm talking about international relations, emphasis in diplomacy studies. Then you're talking about international business. But I want people, listen, we are not coming here to come be saying we got it. And we kind of say you will not say it. And we cannot talk it. We can use the pen and put it down and make analysis of them. What is happening in that part of the world is not a good thing. No one's going to celebrate it. But to single out the Israelis that they doing wrong, no, I disagree to that. I disagree to that. Also, when the Hamas leadership started stating that they did this and they brought crash to Israel, saying all kind of things that Bibi told them to do that, Actually, no. Now, the core of the international part, the pariah nature of international politics that's unfolding.
I gotta stop you there. Don't make out Bibi Netanyahu to be some kind of injury. The man is corrupt, and you know that. I cannot put anything past this man.
He's have the right to defend his nation. That's why he's
over 5 minutes.
He is the president of the nation. His
Netanyahu is corrupt.
I will use
moral man. You know
that. October 7 attack, but Bibi has gone to extreme right now.
It doesn't.
But right now, foreign nations are saying that it's turning to the Palestinian state.
Tomalin, George, there is no proportionality in war. If you start a war and you hit me in the face, and you think I can't hit you the same place too, it doesn't work that way. People you hit that, they will pick you up and slam you on your neck.
Bibi only do it because of American support. American backing, you think you do that, you doing?
Israeli were in the streets for months before they wanted Bibi removed, and you all know that. The man is corrupt.
Listen, ain't nobody going to defend corruption. We're not here for that. We're talking about October 7th. October 7th, what happened October 7th? If they're happy to Liberia and Joe Walker doesn't defend Liberia, that's on him.
Something live from the former president's house.
He beating up about 900 people.
Right.
Netanyahu have the right.
Yeah, the former president's house. Yeah, on the scene.
Please tell the former president and family are okay.
Okay.
Want to give an update?
All right, so I'm live here along with other journalists at the former president's house to.
Honorable George, I told you it's the weather.
Yeah.
BB, is that you want any good leader with you?
Of course.
All right. So I try to set my camera on back camera. So let's see.
Oh, Dana Brill.
No,
yeah,
just
after
two.
No,
not two. It's only two.
Just kidding.
You're up there with the fire, something.
So you see that's the fire service truck. So that's the fire service truck there that just off the fire. It's about 3 different fire service trucks so far at the former president's house, and we have some former top government officials. The former speaker, Jerome Gayman, was also here not too long. He left. Former Minister of State and Senator for Mark Ibikate, Senator Magio is also here. Honorable Akawas Moses Gray is also here. The street, the Nashville resident is where the fire happened. I think you see the fire truck there coming out of the compound. That's the fire truck there. Almost 3 different fire trucks came to have the situation placed under control. So these are the fire service trucks there. Along with ambulance leaving the former president's house.
Anybody got hurt?
I didn't get you say.
Anybody got hurt?
No. So far, there is no casualty at the moment, but the ambulance just came as part.
What the extent of the fire? What extent of the fire damage?
So currently the situation is under control. The fire out there pulled off, but we were denied access to enter the compound to break you the actual scene from where the actual fire took place. So we currently waiting on Honorable Moses Akawa Gray, who's supposed to take up briefing.
Is there any person of state security to conduct any kind of investigation for instance?
Yes, so there are presence. I'm seeing the Liberia National Police here. I'm also seeing the Liberia Fire Service here. So far, I'm not seeing someone from the DEA or UNE LMP and Liberia National Fire Service.
Excellent. Well, Masare.
Yes, sir.
What's the atmosphere there? Is it a lot of people around? When did the fire start?
So the place is kind of a little bit packed, but it's people from around nearby, around 9th Street, 8th Street, 6th Street, and 7th Street, because it's almost 2 a.m. in the morning here in Liberia.
So when did the fire actually start, or when did they notice the fire in the building?
It started around 12 o'clock.
12 a.m.
Yeah. And the former president is also here in his compound.
So the president was the former president was on the premises when this thing happened? Was he in the building?
Yes, sir.
Is that established? He was there, or he came after the fire started? Have you guys established that?
So when I came, I just met him already on the ground. So we have to verify for Honorable Gray whether he was already sleeping when the incident took place.
I know when I spoke to him, he said he kept telling me the fire started in the master bedroom. He kept telling me that. I mean, he's doing that. So I don't know whether he was there or not. But
according to information, Samson, is the compound being guarded by security? Do we have security normally deployed there?
So normally the former president resident is guarded by his private security, field LMP officers. So that's the normal protocol.
Okay.
That's his private security LMP officer currently guarding his compound. That's the same security that normally at his compound.
Victor.
But is there any speculation that there was a foul play for now?
For now, I cannot speak to it. So we wait on Honorable Gray or Master Kimea who's in. When they come out, then they will give us a full briefing. But he said we should wait on them to come outside to give a full briefing.
Victor.
No, what Sylvester asked is exactly what I wanted to ask. Whether there's any suspicion, any prevailing theory as yet, but I think it's too early. We'll wait for. I'm glad that at least he can certify that the former president is okay, and nobody so far as yet has been reported hurt or anything. So I think that's good. And I think he said the fire has been contained. I think that's also good. But isn't this the same building that houses the CDC headquarters, or they haven't moved?
The CDC is the Eastern District. It off the.
It's still out of Grace Place. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Mr. Nagbe, this is his official resident, one of the official ones. The one announced the B side.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm a little curious because if the president is in the house at midnight, in the master bedroom where he sleeps, for fire to begin there, it kind of is concerning. Because when Tomalin George were talking, he said the president was coughing, obviously, maybe from smoke inhalation.
He told me to say that from the fire. He said from the fire, that's where he was coughing from.
But for your interview with him, for your conversation with him, did he say that he was in the house or he came there after the fire started?
No, I know he I asked him, where are you?
I heard that when you said.
Yeah, he said I'm here. I'm at the scene.
I'm here now.
But he said 3 times. He said the fire started from in the master bedroom. He kept telling me that.
But he was not in the master bedroom when it started. He was not on the compound when it started.
I didn't ask him that question. I didn't get it because I just wanted to make sure he was okay. Then he said I'm okay. I said, but should I announce people to come and help? He said no. The neighbors already help. He said, but the fire truck that came, they tried, and the neighbors came and helped.
I think the fire people would not have allowed him to go if he were already outside. The fact that he was coughing, the fact that he was coughing according to Tomalin suggests he must have been inside when the fire started. I mean,
yeah, but I know somebody just called him and told me say is it a meeting you were gonna get the person back. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the modern structures, right? For Nati Kofa's building got burned to the ground. I'm talking about the entire compound. Sir Joseph compound, as beautiful as that place was, also burned. And it's happened all over the city, not just the big guys, but most of the homes. Every time you look around, home is on fire. It has to be the change. I'm saying that it has to be the change in the system from 110 to 220. That is
when you spoke about it earlier, Jerome, I didn't want to because all of you were making your input, but I think that I have to agree with you. I think there's something to be said about that, and I don't know if our people are using any step-down transformer, especially the older buildings that were, they were wired, like you said, for 110. When you and I were in Liberia, we were on 110, and all of a sudden, we switched to this more powerful load of current that's been delivered to this home. I'm not sure if this is not partly responsible for all these I mean, there seem to be more fire these days than you and I ever known before, almost one per month or so.
But let me ask a question. Do we have in Liberia there? Do we have like fire like to alarm? Like, do we have it in the homes in there?
I don't think there's
four homes got it, but there will be few that want to put it there. Few.
Yeah.
Few that want to.
I mean, I can tell you when I go, the building I'm in. I'm sorry, the building I'm in is not the usual. You know, it's supposed to be one of those. You know, well protected. There's no smoke detector in there. I can tell you that. I don't even see a fire extinguisher on the wall. I don't see anything.
Yeah,
but now look at real quick. Honorable Sir Joseph almost got killed because all the houses that they are barricaded in.
Yeah.
The house Sir Joseph. I've been to the house before, right? But that place, and according to what he told me, he said, look, he said he had given up. He said he just said he had just given up. And he said, well, you were gonna die. So, but then I think he said it. He said, but for some reason. So said they go through the window here. Like they are pushing through the window. He came out. But I think for us in America who building in Liberia, I think we should be ahead of the game. We should take precaution, right? To know exactly what to do, how to build our homes and put away our home. Like for instance, I'm not going to build up. I mean, all the things I see happening, I'm going to make sure that fire stuff there because when I go Liberia now. I make sure these are things I will check for first because you want to make sure that just in case anything happens, you know how to get out and so forth. But you know, I mean the wiring system and everything.
Yeah,
you should take extra security because you can't make your house vulnerable, and that's why people should. That's why they say you selfish. While you fence your home, make sure that your house is secure. I mean, to live in Liberia. That post say anything they won't say, but you have security there 24/7 because you want to make sure your house is secure. You want to can't cause and you can't throw something on your house and burn your house while you sleeping. You can't get up.
That is the problem, but I don't think most of those things can be awesome. Most of those things can be electrical fault. And the problem that we have in the country is that many of the buildings, as you said, many of the buildings in the place don't have this smoke detector. That's one. Beyond the smoke detector, the main problem is the wiring system. Now, if you want to build a house in Liberia and you're going for the number 12 wire, because the wire system in the country, there's the gas setting number 12 wire that is both Chinese made, is cheap, and the guy another number 12 wire that is very expensive. Many people don't want to buy the wire that are expensive, and that's the problem. Now, the guy that was, for instance, doing electrical work for me would tell me we went to the store. That's someone in Liberia went to the store to Eagle Electronics. They have certain wire. You go to certain area, you buy one number 12 wire, and that is why they're running for this circular thing for the sockets and all line. That number 12 wire, Eagle is saying one bundle, which is the 100 yard, for $120. That is the original one.
The guy is saying a big smoke with it. Will he say the bar solar panel it will prevent fire?
Oh yeah,
solar panel can prevent fire if it is installed the right way also. Because if you install the solar panel up there, there's an electrical panel you're going to build. You got an inverter. You have the battery, and then switching. I have seen solar panel customers switching from the inverter to the battery. That switching time is the person that is doing the connection. It is not work. So the whole thing is about the wiring system in the house, because the solar panel is going to be the source of the current. And then you have, for instance, how many battery are you using? Some people would use maybe those powerful 2,000 watt batteries, sometimes 6-8 of them. How many solar plates you have? Maybe 20, 25, 30 solar plates. How many inverter? The inverter of what capacity? So if you run that as the source, then you have to use another power source to send the current there. But the bottom line given is the wiring system in the house. Now, if you got most of those Chinese wire, because some of those Chinese wire, if you run it and plug anything of a high voltage coming, and here's the problem. There is no step down in the house, and it's good to be build a house in Liberia. Try to have a step down that will go to the double throw. That if the LDC came with that force, that step down will absorb it right there, and it would stop shock from coming in the house. And so most of the wire are in the wall, number 12 Chinese or number 8 days Chinese. If you hit it and come and hit that sucker, boom, something can cause some tension from the double throw there, and it will spark small fire. And then the reason that most of the houses can burn, when it spark those fire, there's no smoke detector or fire alarm that will just trickle through the house. So this video I said something. I went to this place, Lowe's. The guy asking the guy, so the other smoke, asking if these smoke detector are they electric. He said no. Some of these smoke detector, you just put battery,
yeah.
It will sense it. And I'm thinking about really getting most of it and send it to Liberia and just put it to man so it can help.
No,
so
but
the smoke of fire will detect it and it will start to alarm.
There's a fire occurred in Trenton on Saturday, right? And a Liberian 18-year-old kid he died in a fire. According to his mother, she spoke to him. I think during the time go to the trash outside when she was at work, I think. But you see that the houses there that joined together. Yeah.
The townhomes.
I think about five of it got burned.
Roman.
And then, but one of the kids died. They said I think he fell asleep. I think he died while he was sleeping. And that like Eugenia is saying, like I think in Liberia, when somebody building house, they must make sure that they fire before that house is allowed to continue. The fire marshal of the Republic of that city must go and certify that house is inspect all the fire stuff that ensure that fire that they might have, just in case there's a fire, is a way to exit or to avoid it. Alarm should be there. But they shouldn't let project big house. Say, I mean, any house you see building, if you get a fire marshal certificate, you can't continue. That'll make it a law. You can't continue until the fire marshal come and inspect and say, well, the house is we gave you certificate because now in case of fire will be alerted. I mean, you alarm and so forth. But you can't put that big house because of one big house. That'd be frank.
Most of the reason I triggered those fire also is those contractors with LEC. You know, many people go on the pole, they're doing extra work on the pole, doing other illegal connections.
Yeah.
Most of those connections, some of them not really trained to do all these things. So sometimes when the wire hit, it will trigger something from the transformer, it will send some high voltage current in certain line. And when those voltage hit in certain area, it just spark or even in the big homes.
Yeah, but sometimes even the transformer will blow up sometimes.
The transformer blow up because it has a lot of weight on the transformer.
That's correct.
Yeah, and that's one of the issue. This transformer is meant to serve maybe, let's say, 100 homes. But some guys in the place, okay, will tell, okay, this transformer will find me. Then this transformer starts serving around 150 homes.
Yeah.
The load get high on the transformer. And those things, the thing is science. And those that know about it, they can tell us. If you don't apply it right, it will cause problem. The beginner can do my electrical work. The beginner tell me, China, he'll tell me something like this. If you really do the best thing, brought the good wire in the system, and you attach the double throw, and you do the flow it, and you do the thing that we advise you to do. If you listen to the good electrician, trust me, you'll not have fire in your house because any fire that will catch it. When that voltage comes, boom, right to the double throw, that will catch it and cool it off. But we're not there when you catch it, boom, then you see that smoke.
But certain things we should be mindful for now, right? And for especially us in America that are building Liberia, you who might have camera, that camera must be around number one, number two, and just in case if you might have as soon as you like the other day I was on the stove, I thought low, it went off just like that quickly. It should be able to just alarm and inform you because other than that. People just perish, die for nothing. So, and then number two, when you start acting cheap to yourself, there's a problem. Like for instance, even you see in America, the mechanic and thing, and people can say, "Oh my man, they're going to Hispanic guy." No. I go to the Ford dealership, put a car there. The man,
he tell you,
he say, "My man, come for your car, your bill." Because some people you go do that thing on the corner side, that can happen.
Tomorrow they feed it back when I went right.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I forgot. Normally, you have to have if you took a microwave from here or other thing or rice cooker.
Yeah.
You don't know that you need another what do you call? You need another stabilizer.
Yeah, I heard too.
Plug that in to transfer to reconfigure.
Yeah, I think we 110. Liberia 110 or 120.
Yeah, so it's
110. Did I take it to 220?
You need to reconfigure that.
Yes.
Something that stabilizer to 110, then you plug your microwave or your rice cooker to it. But if you did, when I went there, I came that evening. I wanted to just make my food hot.
Yeah.
I just when I forgot, I took the microwave, new microwave in the bathroom. Then the microwave, I plug it straight in the wall. And then boom, the microwave blew off.
Wow.
So it was 120.
Yes.
So even all the appliances will take away. If you take it, you have to reconfigure. So you need a stabilizer.
I'm sorry, Sylvester. Thank you guys. I got another meeting, so I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank
you. So that's the issue about the fire thing. We need to do things to protect because the way the EDC and the guy assistant that do all the you see, if you went to one development, I was looking at it if they were walking right. Every development got a new kind of panel box panel on the ground. Most of those things I didn't know. One guy would tell me that one guy, LeBron guy came to tell me to do something last time. I was telling him, what are you thinking for? He said these things sometimes when there's a shock. And that's why half of you hear current jacking you or you see somebody plucking you. Because they play we plucked in the wall for years. They pluck. But on our side, don't try you plucked in the wall. As soon as you can half of it, boom, you hear boom, all the thing, the foam cell will blow off.
Yeah, but listen, the guy who built my house, I spent a lot of money. Well, what they did was they had a dual system, right? They got a 220 and a 110.
The 110,
yeah, all over the house. It's expensive because you are doing two systems.
And the best thing you did, Jerome. That's
so I got a 110 and I got a 220.
Spend the money and especially you're not in hurry. You're not in like you jam, so you won't move quickly, you know. So you take your time.
When the man say I can get that, the man will just be laughing. The one too much.
Listen, you got one life, you got one, and one of the things I'm telling folks, and I did it to my house, you always have to have an exit place, or an exit, right? That you can push out, you can kick out, and get out.
Well, the criminal rate in the country again, that's a problem.
But listen, you got your house is in the fence, right? Okay, the family like here we do fire drill. If there's a fire, you know exactly which way to go. This is the place you need to go. You need to do that. Then I have fire. You see back here? You see back there? I got two back there. You see? I got two fire extinguishers right there.
Yeah, that's true, William. That is just a problem.
I gotta call this guy. I'll call Bismuth, because
I got two right there, and I got one in every corner. Okay, and then everybody knows there's a fire where to go. We have a place where we meet. And
but the best thing to do now is because if you can build a house, I said those are all are here already, and those are on our side that we know we can encourage them. If you can build a house, good house in Liberia, you can afford to buy those smoke and fire detector, right?
Yeah,
that's something that's very sensitive.
It's very cheap.
And most of them now, if you buy it, I didn't know. I would try to get my own in the field. If you buy it,
right. You
don't have to buy it. There's no electrical way. You just buy it, put it, go sunny up. And the only thing, every time when you start alarm, you change the battery.
Every year.
You change your battery.
That's what we do every year.
But you know, because you come on all you live in charge, you go just fall asleep.
Yeah. Because our homes are not insured in Liberia.
And most of the people,
when you pay $1,000 when you're born, you're done.
Because most people, you die from the smoke inhalation. It's the smoke that kills you.
Yes.
And so
to the extent the heat.
Yes.
And so now when the heat comes, you saw the couple, Jerome, that died from that.
The gas, the carbon.
In Chocolate City, right?
Yes. Yeah, but they say so. Another thing I was told too, they said when you put in these generator, right? Be careful because the gas can.
It's not supposed to be in the house. Period.
Yes, you build
be in the house.
You gotta build it. The generator house.
You know, the last time I brought last year, I was taking bath, my man. I think in the night, my man in the shower. Current when you bought, and the way I jump on that bathroom. I said, what? Current when I said, when the current go, they can put the generator on. I said, I was on that bathroom quick. I said, somebody got. I said, nah.
And another thing again, that's why you always have to have a good technician, right? So when you're doing your electrical work, the technician will do it when they're building your battery, your panel bags, rather. The panel bags going to be in a way, those breaker you're going to put that. Normally they will tell you to get the harvest breaker. The harvest breaker, the other breakers are very good, right? They're very sensitive. So if they build the panel bags very well, and then the man is saying to you, all of the like here, like in the hospital, you find a guy, you see the panel bars, they got it written on them.
Everything written on it, yeah.
Basement, living room, this area, that area. So anything happening, that's when you can run there, poop, you shut it down. But the way the beginning did, the guy did mine, what he did, he set it in a way that this panel bar is a beacon. If something happened to the bulb in the master bedroom, any socket in the master bedroom, it would trip.
Yes.
It would trip. Boom. It would trip. Then you know something happening. That's why when you in a hospital with electricity, you have to be very observant and don't be too lazy. And somebody says something, you're going to lie again. You got to be very observant. When you notice something overnight, as a family man, don't be reluctant to and sleep.
Yeah.
It's a problem. Walk around and that's what I can normally do.
People, another thing to do with. You got to carry, make sure you get fire extinguisher. Yeah. It's important.
So you walk when I see trip, you got to go find out what happened. When you go find out, then you'll see this one. And it happened to me before. So now when you see a trip, you'll see that you see small smoke coming from somewhere.
Yeah.
Because it tripped there. I think that's something. I mean, it's a problem. Even when you use it, and we some of the rest of us behind generator before. There was a time, and we don't let heat. Listen, I will be there. My wife will be saying she says generator. And then when the target generator came out, right? So you have to go. When you go, and then target generator also.
Which way is the tiger?
Blue tiger generator, blue looking generator. We're just saying like, bro, when we started hustling, when the hustle started, when you want to buy a TV, you got a family, so you got to get a small tiger with a rope. You put up, where it start, and after when the gas ready to finish, then you like woo, then you hustle, and you run it back.
And look,
you're 180 years, so you talk about
people I don't understand. We see this, and we went through we pay our due. We went through the struggle, right?
No, but honestly,
we started with those things, tiger generator and other things. But
I don't mess around. They think they call candles and lantern, all the thing that they think they can I can make fire come. So
those things.
You can't be in America. And you can invest in your own property, like bro.
But we mess around the thing that we news anytime you had the news. Yeah, I was not the killer guy, but the mosquito call.
Hey.
Jerome, you stayed on it. I said, we went to
I remember that one. That one I remember it. When you get up in the morning, you put your hand in your nose.
Yeah, you still.
No, but mosquito call
in your lungs.
Jerome.
But again, they will say to before you come in. They will say to it's safe. I don't know. I think to all of them, they will say it's safe.
Mr. Jerome, when we came back from behind the line, you started from fresh. Everything was down, no electricity. So we should be buying mosquito coil every night, and you buy the kerosene for the lantern, all the thing that.
Yeah.
We had to do it because we keep a very line, everything was down. The poor root to your place, everything. So and then the thing what you do, so now you do all of what I think went through. You still want to do man 1 minute stay.
In our heat. Plenty, baby.
It forced.
So like, I'm going to call you Papa.
Life has to go on. I don't care why.
My mama, do you want to the refugees when they places? But I know one refugee camp. I think we start fending for a few days. But in the night, right? In the night, the pool. I mean, you war on. In the fire gun, you still want me to do it? Ba. I said, what? You're too brave.
No, George. I was in New Jersey, and they had tech couple you to do nightline.
Yeah, tech couple, yeah.
Yeah, tech couple came on, and he had flown on the U.S. helicopter from the U.S. compound into Monrovia, and he says while they were going, the big helicopter, so they decided to take a few Liberians with them back to the place. The guy said, with all the war and all the rockets that were flying, those guys were able to sneak 2 cases of beer on the American helicopter. He said, these guys, the Liberian people are different. He said, do you imagine we are talking about life and death? These guys were able to sneak 2 cases of Heineken on. They were talking about
one of my friends, the guy said, when Taylor went to Libya, they won't Libya. I said, my man, they carry Guinness stout. I think that was a gold dust in Libya. So when they carry that thing in Libya, they got them with bats, they were buying it for them. They got them with a big white gown. They be buying that thing. They say, that thing, Georgie, they will buy that. So when each one Libya with the president, we carry enough. We make money for the people buying it. But you know, Mr. Gayman and Pewee, when we left Dopoh, we went to Habel, the first time we came out of the camp, visit our area, man. I said, one good. I won't call it. She was Miss Liberia running off that time. Yeah. I saw the girl to the well. I said, what? I said that the person that is so. I said they were there. I said about to tell her the people in the interior now. Put water in the hay carrying. I said, yeah. What I'm good. That one, yeah. My photo was say When I see they put them watching TV, they put that in Ukraine, in Gaza. I say they put. I know people going through. I know I've been there before because you go with nothing. You going with. My late father just said, "We say, Papa, go." He said, "Me, I sonny." He said, "Where is death?" So, Papa, what even matter? He said, "Death everywhere. If I move, I go up there. I was so die, will die there. I still my ass right. I'm going nowhere." Papa, go. He said, "No, I will stay here." Was it death everywhere? What go do on our side? Oh man, but war is not good, my man.
No, on a serious note, and that's part of the reason why if you the system will have to be set up in a way that we don't even do things in a half-baked way and structure it and these things and the government of Liberia, I've seen them putting money and the fire service. I'm told that they've been a little effective in recent days in terms of responding to emergency call. I don't know if
we just saw that.
I don't know if
the guy not fire trucks. The boy not fire trucks.
They've been somehow effective in terms of the way they're going about things now. But what the legislature and the government have to do also is to now there's a lot of other areas that the fire service can be more or less more effective in doing a lot of things also. The fire service is not only for the emergency call to respond to fire emergency. No, there are other ways they can cultivate major policy. Now, do you know that the fire service have to ensure that every building in the country will meet the standard of those fire standards? Those things. Yeah. They will have to. I don't know if they're implementing those things. Two, there's a lot of ways the fire service can raise more resources, and part of the way they can raise resources. Now, before I spoke to one of the former fire chiefs, he was saying to me before what they did was that they were in a partnership with some people. They said, okay, bring fire extinguisher in the country. But there's more way you do that to ensure that, do you know, as per the law of our country, the fire law of our country, every vehicle in the country will have to have a fire extinguisher.
I heard that.
Every house in the country will have to have a fire extinguisher.
That one I agree with.
That have not been enforced. So the enforceability of that, there's a way we have to cultivate a mechanism that will enforce the doer, ensuring that, and then by that, the fire service will raise more resources. All of the buildings, all of those buildings. So if you set a kind of agreement with certain big fire extinguisher company, and you say, okay, we the government will manage it, the fire company will have to come and do some representation and have a clear-cut policy. And then when those things are coming in, you get a particular vendor. That vendor is bringing it in, and you tell the vendor, you will need this amount of supply because we're going to enforce that every home going to have it, every car going to have it, and every working institution, both home and offices. Now, the only people that are yet to the fire extinguisher regulation I have observed is the international community and other foreign partners. Liberia have not been adhering to that because
the one from the diaspora. This should be the one to be.
Yeah.
They're doing that now.
Lack of adequate information.
They're doing that now.
Every apartment complex, you enter every apartment complex here in the US, you see their fire extinguisher. If you enter most home, every institution there, and those people institution, they have their fire extinguisher to every corner, right?
Yes.
So if the fire service can be that very innovative, think outside the box, trust me, they can raise more than $6, $7, $8 to $10 million a year just doing that by connecting. Other people did it before when in the country. My uncle worked for fire service. He told me if they can initiate that and have it implemented, that's part of the process.
What we need is a property identification system. We need to identify our properties, and we need to have the alleys open. Just imagine you way behind Packer Pin, right? And the fire truck can't get to you because the houses are all over the place. You can't get it. We have to find a way to do that.
That will have to be done in collaboration with the Ministry of Public Works again. And the main reason behind that, I have seen an area before where the buildings are just clustered up, right? And then if they now and everybody build in the alleyway, there's a fire somewhere back there.
Can't get to
the
it.
Fire truck cannot get to it. You cannot hold the fire guys.
Yeah, but who do you blame? When you build it, before you build,
you blame Public Works.
Yeah, you gotta do the zoning, right?
Yeah, Public Works will have the zoning side of Public Works because
it's an alley. You can't build it as an alley.
They don't do that.
The municipal law of the country is clear. After every fallout, which is an acre, there should be an alley back, alley front. Yeah. So that will give you way to have access to those communities.
But now what the government do right now, because the RIA rule, what it did now, the government provided money. For instance, let's assume that your house is on the route, right? They tell you, say, okay, they do the value of the house, they'll demolish your house. So your house you built, whether that 10-year, 20-year house, they say, well, we need the government, need the road on the pass here. So they come to you and they provide funding for it. So give me the house, okay, also will give $50,000 cash to go and build a new house or what the case. But again, they were doing it again. Something's happening there. I mean, I probably because
listen, if I had a skill and have to be appointed to say I will fire service, I will go and have a plan with the president of the country. As Mr. President, fire service can do everything to support itself also. We just need a policy position from the government, and that policy position would indicate that the fire service will have to implement her statutory responsibility.
Yeah. And
by that, because the fire service also fall within the realm of the Ministry of Justice. So the Ministry of Justice and the government of Liberia will come up with a clear-cut policy statement, issuing and allowing the fire service, because they are also a paramilitary institution.
Yeah.
Right? They should have some level of enforceability themselves. And wherein the enforceability would be challenged, they can now invite a reinforcement from the Liberia National Police. But I don't think that can be challenged if they really want to enforce it themselves. But that is showing that every car, there will be an inspection. And if that were to move and you say you're pushing to sell one fire extinguisher for one car for a amount of $20, the person that is bringing, so the company that is doing that, so let's agree the fire service is getting $8 for each of those fire sales.
Of the Congress for Democratic Change, the Coalition for
So
Democratic Change, hearing the of fire incident, he immediately rushed on the scene to ascertain what exactly was ongoing. So welcome to the media.
Thank you very much. What exactly did you see at the residence? No, we were notified of a fire incident.
Is that Janga Agostako?
Yeah.
Of His Excellency President Myean. And this is very concerning. And it seems to be, so we are actually trying to find out exactly what's happening, but it's very, very scary. Very, very scary.
So what would be the next course of action given this
so we're trying to preliminarily understand exactly what happened, but this is very concerning because it's the bedroom of the former president.
What is the impact of the fire?
Yeah, the impact. Yeah, there seems to be massive destruction of the bedroom.
Is the former president safe as you speak?
Yeah, he's safe. Yeah.
Okay.
So what did the fire service tell you? No, I've not spoken to the fire service, so we'll get back to you. All
right, so that's the voice of Honorable Chakaku talking to us. I'm a fan of Mr. King.
Mr. King.
Well, I just thank God that the former president is safe. But the issue the thing that keep on, I know he mentioned it 3 times. Said the fire started in the master bedroom. So
yeah,
when I was speaking, he said it started in the master bedroom. He said it 3 times, and then I heard him coughing. He said I coughing because of the smoke, the fire smoke. But when I said I wanted to call people to announce people to come and help, he said no, the neighbors are already kind of have been under control. But I hope they found out, they investigate what happened, because it's scary, man. It's scary.
Yeah, it's serious.
It's scary. It's very scary.
In the master bedroom.
Especially so the fire right after the president, the man arrived in the country and shut the city down yesterday, all the things. So everybody is concerning, man, So, and I hope we'll find it, but tomorrow I hope we get a better understanding what happened, because it's just scary, man. Look, and imagine the house is in fence too.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, you that house will have a lot of security features there too, and it's not. I'm sure
the house well secure. Yeah.
So hopefully we'll get to understand what happened, because it's a serious thing though. That thing.
I would suspect an electrical problem for now.
For me, I can't speculate right now. We just wait and what happens.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I just suspect. I was suspecting.
Like you said, electrical problem. Yeah, But another thing too, in Liberia too, when you build your home, you got to wait that the things spoil. Look, I think we should carry the same mentality to guy in America. In America, they will tell you every month. They tell you say do your fire drill. So you get trained from the whole do fire drill. When you do that fire drill, you got to inspect to find out. Everybody working said they'll tell you fire drill must be done there. Even in the office, everything. So that just in case fire happen, how we'll get out. And then during that process, you checking the smoke alarm, the batteries and everything, and making sure the fire alarms, the how to call it, the fire extinguishers, everything is there. Then you must do fire training. And who can carry? I think all of us here, we are. As you do fire training, they do fire training. You go it's a course. You go through it, then you do the test, and you must get that idea back home. So help our people. I saw one video the other day, not yesterday. The person, I think they told him drop. The man said he doing CPR, right? When he hit the man chest, I said, that man was down. Yeah, did. Boom, boom. I said, the man, he said, he do it, and you let the man up. And these are little things, look. And I tell people now, I say, look, you get a chance, you go like, bro, during your spare time, you can even tell people, carry some CPR kits, some first aid kits, and you know, you let the knowledge you got, share with people. People understand because people can die with little or nothing. You know, it's serious.
But Tomalin, what can we do about these window bars? I mean, these things are so stationary. There's no way you can get out.
I want to talk something about the person here, but I hope he will hear. He will tell his own story. But he told me how he escaped a fire. One of my buddy. He said to me, I look around. He said, I gave one and said, I can't die. Because the fire started in the living room area, I think. So who behind now in the bathroom window. He said, what? He said he gave up. He said, then when I think I would die. Yeah. But then the first one he said, yeah, push that bar. Because it was a wooden bar. He said when he pushed it, I think open. He said how he got saved. Yeah. Oh yeah, so how he got saved because he had given up. If the fire already come all in the living room, all in from the kitchen now. So only the bedroom now and the window, the bathroom window. He said he stood there. He said, what? He said, yeah, give on now. When he said, my man, that window bar there, push it. When he put force, how you're able to jump out of that place and save and got saved. So, but that window bars, how you building your home. People want to buy that to protect you again, but then again too, just in case that people are saying, you must find an exit. Some way you can have a way to escape. Escape because sometimes you don't know what will happen. So the fire right in the bedroom with you, or in the bathroom. How you manage? That fire will escape because or else you end up walking through the fire and you get burned. You know, some people say, "Oh, when you're doing that, you got to put on." I mean, I think like when you get the team, I think you know, put the clothes on and wet yourself and roll. Come on, my man. And that's only plastic thing wearing on you is polyester. That will burn you.
I hear that word for a long time. Wear your polyester, boy.
It will take your skin, man. Yeah, man. Hey, look, it's a different. Two things I'm afraid of: fire and water. I don't mess around. Water, fire, water. That's what I agree. But I remember we used to go during the war. We go to Orange Grove for a guy do the fishing in the night. You know, in the night, in a canoe, they throw the net. The fish can see, so they'll tell you how to fish. Man, one of the guys said, "Man, you don't go fishing on the plane, my man." I said, "What? I can't do that." And I don't know. I said, "I can't swim." I said, "Man, man, just stay in the canoe." I said, "What? Just somebody comes not getting the canoe comes out." Man, look, I get thank God. Yeah, God, no one would die because some all would you go in water, you finish. Man, I can't mess around water.
Look, the stuff when I go home and I see the stuff, I say, "Wow."
Yeah, what the guy saying? He said the better thing to do in Liberia is to make sure you have a window bar. I could borrow 10-pound hammock.
Yeah, and that's what I was doing exactly.
And get it in your house all the time, just in case to bust the wall. You want to do what?
The big, you remember the big hammer
against the window bar?
You remember the hammer the big one they used to crush the rock?
Yeah.
Yeah. I get
also, you hit that thing on any window bar for the net for like 2-3 times, you'll get it out.
Oh yeah.
Really? Wow.
Oh yeah.
Or you can buy when you go to Home Depot, they got the battery wire cutters, right? It got battery. I mean that stuff can cut the window bar in no time.
Really?
Yeah, but you have to make sure that it's always it's charged.
Okay.
I mean, that's so it will cut the iron. No if or ands about it.
When you get when fire, what happening? You get confused. You gotta when you were.
You see how they put look at those towers, those high-rise buildings. Then we have this in New York. Starting out in the Bronx.
Yeah, I can't live that.
Some of those high-rise apartment and top buildings, some of them are around 25, 30, 35 stories, right?
Yeah.
You see those sons of iron they can put around coming down there? You know that fire escape.
Yeah, the fire.
Oh, really? Let me ask this question. Anybody can go through that kind of play you when emergency you ought to do that?
Yeah, they do. They got my man when your life is on the line to either jump or do that, you will be peeing on yourself or you will make it.
What?
Yeah.
If at least the people put that safety mechanism.
Yeah, something is there.
No, but you can take they say you can take mattress or bed sheet and drop on man. And drop
there are rules. They said rules in those kind of apartment. When the fire is there, what you do, keep the door closed. Now, here's what most of those doors, they apartment buildings. Those are fireproof doors.
Yeah, fireproof doors.
And the reason why they ask you to keep the door, simple thing. If you go back,
the hotels do that a fireproof door.
They are all fireproof.
Oh yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah, keep the door closed. And the reason that he said that you keep the door closed, they don't want while the smoke will kill you. Somebody fire will not enter.
Yeah.
So keep the door closed until firemen can come to help you out. And the door be closed. They will come bust it, and they will direct you on how to exit and other things. So these things you have to go by the drill. There's this drill and other things. I can remember the first time here we came one day, I didn't know, country boy. We on campus and we like want that money. They told me I forgot. I just hold this fire lamp that's on your son. Boom, 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 boom. All the time for everybody then. And when you do that, you don't have to take anything during the drill.
What? Are you kidding? You need to save your life. You won't take it.
Yeah, during the drill, they will tell you during the drill, you're not taking nothing. They got a center area of the campus, the particular area, everybody going to assemble at the assembly point. So this something. I will even the kids here do the same. They do fire drill. Now because the shooting thing, they do shooting drill.
They do shooting drill now.
Yeah. So
no, but
they do everything to
that guy when the fire incident happened at the Capitol building, one of the representatives, why you were crying for? You think that money then he left him. The guy was crying like baby. So I said, what the guy crying for?
Maybe that man, but the person they could have some money in that play.
I think so. Yeah, I see men who were telling the man in the car say the man he get the man the money, he took 200 for the man money again. I see they were crying.
You know some of them men, you know they carry money to their house. Yeah, so they get kind of money, all money, they have put money in there. So they keep people up, because some people say they got that thing in there. So you saw a man crying out with me.
I man crying like baby. And I say, yeah.
The $100,000 that gave me to remove Kofa, they all burn.
No, but look, it just, I mean, these are things that we're laughing, but look, on a serious note, though, we got to take precautions. Especially, you can't be from America, you go like, bro, then they say fire can't burn you at that, man. You got to do that.
You got to take precautions. Yeah. Even when you're going, right? You go to Home Depot, you can get your fire mask, you know the mask. You can buy your own mask and take it with you. Because all you're trying to do is to not die for the smoke. So you can at least get a fighting chance. If the smoke is overcoming in your room, you put your mask on, you can take your hammer and break your window and get out. But anything that you can do to stop the smoke from going into your lungs, that's the first thing you need to do.
And Mr. Gayman, I want to do when I'm traveling abroad, I got it there now. My taser and my pepper spray, I'll put it in my luggage are checking. Oh yeah, because I saw that thing in action before. Look, if somebody attack you, right? Come attack you.
The taser are serious trouble.
Man, I think the person when you put that thing,
and you want to get from a man, but you can get a taser on Amazon.
Amazon, you order. I'll show you the video. You order it. You just put it in your check-in bag. Yeah, you don't care what you're on the plane, but your check-in bag. We get there, you get there. Then you settle when you go anywhere going in abroad. Your thing will you get your taser and your pepper with you. Because my man.
But these are little. Can you get that on Amazon?
I bought Amazon the delivery.
I know of the pepper spray. You can get pepper spray on Amazon. That I know of.
Taser and pepper spray. I take with me in there when I'm moving. My beginner get that thing with them too, because just in case you find yourself alone. Man, Lord, I did the last day of the March before election. They stole my earring out of my pocket. Oh, that hear me. Oh, Mr. Gayman, look, that March CDC had, right? Look, we King Osa. I go jump behind that coaster here. We're coming from we came from Osa in the CDC office, King Osa. My man, I go then they cannot our coaster are walking the bill ring around me and coaster coming out. Now that's so road now.
What?
Oh,
they dancing with you.
I mean, no, the bear ring around you.
I know.
They're giving you protection and that's so raw. The security man saw with me. The way I crossed that guy, I said, "Look at you. You say are your VIP? You let me. You abandon me." I said, I told the man, I said, the chief in the play that he did, man. I said, the man left me. One guy here in my pocket. The way I got it here. Oh no, I in my pocket. But you know, I blunder because the money I have, I taking and giving to my picking and say, hold it. But instead of me, I had money in my pocket. I would have put it in my pocket and throw that money up. I think me. Oh, it paid me.
800. That's a lot of money.
I said, it was 12. I had $1,200 that day. I know somebody give me the money that morning. So when we went to I was doing that singing. Where people laughing, I was singing, doing that song singing, right? When we left from there now, the security in the yard getting some more. So listen, man, get the money to your picking with the money. I put in my pocket. We got there, man. We went upstairs. We were meeting with the president. We were there for him for an hour or so. When we came downstairs, they cried, heavy crowd. And they said, "Oh, you're open corridor for the chief then. That chief then get in corridor. Get in corridor. That's so criminal. Get in corridor. Get in corridor." I said, they see me. Yeah, you see up. Wow, look, man. Tell me, I said, Tomalin, your pocket. But my phone was gone. My phone was gone and my mind was gone. Oh, yes. Nothing hide me. After that, we went to Kehleboe. I seen that Ben get up. I seen I was feeling so bad. You know, your phone. I said, I think hide me.
All your photos.
Yeah.
Especially your photos.
The next morning, the guy said, don't worry, chief. We'll find a phone. We'll find the phone. The phone for you will go there. I said, where? I said, we'll go get a phone. That's man. I said, I was too frustrated, man. Oh, I was frustrated.
But you find the phone?
No, they took the phone, man. They took the phone.
Wow, all your photos gone.
Oh yeah, but the phone guy was locked. But now who's it? K Paso. What is illegal?
I talk about the taser.
I beg you, yeah. I carry where make it illegal. I beg you, yeah. There's a protection. You don't throw you on the plane. Put it in your check bag.
Yeah, you got. I've seen it on Amazon. It's for self-defense.
Yeah, I carry the town. What ain't illegal? I'm consider myself vulnerable. I beg you, because now you can never tell too. Because Mr. Gayman too. So now too, the person that in with you, that moving with you, so now when they can flip, it's like that attack the man. Before you can attack me, yesterday you attack me, you go free. No, you have to fight back. You fight back. No, somebody can don't give up. Don't never give up. Anything can attack. Somebody attack you, so we are give up. The person do it. No, fight back. Fight with every fiber of your being until you get so. If the person overpower you, that but one thing when they got in steal for you, right, Mr. Gayman, what they can do? They steal from you. But to tell you, say, chief, you won't get the money, but we'll get it. We'll get everything else. He said, chief, I tell you, chief, the money in the team won't get it, but no problem. One of my friends, his man lost a green card. They told him, man, they relax. Just sit down right here. We'll bring your green card back. But your money that in the wallet, when I see the money, he's like, oh, my green card, my dollar lesson. After about a few hours, they put brother him. I said, yeah. What?
It's a network.
It's a network that blew up everywhere. Yeah.
Wow, I'm looking at the taser here.
Yes.
They got all kinds. They got one for $400. That one.
Not that expensive one. I bought the one where not too expensive. Yeah. That one I want police can use. Now I don't use that one. The one I got a smaller one I use. Yeah. Yeah, but it's good for you because look, because one girl, the girl was in my brother, the girl was going to a car in the night. come. They attack. They got they try to get it when they get use that thing, man. They drop. They get bad. Oh, they're red. Guess oh, they get what? They say what? Guess they'll come back again. Pewee, black. You can
That particular taser there, how they call it? When you get that, and how long it would stay with you, or it's something that you can just use it forever?
Yeah. You use it. I think you use it.
You can charge it.
You can charge it. Yeah, it can be charged. Yeah, charge. Yeah. But pepper spray when you use it, I won't finish going.
Now I can finish.
Yeah.
So it's like what you can do? It can electrocute.
It can be. Oh, I told me you if I was taking your wallet, I would drop it. Then it shock you. You would drop.
I can't think go to have one.
The pepper spray, he put in an eye. Then they blind. Yeah, they blind. Yeah.
That OC spray. You know, I can remember when I was doing this something training. That OC spray on it, something put on our phone.
Yeah. Put your eye.
Good night, man.
Okay, guys.
Yeah.
If anything else, let us know, man. Please just put it in the chat room.
Yeah. So tomorrow, the minister coming.
Yeah. Dr. Soma will be in tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a nice day, man. Let's keep it.
That he pass away. What do you mean illegal? I want to know what you mean by what's illegal. Please,
no, he was talking about because I think he was when when everybody talk about taser, they talk about the one that the police got, that the one he was thinking about.
Oh no. I mean, one thing I want to find out when I go Liberia too, I want to find out from the security people whether you are allowed to have a gun.
Yeah. Can you call the guy that was here the last time? Was it Mr. Cooper or the guy?
Yeah, I will find out for them here and Greg and the people. Because I know before the certain time like bro, you are allowed to have gun, register your gun because
yes,
just in case anything happen, if there's a murder or something, they do the serial number, they check if the number your arm was involved in our thing. They say, but that is a murder weapon, but you want to make sure that.
I think it's right for them to do that. I support that 100%.
Yeah, you can't because you won't be in that country that my man, somebody that you will use it. Yeah, I think it should be a problem. It should give people right to have the bare arm.
Yep. Well, Chief, can you go offline so we can talk offline? Is it possible?
Oh yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
You want to end the show?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to show you something.